Happy Erie Gives Day. We are now going to be doing a little tour of the office, currently outside. We're going to show you all how to find our office. But before we get into that, I'm going to do a reminder for anyone just joining us. We are NAMI Erie County PA. We are an affiliate of our national organization, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We do completely free non-clinical mental health programming. So a lot of peer support groups, classes, education. We have a podcast, we have a shirt store, we have all kinds of things. And today's Erie Gives Day, and so we're just trying to educate you more about what we do and maybe get you to go visit our Erie Gives Day page and maybe donate. That would be great. But so you know how to get to us, I'm currently standing on the State Street side of our building. We are located at 1611 Peach Street. And so this is obviously State Street. The PACA building is right there for context so that you all know where we are in regards to State Street. We're next to the Red Roof Inn. And if you follow me, we're going to go inside. Well, and I'm also going to show you how to get in from the other side so that there's no confusion. Thank you. Okay. We're on the lower level. We're going to go ahead and take the elevator up to the first because I don't have it in me to do stairs right now. Oh my gosh, look at that. We lucked out. I know. Up to one. If you were going straight to our office without the first floor pit stop, you would hit two. We are on the second floor. But for the sake of Erie Gives Day, we're going to show you both entrances. Okay, first floor.
So Abby, how long has NAMI been here?
40 years? Well, actually, this year, 41 years of free non-clinical mental health programming. Okay, peeps. Now this is the Peach Street side. It's much quieter over here. Love that. Like I said, Peach Street. Across from us is ACL and UPMC, and still next to the Red Roof. And then the train station's like right there. So I hope that helps. But follow me again. Back indoors we go. All right. Back to the elevator. Press up. Oh, I'll also show you on here so you know our suite number too. We are NAMI Erie County 218. Love that for us. Is it still here? Oh, fantastic. Normally these elevators, they don't want to see you win. All right, second floor, let's go. I hope everyone's having a happy Erie Gives Day. I know we are. Yeah. How are you doing, Janana? Janana's behind the camera.
Pretty good.
I didn't give Janana a mini mic though, so I don't even know if you can hear her.
Probably not.
All right. Second floor. Very clearly labeled NAMI. To get into our space, you have to ring the doorbell. And then you wave at the camera, just in case anyone happens to look. Ah! This is Heather. Welcome to NAMI. So, whenever you first walk in, you have Sharon's desk. Sharon's not here all the time. She does a lot of our programming, so she's not frequently in the office, but she does make a lot of phone calls back to people. So if you call us and you need something, you know, she'll probably call you back. This is her incredible bulletin board. I have to showcase this. It's mostly made up of art from our consumers. It's just really cool. It's really meaningful. She is just a really important person in the community as well. She won the Susan P. Esper Award for national recovery. Lots of thank you cards. She's really good at programming. She's won top mental health first aid instructor, all kinds of things. Also over here is our resource table. So I don't even think this is all of the resources in Erie. This is just what we could fit on this table. And then there's a wall of pamphlets too. So if you ever want to stop in and get some resources or paper like resources, come on down. Then we come into the conference room. This is where we host our in-house peer support groups. So every Wednesday we have a free peer support group, and every Thursday is our free family support group. Also included with those support groups is snacks and beverages. And we in the office are frequent flyers in this conference room. Also, back in these cabinets is where we keep all of our art supplies for our art support groups or exploring the arts. They are full of craft supplies. Then we come back. This is Heather's office. Give it a little rundown. Pics of her family over there. This is her little cork board with all of our materials on it, some stuff about our signature programming, which, by the way, if you didn't know, we offer peer-to-peer, which is a class for adults dealing with mental health challenges. Family to family is if you have a loved one dealing with a mental health challenge, and then NAMI Basics is for if you are a parent or caregiver of children. All three of them are evidence-based classes that teach you kind of what to do to help that loved one cope better, or services to get them to, things like that. Heather also this past year was mental health first aid instructor of the year.
I taught the most classes in the year, so I guess it's sort of called that.
We're gonna call it that.
Something like that.
we're gonna call it that. She won an award. Okay, so we come back into our little lobby. This is a new addition since last year. We had our former intern, Katie, painted this incredible piece for our Brushstrokes of Resilience art show that we did last October. It's just amazing. And she wrote about art helps my mental wellness because it connects me to my community. Art allows for conversation, collaboration, and shared experiences that remind you that you are never alone. And she gifted it to us, which was so angelic of her because it could have gone for so much, and she gave it to us for free. And she did not need to do that. And here is a bunch of extra shirts and mental health first aid materials and just general storage. And here is what we're going to call the programming office right now. It's kind of a shared space for our two program specialists, Cassie and Jess. They do a lot of most of their program prep in here. This is how it's kept all organized by program. So they prep it for the week, and then each little program has its own cubby, so the person facilitating can just come in and grab it. This is also their planning. There's ideas. There's the month planned out for all the programming. Very organized. Very impressive. All right. I'm going to let Janana come out so I can shut the door. Next, we come down this little hallway, and to the left is our kitchen, fridge room, kitchen. Lots of snacks in there. Put your lunch in there. Heat your lunch up in there. And then all of our water stored right there. Then we come down the hall a little bit more. In here is the copy room. So all of our program materials are printed right there at that there printer. Not the most fun room, but important. Bathroom. Not going to show you the bathroom. Not necessary. Another bathroom. Looks like a bathroom. Storage closet. We come in here, and this is Janana's room. Office. Janana's room. Have anything you want to say about your office?
Nope.
Okay.
Self-explanatory.
Her cute little cork board with some program memories. You should tell the story about that flower.
Oh, so that flower right there, an individual came into our office asking for resources, and the individual was having a tough time, and I gave them resources, and um, the individual gave me the flower that they had picked in outside of our office because they were so grateful for the resources and just having that conversation with them, and that just holds a special place in my heart.
Love that. But yeah, some memories from SafeNet, some memories from our walk, my Christmas cards, NAMI's Christmas cards. If you want a NAMI Christmas card, sign up to be on our email list and put your address and you'll get our Christmas card. And then we come back out here. This is tech closet. Not super interesting, but this is one of our program closets, and it holds all of these books that we use for exploring the arts. Some prepped programming that we use for all kinds of things, and then like a Jenga. It's like a smorgasbord, essentially. If it doesn't fit in the cabinets out there, it goes here. This is also a shared space. It's decorated for Jess, but Tina comes in and does payroll in here. We can have other interns in here. It's used however it's needed. Then little shared working space out here. Then we come back to my favorite corner of the office, but I could be biased. My office. Welcome. I try to keep it bright and lively because I spend lots and lots of time in here. Up here, I have all kinds of stuff. I have pictures of the people that I love. I have a Christmas card. A lot of it is art from programming, whether it's from kids or adults. Yeah. It's usually always a mess during event season. This is like a relatively clean mess. So impressive. And then, finally, we get to Wendy's office. This is our executive director, Wendy. So yeah, just gonna creep a little bit, show them around. And come back with me this way. So yeah, that was our tour of the office. I hope everyone knows how to get here now. Hope you learned a little something about what we do. And now we have some interviews with all of our staff. Enjoy.
What is your name and role at NAMI Erie County PA?
Sharon Weiskell, program specialist.
Perfect. When did you start working at NAMI?
Almost 10 years ago.
Oh, wow. You're the longest one
I am.
at NAMI. What drew you to working in the mental health field?
Mental health challenges with my children.
Okay. What does a typical day look like for you?
Spending a lot of time in the community.
Yeah, you're definitely very well known in our community, and everyone loves you that meets you. So thank you for everything that you do.
I love them too.
What is your favorite program or event that we do?
I can't give a favorite program because they're all special in their own way.
Awesome.
But probably the peer support in the community at Gage House.
Awesome. What has been one of the most rewarding moments on the job?
Actually, okay. So, watching individuals in their growth in programs and go on to tell their story, which becomes their strength.
I love that. So we talk a lot about self-care for mental health. What do you do to take care of your own mental health?
Spend time with friends and family.
Yeah. What does mental health mean to you personally?
It's okay not to be okay. Trying to get rid of the stigma.
Yeah.
Self-care is important.
No, absolutely. I love that saying. It's okay to not be okay, because I think we tend to forget that sometimes. Why do you think mental health awareness is important in our community?
I think it's really important to reduce the stigma, as there's a lot of generational of individuals in programming that have been told that, they're supposed to either man up or get over it, and all those things that aren't true, and to let them know that it is okay to open up. It is okay for men to cry. And
Yeah, I know we've talked a lot about men's mental health here at NAMI, so I know, thank you for bringing that up, because it's an
I hear it a
important
lot.
topic. Yeah.
I hear it a lot in the community, and even in our youth, that they can't cry. Miss Sharon, I want to cry. I can't. Why? It's, well, real men don't cry, and I tell them real men do cry.
Yeah, it's okay to not
It's
be
okay not to be
Yeah.
okay.
Exactly. What is one thing that you wish more people knew about mental health?
That it's okay to reach out for help. That they're not always going to be judged or looked at as there's something wrong with them. That, one of the things I would say is we're all imperfectly perfect.
Yeah.
And it's okay to reach out for help.
Absolutely. We all struggle with something.
Everyone does.
So, talking about Erie Gives Day, what we're here for today, why should people support NAMI today on Erie Gives Day?
Because it's an amazing organization. I started my journey with NAMI to help my daughter, and I'm still here almost 10 years later, giving back for what they have given me, the knowledge of learning how to help my daughter, learning how to be there as a family member and support her. So, supporting our loved ones, our community, and individuals that need help.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that we don't talk about enough. We also help the individual's family on how
Yes.
to help that individual out going through a tough time. All right, so we're going to get into some personality questions now. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Early bird or night owl?
Probably early bird, because I seem to wake up at 5 o'clock every morning.
Oh, geez. Describe NAMI in one word.
Amazing.
Yeah. What is your favorite snack in the office? That's a hard one.
That is a hard one. We have a lot of good ones. Probably the Dots pretzels.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are good.
Those are really good. All right, Sharon. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Gianna.
What's your name and role here at NAMI Erie County PA?
My name is Heather Newton, and I am the Community Outreach and Grants Coordinator here at NAMI.
When did you start working here?
It's going to be 3 years in September.
What drew you to working in the mental health field?
I would say just my own personal experiences with my own struggles with just different mental health challenges, anxiety, depression, and then family members. And I just think more and more, so many more people are struggling with different mental health challenges. And I just want to be able to spread awareness and do what I can to stop the stigma.
What does a typical day look like for you?
Typical day, it's very different every day. Some days I am out in the community doing things like mental health first aid trainings. Sometimes I'm doing presentations, tabling events. And then when I'm here in the office, I'm usually doing things like emails, outreach. It's all different.
What's your favorite program or event we do?
Probably teen mental health first aid. I love going into the high schools because I think the kids are really kind of struggling a lot more, but they're really open to talking about their mental health. And it's great to see that they're willing to talk about emotions and things like that. So I think it's very helpful for them as well.
So true. What's been one of your most rewarding moments on the job?
One of my most rewarding moments on the job has probably been, that's a good question. There's been a lot. Let's see. I really did like when we trained the Mill Creek Police, just because I think it's super important for the police to be aware of, how to handle situations when people are struggling with mental health challenges. And I think that helped them to just really see not only how to handle it, but how to be more compassionate. And they were really open and wanted to learn how to help people. So I think that was really rewarding for me.
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Heather helped train the entirety of the Mill Creek Police Department. So, very cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
How do you take care of your own mental health?
Naps are very important to me. I love them. I take one every day when I get home from work for 45 minutes to an hour. On the weekends, occasionally I take more. But that, and I've started working out a little. That helps too. I'd say both of those things.
Love that. What does mental health mean to you personally?
To me personally, mental health means, learning maybe resilience just to get through the anxieties and, the stressors of today. It's a very stressful time. And I think to have good mental health, a lot of it is just really building up that resiliency, making healthy choices, and having compassion and empathy for other people.
Why do you think mental health awareness is important in our community?
I think it's important in our community because a lot of times there's so many barriers with people trying to get the help that they need. And I really think that there's so many people with needs. So the more that they feel comfortable talking about it and reaching out for help and realizing that it's a normal thing. A lot of people struggle with mental health challenges. I think the better.
Mm-hmm. What's one thing you wish more people knew about mental health?
I wish more people knew that it is possible to recover. I think sometimes people just think that, if they get a diagnosis, it's just a lifetime, struggle. But there's so many different things that can help. There's therapy, there's medications, there's, a lot of self-care activities, and just that recovery is possible from mental health challenges.
Why should people support NAMI today on Erie Gives Day?
Should support NAMI because I think that our services are really needed in the community and we do offer them for free. So in order to offer them for free and to be able to have community events like movie night and where we can involve children and families and things like that, it really helps when we have the funding. The more funding we have, the more events we can do, the more awareness we can do. So yeah.
All right, some personality questions.
Oh.
Coffee or tea?
Tea lately. I haven't been drinking coffee.
Wow.
I know, isn't that weird? Like chamomile, because coffee winds me up. Tea kind of chills me out.
Interesting. Early bird or night owl?
Oh, night owl. I hate mornings. I'm not an early bird.
If you could describe NAMI in one word, what would it be?
Compassionate.
And then what is your favorite snack here in the office?
Ooh, those Pillsbury cinnamon swirl things, whatever they are, I'm slightly addicted to them, but they're very good.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
What's your name and role here at NAMI?
Jnana Ivankovic, and I'm the Marketing and Communications Coordinator.
And when did you start working here?
I started in November of 2023.
What drew you to working in the mental health field?
So mental health in general, I think we all struggle with something with mental health, whether that just be regular stress, anxiety, depression, no matter what it is. I feel like someone's struggling with something, and I think it's important to have those conversations to make sure that more people are talking about it and feel comfortable sharing what they're going through.
What does a typical day look like for you?
Oh, it varies. A lot of the time we're recording podcasts. We are, sometimes I fill in for some of our programs, depending on if someone isn't available, keeping up with our social media, making sure the community knows what we're up to, updating our website to make sure the most accurate information is on there. Just raising awareness so the community knows what we're doing and how they can help.
What's your favorite program or event we do?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think I love all of them, but I want to be biased today and say Erie Gives Day just because me and Abby, who's behind the camera right now, are the co-hosts, I guess, of the 12-hour live stream for Erie Gives Day. And that's a lot of fun. I mean, it's exhausting, but it's also fun because we get to bring in different people and see different experiences and talk to individuals and what they've gone through. So it's fun planning it. It's fun the day of, seeing if we can meet our goal, things like that.
What's been one of the most rewarding moments on the job?
I think just being able to see the impact that we make in the community. Specifically, one situation I can remember is when we were at one of our programs. There was an elderly individual who, when we came in, I think we go once a month to this program, and they were like, can you guys come every week instead, things like that. And just seeing how much of an impact we're making on these individuals and how much they look forward to us coming in and talking to them is just absolutely amazing. And then on top of that, the podcasts that we do, hearing the experiences with some individuals who have been part of our programs and how much better they're doing now and the success. It makes all the work that we do worth it, even though we're such a small team.
How do you take care of your own mental health?
I try to take some time for myself. I love watching Netflix, Hulu, those shows. So with self-care, it can just be anything that brings you joy. And for me, it's definitely watching my shows.
What's one thing you do regularly for self-care?
I think it's the shows, binge watching, correct. I need to correct myself. Binge watching shows.
What does mental health mean to you personally?
I think that without taking care of your mental health, you're not able to do your job properly. You're just living in a state that isn't the best. And if you're taking care of your mental health, your life can be so much brighter and happier. You can see the difference that it'll make in your everyday life, activities, social, and how it will positively affect your job as well.
Why do you think mental health awareness is important in our community?
I think, unfortunately, there's still so much stigma out there that it's important to talk about because a lot of people are suffering in silence. They feel too ashamed to talk about it, or they're afraid of what people are going to say. So it's important for us to have that conversation, raise that awareness to make people understand that it is okay to talk about, and it's not a sign of weakness, it's actually a sign of strength. If you are able to recognize that you are struggling and that you need help, no matter if it's a male or female, it's better to ask for the help than continue your life while suffering or not living the best quality.
What's one thing you wish more people knew about mental health?
That it's not a shame. I mean, like I said, going back to that stigma, a lot of people think like if you say that you have a mental illness, it's right away considered as you're crazy or things like that, where that's not the case. Sometimes it can be chemical things, it can be brain chemistry, it can be genetics, it can be different things. So it's not necessarily that something's wrong with you or that you're doing something wrong. There's just so many misconceptions out there that I think people should understand that it's okay. It really is okay to not be okay.
Why should people support NAMI today on Erie Gives Day?
So NAMI is amazing, and there is a lot of wonderful nonprofits out there, but NAMI specifically, everything that we do, we try to eliminate that cost barrier for individuals in our community. So your donations can help our community with receiving free programming, free resources, and being able to go to free events that we plan. So every donation helps, whether that be a little kid who is excited for NAMI to come in and do some arts and crafts with them for their mental health, to elderly individuals in nursing facilities and things like that, who are excited for NAMI to come in and do some programming and talk to them. You're helping an individual with that donation, so they don't have to pay for anything and can get that care.
All right, so now for some little personality questions so the
Alright.
folks can get to know you better. Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Early bird or night owl?
Night owl.
If you could describe NAMI in one word, what would it be?
Fun.
And then what is your favorite snack in the office?
Ooh. I want to say those golden brownies.
I
The
know you're talking
soft
the
ones.
Chips Ahoy
Yeah,
ones.
those are so good.
Yup.
I think that would have to be it.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thanks.
What is your name and role here at NAMI Erie County?
My name is Jessica Duda, and I am a program specialist.
When did you start working here?
A year and a half ago, I had to think about it. It was January of 2024? Question mark.
What drew you to working in the mental health field?
Well, I was in my undergraduate program for social work, and I knew I wanted to be a therapist, so NAMI seemed like a great place to get that experience.
What does a typical day look like for you?
My typical days look like programs and planning for programs.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
What's your favorite program or event that we do?
My favorite program is with our aging pop groups. So shout out to Parkside, Regency, and Glenwood. Love all my peeps there.
What's been one of your most rewarding moments on the job?
Anytime a client or one of our group members gives me an art project.
Oh, that's so cute.
I know. I love being gifted things.
Okay, how do you take care of your own mental health?
Playing video games and watching horror movies.
That was so fast. You were so ready
Yeah.
for that. What is one thing you do regularly for self-care?
Go to sleep at the same time and wake up at the same time and go for walks. Unfortunately, those things really help your mental health.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
They do work.
Yeah.
What does mental health mean to you personally?
Mental health to me personally means doing the best that you can with what you got.
Love it. Why do you think mental health awareness is important in our community?
There's a lot of stigma surrounding mental health. I think we've come a long way in, making mental health services more accessible, but there's still that kind of, like weirdness around seeking out mental health services.
What's one thing you wish more people knew about mental health?
Everybody's got it. You either take care of it or it will rear its ugly head.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Why should people support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
NAMI fits a niche area where it's not clinical and it's accessible to everybody in the Erie County area.
Personality questions. Coffee or tea? But I already know the answer.
Well, both. I'm an Earl Grey girly, but I love a nice coffee.
So true. Early bird or night owl?
I'm a night owl, but unfortunately I have to be an early bird.
Forced to be an early bird,
Sure,
meant to be a night owl.
1000%.
If you could describe NAMI in one word, what would it be?
Beneficial.
That's a good one. And then what is your favorite snack that we have in the office?
Chocolate.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thanks.
You're welcome.
What's your name and role here at NAMI?
Wendy Jacobs, and I am the executive director of NAMI Erie.
When did you start working here?
I started working July 22nd of 22, so coming up on a 3-year anniversary.
What drew you to working in the mental health field?
I have family members who have a significant mental illness, and I had an extraordinarily stable upbringing, and what just drew me to being curious on who has mental health challenges and why, and what are some ways to combat that and be resilient towards mental health challenges.
What does a typical day look like for you?
I don't think that there are typical days here, and we never know what you're going to walk in on. I think it's because we are so diverse in what we offer, with support groups to community outreach and support to community events to mental health first aid trainings. You never know who is going to request our services and what the needs are going to be. So I think every day is different.
What's your favorite program or event that we do?
I don't necessarily have a favorite program or event. I think that each of them serves a purpose. They are also relevant on meeting the needs of the community. I think our evidence-based programs are very, very well received. I think our mental health first aid trainings are something that allows us to get into the schools and address youth needs in mental health, but also with adults as well. Any individual can request any of our services. So I think the evidence-based ones have the best outcomes, so we can really back those. But then again, our community events is a large scale where we can really drive mental health awareness to people that may not even identify with having a mental health challenge, but we're just kind of putting out the awareness and the information out there.
What's been one of your most rewarding moments since you've worked here?
I don't have a singular most memorable moment, but I have many, many memorable moments, and we have them all the time. When I think about community support, we've had 2 families that have experienced tragedies. Ed Matson and his family unfortunately lost a family member, Deborah Matson, to suicide. And they took that tragedy and they've turned it into such a positive event. They now do what's called the Deborah Matson Memorial Walk, and we have been fortunate to be a part of it for 3 years since its inception. And we have been a fiduciary of the benefits of what the proceeds that they receive from that walk. And that has allowed us to substantially make inroads in schools, do mental health programming in the schools. We've been able to expand our teen mental health first aid program because of our collaboration with the Matson family. Another one is when I first started, we had a fraternity from Gannon, Delta Chi fraternity. They lost a friend by suicide. And independently, they did a fundraiser where they did a bingo and they earned proceeds. And we got a phone call stating that they had a check for us. We had them come in. We got to meet the fraternity. We got to meet the father of the young gentleman who lost his life by suicide, his brother. And that has turned into continued partnership and collaborations. The father started a foundation, the Joey Amen Foundation. And again, they've reached out to us to make a significant donation that is going to really, again, help us be able to expand our free programs, especially the free community events.
How do you take care of your own mental health?
I take care of my own mental health I like to go for walks with my dogs. I definitely connect with nature. I live out in Wattsburg, so I'm surrounded by state game lands, and I love to sit outside. I like to spend time with my family and my friends.
What does mental health mean to you personally?
To me, it means it's on the same cloth of physical health, that you have to be in, just like you have to have checkups and take care of yourself with your physical health, you have to do the same thing with your mental health, and just really always kind of do self-awareness, be aware if you're having, because everyone's going to have times of depression, everyone's going to have times of anxiety, everyone's going to have life stressors and things that happen in their life that's not always going to be positive, and just kind of check in with yourself and know and be okay if you're not okay, and be able to either self-care or to seek professional help if you need it.
Why do you think mental health awareness is important in our community?
Mental health awareness is important in our community because there still is, unfortunately, stigma attached to it. And the more we can be out in the community, the more we're normalizing discussions and making folks know that everyone can have good mental health and everyone can have bad mental health, just the same as physical. So if we can eradicate stigma associated it, then people are going to have better mental wellness, which is going to lead to better physical health.
What's one thing you wish more people knew about mental health?
I wish that people knew that they don't have to be ashamed. They don't have to isolate. They don't have to keep silent, that it's okay to say that you're having a mental health challenge and not worry about any repercussions by voicing and saying that you're having a mental health challenge.
Why should people support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
I think people should support NAMI on Erie Gives Day because we are for everyone. We are a local community resource. We want to maintain all of our programming free. We don't want there to be any financial barriers. Obviously, with most nonprofits, our funding is, a lot of it's restrictive, and the budget. We would love to always say yes. We have any community member, any individual, any family that has a need, we want to accept what they are requesting from us, and we want to be able to do it without a fee. So if we can receive more funding, we can do more programming, and we can also do more community events.
All right, now some fun little personality questions. Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Are you an early bird or a night owl?
Neither.
That's funny because I said both. If you could describe NAMI in one word, what would it be?
Hope.
And then, what's your favorite snack that we have in the office?
I love the almond biscottis that we have right now.
Perfect.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is on your way. At NAMI Erie County PA.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and general
Yes,
information?
Thank you for having me. My name's Jeremy. I'm a person with a diagnosis. I have schizoaffective disorder. I work for Stairways Behavioral Health as a CPS. And in my spare time, I love math, poetry, and drumming.
Perfect. And you're published, aren't you?
Yes, I self-published a couple books of poetry.
Very cool. Very cool. How did you first hear about NAMI?
I heard about NAMI from my mom, who was director of Family to Family for a while. And I was invited to speak at Family to Family a few times. I've spoken there about 3 times now, I think.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
Family to Family and the last interview we did, the podcast on emotions.
Perfect. What made you decide to get involved?
I didn't want to see anyone else go without help. And I felt that I was in a place in my life where my mental illness was something that wasn't limiting me anymore. And I wanted to be able to give back and see that other people could get through it as well.
If you're comfortable, just so people kind of know where you're coming from, would you give like a summary of your story?
Yeah. So I have schizoaffective disorder. I was first diagnosed when I was about 19 or 20. I had my first 4 years away from school getting well. My parents helped me to find a psychiatrist and therapy. I bounced around from therapist to therapist for a few years, went back to school, did very well for 7 or 8 years, had another episode in 2009, and following that episode I was a professor at a college, came back home to Erie, and again was just looking for work. Nothing was steady, and I had my final episode in 2015. Was the end of one part of my life and the beginning of the next part of my life.
Has there been any specific moments during any of the programs that you've spoken to that really stood out to you or made a difference?
Just that moment where I realize other people are thinking the same thing I am. When I was in Family to Family and we were talking about our shared experience with mental health, I just remember feeling totally accepted there and welcomed. It was a good feeling.
I love that. I'm very glad that you had that feeling. That's great. How has being part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall?
I think having spoken with NAMI has given me confidence where I didn't have it before. It's given me a sense of not being alone. I think that's an important thing. It's a very important thing to not feel alone. And I think of it like walking up a hill. If I'm walking up a hill alone, I might give up halfway. But if I'm walking up a hill with 20 other people and they're going through the same thing, I feel more confident, and the confidence leads me to success. So I've learned that I'm not alone.
Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Yes, in particular listening and empathy. It's hard with mental illness, and I think most of us with a mental illness want to be seen and heard, and so empathy and good listening skills are important.
Mm-hmm. How has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
I just get the feeling that it's not a life sentence the way it felt when I was first diagnosed. When I was first diagnosed, I thought, this is the end of my life. I'm destined to not have all the good things that I deserve to have. And working with NAMI, I've found that those things that I want are not out of reach. It's accessible to anyone, especially people with mental illness.
I love that so much. That's so great. Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe that?
Yes. I felt very supported. I felt like a part of a family. I was welcomed, no judgment, nothing but open-minded, caring people. I felt very much a part of the family.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
First, I'd say you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there who have mental health issues. You might think that your story, your illness is not important enough, not serious enough, or even not real enough to warrant asking for help. But asking for help is one of the best things that you can do. It's a way of saying, I have an illness, I am not my illness, and I want to get through it. And I think it's possible to get through it.
I love that. What does NAMI Erie County PA mean to you personally?
Hope. I get hope being around other people and other families with mental illness, that recovery is possible.
I love that. If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
Tolerant, accepting, loving, validating, and supportive.
That's great. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
I think NAMI is doing excellent things, supporting and advocating for people with mental illness. Supporting NAMI is supporting people with mental illness and their families. It's a way of saying, we understand, we see you, and you're welcome in any environment.
And what would you say to someone that's thinking about making a donation?
It couldn't go to a better place. This organization is doing really good things for the community, and your donation says, I support mental illness, I support all those people who want to be free of it, not without it, just free of it, and that there's a better life possible for everyone.
I love that. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for joining us. And
you.
thank you for continuing to be a part of our programming.
It's an honor.
Can you tell us your names and a little bit about yourselves?
Sure. I'm Carolyn.
I'm Jason.
We've been together for over a decade, and like a lot of families, we've faced our share of challenges, especially navigating mental health and caregiving. Our house has been a place of support, a safe space for loved ones during difficult circumstances.
Yeah, and through that we've learned a lot about resilience, patience, and the power of community. We try to approach life with honesty, compassion, and willingness to grow even when things get hard. And it's that mindset that eventually led us to connect with NAMI.
How did you first hear about NAMI, speaking of?
My mom was actually a professional care coordinator in the community at the time, and she suggested it to us.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
We've attended the family-to-family class and also the family support group.
Yeah, and our oldest son and I attend the weekly peer-to-peer support group together.
Perfect. What initially made you decide to get involved after hearing about NAMI?
We got involved with NAMI at a time when we were feeling especially overwhelmed. One of our adult children had just moved in with us, and the level of support that he needed for his mental health was way more serious than we had previously navigated with him.
Yeah, we'd spent years caring for my mom, who also struggled with her mental health, but she passed away about a month earlier, and the timing and the weight of everything just left us scared and unsure. We figured it was time to look for help.
Was there a specific moment during any program that you've attended that really stood out to you or made a difference?
Yeah, for me it was that our situation, almost down to the detail, was shared by others in the group. We weren't alone, and that was incredibly grounding.
For me, it was hearing a guest speaker who had come to terms with their diagnosis. And they followed through with treatment, and they were just really thriving, and it gave me a lot of hope.
How has being part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall?
It gave us the tools and perspective we didn't really realize we were missing. We feel way more equipped to manage our current situation, and it's made a real difference.
Yeah, and not just in our ability to cope, but the overall mental health and quality of life for our entire household.
Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
We still regularly use I statements and reflective listening. They've helped keep our communication calm and clear and respectful during stressful events.
How has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
Before NAMI, we mostly responded to mental health as it came up, reactively, and often with uncertainty, we didn't know exactly how to go about it, but we were just doing our best. But through the program, we've come to understand that mental health isn't just about handling a crisis while it's happening.
Right. We've learned that it's about ongoing care and boundaries and communication. We've learned that it's something that can kind of be managed and supported with intention rather than feared or silently endured.
Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe that?
I think we felt a really strong sense of support and community through NAMI. Like right off the bat, it was definitely exactly what we needed. The facilitators were really knowledgeable and compassionate, and they gave us confidence and guidance that we needed at that time.
There was a real comfort in being among others who understood our experience. People who could celebrate the small victories and share in the hard moments. That common bond made it easier to be open and vulnerable, and the group truly felt like a space of mutual support.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
I'd say humble yourself to the possibility of help. Everybody needs support sometimes, and if you're unsure whether you do, that's often the clearest sign that you do. NAMI's been a trustworthy, well-connected resource in the world of mental health, and reaching out to them could be the first step toward real clarity and relief.
What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
NAMI Erie County gave us a place to breathe. It meant having people who understood, like really understood, what we were going through without judgment. It gave us tools, language, and connection in a time when we felt overwhelmed and isolated.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
It has absolutely been grounding, empowering, compassionate, and unexpectedly life-changing.
Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Mental health challenges affect more families than most people realize. And NAMI provides free, practical, and life-affirming support that's often hard to find elsewhere. Supporting NAMI on Erie Gives Day ensures that more people can access those resources when they need them most.
And then finally, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
A donation could be the reason that someone feels seen instead of ashamed, hopeful instead of helpless. NAMI isn't just a good cause, it's a vital community lifeline. Even a small gift can make a real lasting difference.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and what you do?
Yes, my name is Charles Brown. My stage name is C. Brown, and I'm a hip hop artist here in Erie, PA.
How did you first hear about NAMI?
Seeing various ads online, people sharing things about NAMI.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
I was in the annual walk, and I also did Zoom meetings through NAMI.
What made you initially decide to get involved?
I've always cared about mental health personally through life experiences between myself and my peers.
Was there any specific moment during any of the things you've done with NAMI that really stood out to you or made a difference?
During the annual walk, it was just nice to hear different stories between everybody about their experiences with mental health and just how we all connected, whether we were affected by something or whether we knew somebody that was going through something. It just felt nice to just connect that way.
Love that. How has being part of NAMI's programming or just like following us on our socials impacted your mental health or your life overall?
It made me more aware of my own mental health issues, and it made me want to take a stance. It also made me more compassionate about others.
Love that. Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
I would have to say just being real with yourself about what you may be going through. I think the whole being vulnerable and being transparent about what you're feeling, what you're dealing with mentally has really played a part in my life. It made me want to share my stories more. It made me want to seek help whenever I'm having a dark moment, and it made me want to push others to do the same.
You've kind of always talked about mental health, but how has your perspective either changed or shifted on mental health since working with and learning about NAMI?
I always took mental health, always had like a selfish approach to it. I always thought about myself when it came to it, and I didn't realize how universal mental health really is. You never know who's going through it, but a lot of people are. So I just take it more serious as far as that aspect goes.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe it?
I would have to say, yeah. I'm seeing more and more people associate themselves with NAMI and speak about their stories and dealings with mental health.
Love that. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
That you are definitely not alone. I know it sounds sort of cliche, but that's the honest to God truth. You're not alone, and you shouldn't be afraid to seek help. If you're feeling like you want to get better, then you should try to seek better treatment. Reach out to a friend, a professional, anyone that can help get you to a level of sanity, and don't feel bad about it. be comfortable with the fact that you are dealing with something and that there is somebody out there that cares enough to help you out.
Mm-hmm. What does NAMI mean to you personally?
At this point, simply it's an outlet for me, and it makes me want to, not be so ashamed of things that I've been through mentally. So I appreciate NAMI for taking on these issues that, at one point we thought there was no accessible help. We thought there was no organization or support group that cared about mental health. So NAMI has, affected my life in that way. Just knowing that there's people out there that actually takes on these things.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
Great. Phenomenal, impactful, necessary.
Thank you. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Because NAMI is taking on a worldly issue that we might not always view as a worldly issue. I've always felt like mental health, well, at least in my adulthood, that mental health was a big thing that needs to be talked about. It's a discussion that for many of years, my peers and myself have ran away from or tried to throw under the rug. Mental health is a huge issue, and it's important that it's talked about. So I appreciate NAMI for taking this on, and anybody that supports it will be helping the cause. And everything is not going to get solved in one day, but if we stay at it, we'll get to a solution somehow.
And finally, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
That they should, because they would be donating to something that is beautiful and that is meant for, in my eyes, all mankind.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name is Cindy Vivarelli, and I have worked in the field of human services my entire career. I've worked with children, families, individuals who are struggling in one capacity or another. In my free time, I enjoy gardening, reading, interacting with my 3 adult daughters, my grandchildren, friends, and family.
Perfect. How did you first hear about NAMI Erie County?
I heard about NAMI through my work in human services. I encouraged my people that I worked with to take advantage of this free service for support and education.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
I completed the Family to Family program along with my husband in 2022.
Perfect. What made you initially decide to get involved with our programs?
When an opportunity in my personal life arose, I felt that I would benefit from the support that NAMI offered, and I wanted to find out as much as I could as a family member, as a friend to other individuals struggling. I knew about NAMI on a professional level, but I had never participated in one of their programs before.
Perfect. Was there any specific moment during the program that really stood out to you or made a difference?
I think that right from the beginning, meeting other caregivers, family members, friends, support people that were going through similar life experiences was really a good connection for me. It's a very confidential group. People were really there at the time in their life that they wanted to be there. They were willing to share. It was a compassionate group, so educational and affirming. It was really a wonderful program to participate in.
Good, I'm glad.
How has being part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall?
I think what the group really brought to me is that as a caregiver, as a friend, as a support to others, I need to take care of myself first and foremost. They really stressed that that was an important aspect that many people overlook. I also felt like the responsibility you feel as a friend or family member, the guilt that you feel, you learn in that group how to process that and how to be really a good advocate for your loved one.
Perfect. Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Definitely being mindful, being patient, focusing on self-care, and not to be a controlling factor. You're to support your loved one, not to try to take control of their life, especially if they're an adult. They still have the right to establish their own recovery, and you need to support them in the decisions that they make.
Perfect. How has your perspective on mental health changed since participating in NAMI programming?
I'm more informed. I know not to give up. I know that I need to try different pathways, and the stigma is still there, it still exists, and you have to surround yourself with people who are compassionate and not judgmental. And I think that's what the Family to Family program gave me. Not that my friends and family are judgmental or anything, but sometimes you don't want to share things with those individuals closest to you, but you would like to share those experiences that you've had with others who have gone through the same or similar things.
Definitely. Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe it?
Absolutely. The leaders that ran the group were very supportive. They shared their own personal life experiences. We had sessions where professionals would come in and talk, and where peers would come in and talk. So it really was really about sharing, learning, supporting, compassion, and also I think a really big thing is there's no pressure to talk about something. No one makes you feel like I was never anxious during those meetings. If you were having a certain type of day and you didn't want to share, it was perfectly fine, and you could feel comfortable with the group.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
I would say take that first step. If you have someone in your life who is supportive and non-judgmental and caring, reach out to that person and let them know you're having some struggles, and take an opportunity to visit the NAMI website for all the services that they have, as well as giving them a call. As I said, they're such a supportive, non-judgmental place, and you can call without feeling any pressure.
Love that. What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
I think it gave me a voice, and it helped me advocate and support my people in my life much better. I feel more confident. I don't feel so overwhelmed, and I'm not reactionary anymore. I know that I have to process and let people vent and share what they're going through at that minute.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
I would say immediate support, no pressure, trust, and hope for the future.
Love that. This one is not on there, but you are also a NAMI board member. Can you kind of talk about why you wanted to become a part of our board and how it's been for you since you joined?
After I retired from the helping profession, I really felt that I needed to continue my work with the Erie community. And when I was approached to become a member, considered for a member on the board, I thought long and hard about that, and also eagerly jumped at it because I felt that this was yet another way that I could continue my work in the community, and that I was a voice that could be heard. I also wanted to say, after I completed the Family to Family program, I was offered an opportunity to provide feedback, and that was really a great opportunity too, and it also added some additional things into their program.
Yeah, perfect. 2 more questions for you.
Okay.
Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
I think as a community, as a whole, we have so many people that are struggling. I know there's going to be a lot of opportunity for donations, but NAMI really stands out to me. Their services are free. What they have accomplished over the last couple years is amazing. The outreach that they're doing into all avenues of life, schools and teachers and clergy and clubs, and they're really spreading the word about mental health and really working to decrease the stigma associated. They run their program on a small budget. They rely on donations, fundraising, so they really can use the support. The staff are amazing, as well as the volunteers, and they're very dedicated to enriching the lives and helping people as they make their journey. I really feel it's a worthwhile investment in your Erie community.
Well, thank you very much. My final question for you, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
Visit the website. Become a member. The website really highlights the work that NAMI does, and I'm not sure that the average citizen in Erie County really recognizes the amount of work that NAMI is doing across the whole community. If you visit the website and look at what they've done, I think you'll find a very strong reason to donate on Erie Gives Day.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Cindy. Can you start by telling us a little bit about yourself, like your name and who you work for?
Sure. My name is Maria Mazalewski. I'm the Director of Special Education with Iroquois School District. And my role is providing supports and services for students that require additional help in school, whether that has to deal with their learning or behavior, emotional well-being, kind of the gamut.
Beautiful. How did you first hear about NAMI?
So within my career, prior to this role, I was a school psychologist, and both of those roles involve advocating and identifying needed resources for students that, again, might involve learning or mental health. And so NAMI has been a staple resource in this community since I started my career a number of years ago.
What NAMI programs have you either participated in or brought into the school?
Yeah. So Iroquois has been fortunate to partner with NAMI over the years. Initially, we had provided some resources for our students and families through like a lunch and learn series where NAMI would come in and have presentations with our students, and teachers and staff and families were able to participate as well. And most recently, this previous school year, we had the opportunity to train our staff in youth mental health first aid. And then this spring, we had the opportunity then to train our teens in teen mental health first aid. So that's been the most recent involvement in terms of programming with NAMI.
Yeah. What kind of made you initially decide to get involved with our programming?
Well, again, NAMI is a trusted resource in the community. It's kind of a, when you think of mental health and community resources, NAMI comes to mind. I've met with a couple of the NAMI folks who happen to be very friendly, engaging, collaborative, people, and when talking about programming and services that we thought would best meet the needs of our students and staff and our families, the teen and youth mental health first aid training really resonated in terms of equipping our students and families and students and staff with the information and the knowledge that they need to respond to their peers and students that are maybe experiencing some mental health challenges or crises.
Perfect. Has there been any kind of specific moment during any program or presentation that stood out to you or really made a difference?
Sure. Well, two, I think. One, when we did the Lunch and Learn series, we had a group of students that actively participated in a number of those Lunch and Learn presentations and really had sought out information to help their peers. So really seeing these young people step up and want to take an integral role in supporting their friends was pretty profound to me as an adult because these are young people that are experiencing challenges of their own and they want to help their peers first and foremost. So that really has stood out. And then NAMI, with providing the teen mental health first aid, certainly has helped equip our students to do so and to be a resource for their friends when in need. Secondly, I would say during the youth mental health first aid training, seeing the eagerness of our staff and teachers to learn information so that they can understand how to respond when students are experiencing mental and behavioral health challenges. It was very powerful to me. So our teachers love to teach, they love the content, but even more than that, they love their students and they see them as people. So really seeing them eagerly absorbing the information so that they can meet the needs of their students as a whole child was super cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love hearing that. How has being a part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or just your life overall?
Sure. Well, I would say that, educators these days are experiencing we have varied roles. So we're not just educating students, we're also trying to meet their social and emotional needs. That can be acutely stressful. We have some students that present with very acute mental health needs and challenges, and that is very straining to our district, to our teachers, to families, and even to peers around them. So really being able to be more equipped to respond to the needs of our students has helped me professionally, but also personally, because we know that those lines aren't always delineated.
Yeah.
So we absorb stress across both roles.
Definitely. Kind of piggybacking off of that, have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Yes. Certainly how to respond to a young person that is experiencing mental health challenges, really empowering them with resources so that they can access supports and services, and how to respond appropriately to students that are experiencing crisis. And also really equipping our staff so that they're able to do so, because we're not, in terms of administration, our role is to really support those around us. So if we're able to equip and support our teachers and staff and our students with helping those around them, it really helps establish a sense of family and community that we value a lot in Iroquois.
I love that. How has your perspective on mental health kind of changed, or maybe like you have a new perspective on it since working with NAMI?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And one of the one of the benefits of partnering with an agency, an organization like NAMI, is really the delivery and dissemination of information and resources, so that mental health, you're trying to decrease the stigma and increase availability of resources. And that is, that's one of our focuses in the district, is to really, we talk a lot about emotional wellness and the importance of taking care of one's emotional and mental health, in addition to, physiological health and academic performance. So it really has helped our district initiative on mental health awareness and accessing resources so that our students can be more communicative and vocal when they require that support.
Love that. Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe it?
Sure. Am I allowed to name drop here?
Sure.
Okay. Heather Noon's amazing. I mean, everyone that I've met has been so collaborative and communicative. Heather has shared her personal story and some of the things that she has gone through, in her life personally. And that allows people to feel a sense of connection. And again, it decreases the stigmatization, because not only do you have a provider who is resourceful and has the information and can share out resources to help, but also share a personal story. And there's something about that personal sharing of information that supports a sense of relatedness and trust, and just the consistency of resources and competency that we've established with NAMI. So.
Yeah, Heather is great.
Yeah,
I can
she's
also
awesome.
attest. So I'm
Yeah.
sure she'll appreciate that. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
Yeah. One of my mantras in life is to have a conversation. So, mental health, especially prior to some mental health campaigning and awareness, a lot of people carry their burdens individually, and so that's a heavy weight to carry, especially if you're not sharing that out, and it gets heavier and heavier over time. Mm-hmm. And so I would encourage somebody to have a conversation with somebody else and to seek resources. Certainly NAMI is a trusted resource to help an individual identify what resources are available in the community, but it really does start with a conversation and sharing the need that one might have.
What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
NAMI to me means hope, empowerment, and resource.
Love that. Mm-hmm. If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be? And they could be the same ones if you want.
I would say resourceful and responsive.
Love that.
Yeah.
Our final two questions. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
So I struggled with this a little bit, not because I don't find the value in it, but also because I'm a school district employee and we do Erie Gives. So, I had to seek permission to, from my boss to do this. But, Erie Gives for NAMI, it's not about NAMI. It's not about the organization of NAMI specifically. It's about reaching lives, and it's about the individual life and the family and the system that individual is a part of, whether that's your immediate family, a church system, a neighborhood, your community, Erie in general. Like Erie Gives is, what are we doing to empower and support growth in our community? And NAMI does that by supporting initiatives and programmings and resources so that individuals and families and systems in our community can benefit. So.
Love that.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then our final question, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
I would say proceed. Any small act of kindness is going to have great benefit. No regrets with any amount that anybody is able to give to support others in need. I don't know how you could have any regrets in that regard. So.
Perfect. Yeah. That was great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and who you work for?
Yep. My name is Matt. I'm the Family Support Case Manager at St. Martin Early Learning Center. So I work with OCY, get kiddos involved, enrolled to their program, help them get resources, services. And I've also been a teacher at St. Martin Early Learning Center for 3 years before that.
How did you first hear about NAMI?
As a teacher there, our assistant director came up to me and said, we're going to have NAMI come up every once a week. Thursdays for your class, which is the older school age clip program. Tuesdays for the other classroom. Then I kind of did some research, and that's really the main way I first heard of you guys.
What NAMI program have you participated in?
So the program was Exploring the Arts. Basically, you guys would come every Thursday for my class and talk about self-care, coping skills, calm down techniques, mostly focus on those things for the most part.
Perfect. Was there any kind of specific moment during the program that really stood out to you or made a difference for the kids?
Yeah, like I said, a lot of it was self-care, coping skills. So we talk about those, put them into action sometimes. We did a lot of different games. The one game that really stuck out was we had this big board game that went around the room. We put kids into pairs, team up. They'd roll some dice, and then they'd have to go to wherever they rolled and either utilize a coping skill, a calm down technique, name a person they could talk to if they're having a bad day. It was just a great way to have the kids involved, get into teams, have fun with it, but actually just put those skills into action.
Perfect. How has being a part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall? And you could also kind of explain this from the kids' perspective too, whichever.
Yeah, for me, it was more like a refresher for a lot of these different skills and stuff. Just being able to put them into action for myself. I know there's long days at work, and sometimes it was tough to remember, like, oh, you're here to help these kids, so it helped me step back, do some self-care, calm down techniques myself, but also just helping the kiddos use these skills. Saying, hey, I see you're upset. Remember that dragon breathing we learned last week? Let's try that. So it's just really cool to learn those skills and then help the kiddos and also me put them into action.
Well, you kind of answered this one, but I know that the program is tailored for the kids, but have you learned any new skills or tools through Exploring the Arts that you use?
Yeah, a lot of it was just more self-care. There was a while where I was taking care of myself, but I was like more getting worried about work, worried about A, B, C, and D. So I made an effort, especially like this summer, to actually do some self-care. I went on vacation last week. Just things along those lines, just to remember myself and my own mental health too, where I'm not just putting, all the kiddos above my, own mental health. So that was a big thing for me, really.
Perfect. Has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
I don't know if it's changed, but I don't know if I said, but just kind of reaffirming some of the things that I've learned in the past, things that, I've maybe put on the back burner, like I said, self-care or just any coping skills like that. And also just remembering that everyone's different, everyone's going through their own stuff. So just remembering that if a kiddo's, acting out or something like that, maybe it's not, they're just having a bad day. Maybe something really bad's going on at home. So it kind of just put, mental illness back to the forefront in my mind, which I think is really important.
Definitely. Would you say that there's a sense of support or kids during Exploring the Arts every week? And can you kind of describe that?
Yeah, I do. So for my class, it was the 3rd grade to like 6th grade. 6th, 7th, so like up to 13-year-old girls down to 7-year-old boys. So we had Miss Sharon come to my class, and it was really cool to see. She would come and, like I said, up to 13-year-old girls with huge attitudes and 7-year-old boys with insane amount of energy. But she would come every single week and really put the kids at the forefront. It was really cool. She would remember stories that kids would tell her from the past and bring them up in future times she would come. There was this one kid who mentioned his cousin was overly upset. I think had talked to him about suicide or something along those lines. And Miss Sharon made a point to make sure to go talk to him about it and check in with him every couple weeks and say, hey, buddy, how you doing? But just things along those. It was really cool to see her come in and care about the kiddos. There was an older girl, 13-year-old, who would ask Miss Sharon to come to the playground every other week. And Miss Sharon would make a point to, I can't this week, but next week I can. And she would stay for an extra 20 minutes just to hang out with the kiddos more. So I remember that, and I know those few kiddos definitely remember it too. So it was really cool to see.
I love that. Miss Sharon loves them. She'll talk about them to everyone.
Yep.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
I can speak from experience. I know I used to not, think I can do everything myself. Why do I need to talk to someone? But since, learning some things myself, it's okay to go talk to somebody. It's not a sign of weakness. It's not you saying, hey, I'm a strong guy. Everyone should be able to talk to someone, even if it's not a therapist. It's, a grandma, it's a coworker. It's for the kiddos. I tell them anytime I see them, if you need someone to talk to, please say, I want to talk to Mr. Matt. So I think it's just important to, not think that you can do everything yourself. I think it's important to remember that your mental health is serious and important.
Yes, definitely. What does NAMI mean to you personally?
NAMI to me is it's an organization that truly cares about the people they're going to work with. Like I said, work with the kiddos. They're their attitudes, but every NAMI individual that's come in to work with the kiddos gives it their all. You can tell they care. They truly care. They're an empathetic group. I just think it's an organization that truly cares and has the best in mind for all clients, age-wise, anything like that.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
Like I said there, I guess caring, empathetic, kind. Yeah, just a group that truly cares about, the people they work with.
Perfect. 2 more questions. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Kind of like I said there, it's just a group that cares about people, so they deserve to get donations. I know that's not easy working with, the populations they work with, and every dollar counts. So, yeah, they deserve it.
Thank you. And our final question, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
I think your donation would go a long way in helping NAMI. If you think NAMI, also think St. Martin Center. No, it's honestly, it's a group that cares about people, and I think your money's not going to waste. It's going to a good cause, which truly cares and wants to help people.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and where you work?
My name is Megan Wood, and I work at St. Martin Early Learning Center.
How did you first hear about NAMI?
I first heard about NAMI with St. Martin because I was told that they came the year before, and then they were coming back. And that was when I was first introduced to NAMI.
What NAMI program have you participated in?
Exploring the arts.
Beautiful. Has there been, and for anyone that doesn't know, Exploring the Arts is we go into like daycares or after school programs and we teach the kids emotional regulation through art. That's just for anyone that doesn't know that's watching. Has there been like a specific moment during the program that really stood out to you of like the kids having like an aha moment or anything like that?
Yes. When we discussed how the foods that we eat affect our bodies and our mentality and how our brains develop, that was like a really big thing for the kids, even myself, because nobody really actually pays attention to what we eat. We just eat, especially if we're like wanting something to snack on or just craving something or just actually just like, hey, I'm in the mood for something. So nobody actually pays attention to the aftermath of what we eat and how it affects us. So that was like a real big aha moment for all of us, that made us take a deeper dive into what was healthier foods, what were healthier options, what were safer alternatives, as far as like even myself, like coffee creamers, different types of coffee, even for the kids with juices, snacking options, even more taking in more fruits and vegetables. And so those were things that we all took a step back and were like, okay, let's explore this and how it actually helps us versus making it more complicated against us.
How has being a part of NAMI's programming or watching the kids participate impacted their mental health, your mental health?
It has, I believe it truly has helped them grow mentally. I think that it has ultimately helped them become more of aware of who they are, what they are, and, think of a lot a lot of choices that they make before they make them. I think that it helped with a lot of their self-esteem. I think that it helped with a lot of their friendships, building boundaries, healthy boundaries, learning when to say no and learning when to actually accept someone in versus just pushing people away. And it also helped with a lot of the fighting. It helped with a lot of communication. It helped with a lot of getting along, and then mostly accepting people for who they are. I also believe that it also has helped them with branching outside of themselves and becoming more friendlier with other people and reaching out to other peers and making them feel more welcome and accepted in their environment. So I really do think that NAMI has helped a lot with their development mentally all
Great.
around the board.
That's great. I'm glad. What are some of the or are there any skills or tools that the kids have learned through exploring the arts that they still use?
Taking a step back, deep breathing, the healthy snacks, the healthier options, learning when they've had enough to eat, not overeating. They also have, even when it comes to taking deep breaths, they've also, with communication, learning to use their words, learning to think more positively about themselves, not speaking down on others, even inviting others into a group to play. Those are like a lot of the things that they use on a daily basis from what they've learned from exploring the arts.
I love that. How has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
Big time. Honestly, with just even not even just with the kids, but even in my personal, because I had been dealing with a lot, it made me take a step back and say, okay, you know what, I needed to more so take care of myself and be there so I could be there for others. It made me want to choose healthier routes for myself when it comes to taking some me time, taking some time out for myself, taking time to have those extra moments for deep breaths, or when I needed a snack, or when I needed to just have a calm down moment, or just to get away. But also to be there for those that needed me most, not just those, the kids that I teach, but also my own kids. So it bridged a lot of different gaps that I was missing in my life to better, focus on myself so that I could be more of a help to those that are around me.
Do you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI during like exploring the arts? And can you describe it?
Yeah, I do. I love the fact that there are a lot of community outreaches. I love that there's a lot of community events. I love that there's a lot of support systems, groups, meetings. I love that there's always an option for everything that is needed. Just even being able to talk to you in the times that we've talked, that there was always something that was available for whatever it was that was going on. So I feel like there's always support. There's always something that is there.
Love that. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
If you're unsure, it's always best to try to get some. Because even in those toughest times is when you need someone the most. You need someone to encourage you, to lift you up, to be your backbone and be your support when you feel like you don't have anyone. And a lot of the times when you are unsure is when you feel like your back is against the wall. And there is somebody that can be that wedge in between you and that wall. So I do feel like there are more than enough services that even if you can't afford it, there are more than enough that are free to be able to help someone, help you, so that you don't have to suffer by yourself, because no one has to suffer by themselves.
Mm-hmm. What does NAMI mean to you personally?
Personally, a second chance, a new thought process, a new way of thinking, a new way of an outlook, a deep breath, fresh air, just being able to feel like at some point there's a weight lifted off of your chest.
I love that. If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
My experience in just a few words: the best deep breath I've ever taken.
Oh, I love that. 2 more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Because the amount of work and the amount of services that is given unselfishly by this company, I see it every week, and I see it in the community just by the things that are on Facebook, on the website, on just in the conversations that I have with you guys, even one, the partnering that we do together for the kids is a chance for other people to have that new fresh air and a new chance at a different life.
And finally, if someone was thinking about donating to NAMI on Erie Gives Day, what would you say to them?
Don't think about it. Just do it. Just do it.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi guys, welcome back to our live. We are out here at 1611 Peach Street in the parking lot. We have our dunk tank today. If you're new to the live, it is Erie Gives Day, so happy Erie Gives Day. We are with NAMI Erie County and the National Alliance of Mental Illness. We do free support groups, free programming, all mental health, all free, accessible to whoever needs it. And for the next hour, every single donation that we get, someone is going to be dunked in this tank. So please make your donations now. And thank you. Okay.
Is this live?
It is.
Hi, I'm about to get soaking wet, but you know what? It's hot. So it's okay.
It's really hot out.
How many viewers?
I can't see that on here.
Oh.
But also, Facebook, it hasn't been very accurate. I know that there's more people on there.
Yeah. Well, once they see it's me, they might just shut it off.
Who's gonna be throwing first when he's in there?
Any of these ladies here?
Once he climbs up, start grabbing balls and throw. Yeah. Well, not right away. Yeah.
I'll be there as soon as you start. It's good.
Yeah, because he's got to climb up first. But yeah, once he gets on the perch, somebody get ready.
I'm just gonna throw.
And somebody else get ready to dunk him in case they miss.
And you can get as close as
Get
you
him!
need.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, stand by for boxes one more time.
Someone else throw. I can't throw. No, I don't. Okay.
Honestly, for this, you could just go up and hit it if you need to.
Really?
Yeah. 6. And then you can still take your turns.
I might do that.
It is hot though.
No, I work at the house.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Okay. Fire away. Hurry up. We're on a time frame. Come on, Kel. Come on, Kel. Come on.
Run up there.
Oh, no. So anyway, there you go. We gotta wrap it up. Smash the camera. I see. Come on down to NAMI. You get your chance to dunk. Sorry, I got Bell back. Get your chance to dunk. All for you. So meteorologist Craig Flint's live at NAMI this time. Matt, back to you. Oh, cool.
Good job. Excellent job. I'm like jealous. I feel like he's refreshed. Yeah, I know. I got a little wet and it's amazing.
It feels like I was in there. The sweat coming off my face could like drown someone. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Hey, guys. Pretty much the exact same thing.
What's going on with the dunk tank?
Right.
Find out. So that are you done?
No, we'll do it again at 12:30.
Okay.
All right, Heather.
How much are $5 be free? Just for 12 to 1, just an hour. Oh, and just for the 1 hour? Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay, all right. Ours is 10 to 7.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Oh, nice.
I will drive. Not too bad.
I was not even.
Okay, guys, if you're just joining in, this is our Erie Gives Day live stream. We are live on Facebook and YouTube right now. We are dunking a person for every single donation we get for the next hour. All the money goes directly back to NAMI Erie County PA for our free mental health programming. So make sure you go onto eriegives.org, look up NAMI Erie County PA, and make your donations to dunk some people. Thank you.
I did. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, go ahead.
I went already. Well,
I was just a victim of the dunk tank. I'm meteorologist Craig Flint from Jet 24 Fox 66. All my coworkers just couldn't wait to take their shot at me. But we're gonna do it again, 12:30. So if you live close by and you want a chance to dunk the weather guy, come on down to NAMI. All right, I'll be here for a little while longer. We're gonna get in the dunk tank again. We appreciate all your support. I got to go dry off now.
Feel free to move up as far as you want. Thanks. Did you get it? Did you get dunked yet? The rules are, there are no rules. Are you ready? There are no rules. Yeah. How's the water? That was so stressful. My phone overheated, so I had to switch the phones. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I bet it. Oh, that one's not good. You guys ready to go? Like, Kelly did. And both you did too. Well, yeah, go ahead. These guys. Hi. You heckling is so funny. Wait, like, you got this, Danny. Oh man. All right, you're lucky. He's like, I'm a little warm. Can you hit the next one? Your turn.
I don't have it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was at Chuck E. Cheese yesterday.
I'm all good. Thank you, though.
Does it feel good? Oh, who's next? We have any balls left here? Oh, are you gonna knock me down? You gonna knock me in the water? Wait. You got a little bit. You move on up. Almost. You got it. It's gonna knock me in. I know it. Oh, go push it. You hit it. Good job. You know, I was hot anyway. So I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
You go ahead and hit it. You hit it, so drop and push it. Sometimes it's just, you have to hit it.
That's right.
Go.
He's here.
Hey. Get in there. Alright.
Yeah, we're real close.
Are you gonna dunk me? Heather can't catch a break. Can I breathe for a second? She said she loves it. Oh, you can go up a little close. You can go as close as you need to.
Leave it to Kelly. Okay, coach up.
Step up a little closer. In the shot. I was like, come on. Here.
I was like, give you guys the time cues. I'm like,
Got one more. We go to commercial break. And we're pretty long. So it's real close. Real close.
Closer, 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 closer.
Do that. Oh, that's pretty close.
So,
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Hey, you like? Oh.
It proves it.
You know what? Cool. Okay. We're not in live. We're with the camera. Go ahead.
Okay, you're not sticking around. Have one more live hit.
Oh. Wait, I'll give him a shot on it.
I mean, if you guys.
Right there. Wait, parking. All right. Oh, I got you. That's right. Right there. You can stand wherever. If you want to stand close to these cans. We just have the bucket there, but you can stand.
I have to go back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on. You can just see it. We hit it. It doesn't push it. Woo! Yeah. Nice. Woo! Gotta pay him now. Gotta pay him. Okay. Go. Oh. That was a good time. Thank you for supporting us. Yeah, thank you so much. You're pulling me off. All right.
Yeah, I think as is, it's probably perfect. I think they would really really enjoy me taking out about $20,000.
It's hot out here. I'm jealous. I can't lie to you.
Okay. You guys would be jealous. You thought I was
Just like a half day of jet fuel.
here. It's like you're spending the day in the pool. I'm kind of surprised that your parents by taking it. We have to keep refilling it. We have a hose, so we do lose a little. All right. Let's try.
Kelly, you were like spot on.
Fire in. Whenever we get everything. No, yeah. I'll say.
All right, who else want to be back here?
I got yes.
Tyler, you gonna fire one off this time?
I'll fire one.
We got it first time on the line of fire.
I'm gonna have to back up.
Oh, I got you.
I didn't realize you were throwing.
Oh.
So look.
Oh.
Temperature reporting.
Okay. Once you're up, we got a donation.
Thank you.
Okay, we got an anonymous donation. Every donation means Heather gets dunked. So.
Oh, who's gonna give me one? I do. Oh, you do? Okay. Oh, this isn't even fault. I don't wear it yet. I will take extra.
So make sure you're donating because Heather gets dunked.
Want me to just start up there next time, or?
That's up to you. The timing of it works out all right. I mean, if you're up there, then we
Let me get you more.
once.
No.
We're doing this as a standalone post.
I know.
Makes me cool though.
Also, right now I've only got you going in once, but it was a good one.
Very good.
Super tight.
Yeah, we should start you off up there since. Is it a speaker sound?
Oh, was it? It's a gecko. It is. It's a gecko. Yeah.
I'm gonna say, yeah,
It is very hot.
They've hooked on mine. I've been hit a couple times in the field.
I have sunblock there if you needed that being that.
Honestly, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're pretty tan anyway. I don't think you will.
It'll turn to color. We're good.
It's getting a little saucy.
Yeah. Spicy come under.
It's a shark.
You just dunk it again early.
Express.
I don't think they have the sunnies.
No. Like that. It's just
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together. Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
It's only true here for you. mental health is underway at NAMI Erie County PA.
He just plays the commercial whenever it does it. Just inserts the commercial.
And I'm and she went out of my car in the little booth. I'm just waving to random people on State Street. And I told maybe they'll come. And you can't move around with the canopy at all? There you go.
Hi guys. Just if you're tuning in just now, we are live outside 1611 Peach Street. We're in the parking lot right next to Red Roof Inn, and we are doing per donation. So make sure you donate during this hour. We're out here till 1 p.m. Every donation, Heather gets dunked. So thank you.
All right, who wants to throw in Heather? We got more little. Janash, yeah, she's running it. Go ahead, go. Is it okay if I go downstairs? Yeah. Can I just run up and move? Do I have to throw? You can do whatever you want. What the heck?
Did you pay?
Wendy did it for an easy way out. Come on, you can. Hold on. Wendy, are you going to get in there? We'll see. Give it to Jess. Give it to Jess. Oh, I kind of thought so. My life looks a little.
Oh my god, I'm sweaty.
Yeah, all right, go. She's like right now. I see what you get. No better than get me to bed.
Secondhand water.
I pulled in here.
Actually, Tyler, do you want to do the interview now? Okay.
Oh.
You know, we were all standing here. We're like, where are I like walked into the building. Oh yeah.
Yeah, put that out of the way. We'll have 10 minutes till another hit, so this will only take about 2 or 3. When do you take a title? We'll probably have to do that on camera as well, in case somebody else ends up looking at this. Okay, that is all set. I'm going to have you step over this way, so the tent's right behind you there. Yeah, you're fine right there. Actually, we'll have to come back over right about there. Ignore me and the camera and Tyler. You can look right at Tyler. You know this one. Yeah. She's a pro. I am all set. All right. How do you say your name? And then executive director. Okay, perfect. So to start, Wendy, tell me what's going on here right now in Peach.
So I have very dedicated and motivated staff who are lives great for your today. And this is the dunk tank. Healthy ones. Dunk tank are set under Heather and love on the dunk tank. Every donation it's just a fun way to promote
Yeah, this is just 1 hour of the telethon. What other cool highlights do you have?
Okay, guys, we have another donation from Robin and Dan. So Heather's getting dumped. Oh.
Thank you very much. That was great.
No, I'm so bad. Anything but natural. Thank you.
Heather, how are you doing? How you feeling?
Getting a little warm, so I need some sponsorship donations.
Heather's getting a little warm, guys. We have to get some donations in. All donations go directly back to NAMI Erie County PA. They go towards our support group costs, any craft supplies for exploring the arts, the books for mental health first aid. Dunk Heather. We have about 40 minutes left for you to get your donations in.
Come on, Craig.
I found throw like Kelly.
Hey, I did better than that. Yeah, you did great.
Yeah!
Just a warm up, you know.
And that could be you. If you donate right now, you will be the cause of her shooting into that dunk tank.
Brilliant.
In about 7 minutes, Craig will be joining us again in there.
You just lay down.
Let's see what we have over here.
We'll move you guys up so you can see what's happening over here. We're right behind the water stain on the ground, so we should be safe.
Yeah, it is a big splash.
Yeah, you're telling me. There we go. Get your donations in. Dunk Heather. Now we can see Heather. Craig will be in there soon.
Dunk me, it's hot out.
Heather said, "Dunk me, it's hot out." I don't know if you guys can hear her, but it is hot out. I can attest to that. Heather, question while you're just sitting there. Why do you think that people should donate this Erie Gives Day to NAMI Erie County PA?
I think people should donate because we have so many amazing events all summer that are free that we wouldn't be able to have unless, we have people donate for Erie Gives Day. That's where we're able to get the money to just run these NAMI walks and our guns and hoses and our movie nights. And we want to keep those things free for our community so that everybody has an opportunity to enjoy those events.
Oh, we got a donation from David Sample. Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
That felt good, I can't lie. Basically what Heather said is she believes you should donate this Erie Gives Day because all of our programming is completely free, and it's the way that we're able to do all of our community events and all of our free programming, everything accessible and free to the Erie community. So every single donation, no matter the amount, is incredibly helpful in making sure that we keep everything free and accessible to our community.
What time is it near him?
12:25. Let us know when you need her out of there.
You can take over whenever you'd like.
Like 5 minutes out. 5 minutes from the top. Well, yeah, 5 minutes from the top of the.
Everyone, by the way, got a really good laugh when the camera got so
For anyone just joining us, this is our Erie Gives Day live stream. We're outside right now in our parking lot with our dunk tank. Every single donation that's made is a dunk. So make sure you get your donations in. All donations will go directly back to our free and accessible mental health programming. We do support groups, classes, education, advocacy, you name it, we do it, and it's all free to everyone here in Erie County. So make sure you get your donations in to see some people get dunked.
Away from Fred being back in there. Almost to the time.
All right. One more time.
All right. God bless you.
Thank you. May I?
Of course. You guys try with many as you want.
Craig is going to be joining us again.
Are we in boxes again?
No, not yet. Well, probably. They'll probably do the exact same thing. We'll probably end up doing a couple boxes. Go to her. Come to you. So, yep.
They couldn't. No.
Aww. Poor Heather.
Hello, this is Reese.
Kitty, you're such a good
Hey there.
sport.
Yep. Sit. Package, break, then second half hour. Okay. Same format as last time? Exact same format. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All yours.
I'm going again.
Get in your donations, guys.
Yes, please donate NAMI 1611 Peach Street.
Hello.
Right? I did. Okay. I have a lot of numbers in my head a lot of the time. An extra hour at the bar for me. Oops, I say that. Good thing it's just Facebook. Breaking news. Ambulance chaser. Time's ticking. Here we go.
3 to 4 minutes.
3 to 4 minutes.
About 4, a little bit less.
Going back in. Abby, you're doing a great job. Way better on TV than I am.
I wouldn't go that far. Mostly just standing here.
Mic check from you, Craig.
I have perfected the sweat stash.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Dunk for donations. Got it.
Splash for cash.
Splash for cash. Oh, splash for cash is good.
You should dunk me so others can keep their heads above water.
Oh.
Created me all kinds of lines.
We're funny today.
He's like, I'm not doing that.
Soak out the stigma.
Soak out the stigma.
Heather, whenever he's done, we had an anonymous $1,000 donation, so we think that should be 3 in a row.
Wow. That's excellent.
3 in a row.
Can I mention that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Please do. It was anonymous. It was $1,000.
It's a great way to start it.
Yeah. That's a big one. You can go 3 times.
You guys want to do like pictures? We'll do it right after this.
Sure.
then we'll cut my coworkers. They're all standing around like, can we get this over with? This is not what we do. Now you're gonna get back to work, right? I got stuff to do. I got interviews to sling.
Ooh, that's enough. We just got another one. That's 4.
4?
4 in a row.
Another 1,000?
Not another 1,000. This was 50.
So it's still, hey, it's working. Every buck.
Are you sure that this is only an hour?
This rate it might not.
Good use of our resources. He's training for his time in the tank, I guess.
You're in next year. How about that?
Got to see how it's done. What building? That one? That's the old Manic? No.
Yeah, you're
Stand by.
Manic.
All right. Get ready for the triple box.
I just waved at him. It's like, how do you know?
All right, so you want me to start right up there?
Yeah, we can start up there this time. All right, who are my tossers? We want to try to get them twice this time.
We really need. I'm moving up then.
It's going to feel real good now that it's been sweaty.
I'll probably be a little further away this time.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, I didn't even think about it. I was like,
Well, I did because we did a practice one, earlier to see like how far it would come out.
yeah. It's like it's my own fault.
I got lost in the moment.
Okay. So
Stand by.
you wanted to feel good.
Alrighty, Matt, good afternoon once again. You know, every time I get to do one of these, the weather's just perfect. It is hot, so this is refreshing. It's a dunk for donation. What else did we come up with? Splash for cash.
Soak out stigma.
What's that?
Soak out stigma.
Soak out stigma. And I just wanted to mention, Erie, you're great. You always have been. It's why I love you. An anonymous donation, 5 minutes ago?
Uh-huh.
1,000?
Yep.
$1,000. So thank you so much. We are live at NAMI, 1611 Peach Street. And I was asked or voluntold, as I said earlier, that to do the dunk tank again. So I obliged. It is Erie Gives Day. You can donate. Log on to Erie Gives. Type in NAMI. And let's see if some of my colleagues have a good arm. They had one practice round earlier. Can't wait to take their shot. I'm looking at Danny right now. She's like, shut up, Craig. Let me get this show on the road. All right, let's do it. Tyler, thank you so much. You've been such a great assistant. Thank you.
There's 5 when you're ready.
All right, let's do it again. Danny, come on. Come on.
Yes!
I thought you were the soft arm. Are we gonna do it again? Do we have enough time? All right, we got 30 more seconds. Let's see who else we can get to do it. Steph, come on. I know you're a golfer, but let's see how well that arm is. Nope. Nope. Boo! She's terrible. Nope. Nothing. Can't do it. Underhanded. Nope. Still couldn't do it either. All right. Someone has to come push it. Here we go. That's it. We appreciate all the donations. I'm going to go dry off now. I hope the Anyway, stop down, say hi to NAMI, 1611 Beach Street. I'm here off Frankfurt. We're live on the beach at NAMI.
We have 6. 6 down.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. That was awesome. Good job.
Thank you for getting dunked.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Saves me a few dunks.
Okay, guys, we have a couple donations that Heather needs dunked for. We have that anonymous, the $1,000. We're gonna make that 3 dunks. That's a big donation. We have a $50 from Judy, so that's 1 more. We're at 4, and then another anonymous, and then James, $50. So, counting 6. All right, who wants to press it 6 times?
Yeah, I got this.
6 times.
Well, I mean, if you guys want.
Sorry, Heather. Sharon, what are you getting me back?
Watch the splash, though. You're in the splash zone. It really does launch you in there.
It does. It launches you. It's kind of backwards and upside down.
All right, that's 1. 5 more. That's 2. 4 more.
Yes. I'm ready.
That's 3. 3 more. Heather's like dunk tank professional now.
Got it all under control now, right?
3 more. Almost done for now. Unless people keep donating, then you're not done yet.
Send them to all the peeps that need to be sent.
All right, Heather, 1 more.
This is starting to be fun. Please donate.
She said it's starting to get fun, so keep on donating.
This is one of my best work days yet.
All right. Last one for now. Keep donating, guys.
We got 1 more. That was Jerry ran for a pic. Jerry, come over for a picture.
We're going to do it right in front of the...
Yes. There we go. We'll have her in the background. Yeah.
Hold on, I can set these down. No, I can't.
Oh,
Thanks for having me.
thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks for thinking of us.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, let me grab my things and we can head out.
Okay, everyone that's tuned in, we are at $3,470, which is 23% of our $15,000 goal. So keep announcing for the next 20 minutes. We're doing dunks, but we have all kinds of stuff for the rest of the day. We have 8 more hours of the live stream, so make sure you tune in, tell your friends to donate. Yeah, thank you. Do you think I should do the last 10 minutes or not? I think you should get in now. You do? Like, for like the last 15, because I could announce our executive director is going to be in for the last 15 minutes or last 10 or whatever.
to get in your donations. Do you think I'm going to be able to get in and out of it?
I don't think you're not going to be able to get out. It's going to be a little heavier with the shirt when it gets wet, but like it shouldn't be terrible.
I'll do it if you guys think I can get in and out of it.
Yes.
Anything's possible.
We have faith in you.
And if you can't get out, we could just tip it. So you can crawl out.
To make sure this locks too, because if it doesn't lock, it's kind of hard. But it's up to you, whatever you want.
But I forgot my curling iron, so I'm going to have to go home and redo my hair for 7 o'clock.
Wendy, I'm
Just put
fine
it
doing
up.
it the whole time too. It doesn't matter to me.
Whatever you guys think. You think that'll draw in more money?
I don't know.
Or no money?
They can hear you though.
They can hear me.
Correct.
Just think how cool you'll be. Off, pulled off was what I meant. That sounded. It feels so good. I know you're jealous.
It's
See, you're
so
sweating
hot.
over there. I got this nice.
You won't see me in there though.
Somebody just needs to dunk me now.
I'm so torn.
What's that?
I'm so torn on whether or not I can get up there.
Heather, do you want some more sunscreen for your face? I'm okay. Sure? Yeah, I put it on. It's waterproof. Oh, okay. Why do I look like a beet? Yeah,
No.
your face is a little wet.
I don't think it is. I can't wait to go inside.
Do you want me to run up and get you some water?
No, it's like 15 minutes and then we're going up.
I have that pink water bottle too. Still has some water in it if you're thirsty. Okay?
I'm good.
Which one was whose? Mine's a green one. Okay. You want some? I'm good for now. When I was a kid, like I dreamed of going in one of these and getting dunked. I wanted to so bad. Oh, it's like fulfilling my bucket list dream. There you go. Well deserved. Come up here and I can splash you if you want to go on. Well, you're the director, so.
Oh, we got one.
Good, I was starting to get hot.
All right.
All right, thank
Oops.
you.
Okay, we got a donation from Lori and Michael Hannon for $250.
Thank you. Oh.
It does feel good, I tell you what. Wendy's going in. Okay, guys, these last 10 minutes are going to be our executive director, Wendy. Spam us with donations. Dunk her. She's all too excited. Do you want your glasses off or on?
I'll flip them off if time comes.
Okay. We're going to do a quick commercial to show you what your donation is going towards, and then we'll be right back. Sending your donations to Dunk Our Boss.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Okay, guys, we got one. Anonymous, $50. Thank you very much. Plug your nose. Does it feel good? Oh, we got another one. We got another one. Andy and Pat Tellers, $50. Thank you very much. Did it feel good?
Ready.
Keep them coming, guys. We have 10 minutes left in this portion of our live. Keeps turning. So after this, just so everyone knows, we are doing our live painting with our former intern, Katie. We talked to her about her intern experience, things that she learned and took into her profession, and then you get to watch her paint, and it's incredible what she can do in just an hour. So in 10 minutes, that will be what's next. Just make sure you stay tuned and make sure you donate within the next 10 minutes to Dunk My Boss. We're going to jump to a quick commercial. We'll see you right back here.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together. Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is on the way at NAMI Erie County PA.
Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is on the way at NAMI Erie County PA.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Business. Okay, my phone's up. Up! Tina Riccardi, $50. Tina was ready to dunk Wendy. We have about 5 minutes left of our dunk tank portion of our Erie Gives Day live stream. So make sure you get in your donations as quick as possible to dunk Wendy. At 1 or whenever we're done dunking, we'll switch over to our live painting with Katie, our former intern. So stay tuned. No? It's hot. Final countdown. 5 minutes. 4. 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes left. There's no point. But both phones are fine.
Next year, we need to have teams.
Yeah, I agree.
What did you say? Music. Oh, yeah. That was cool. I am a big speaker, too. And maybe get a heat from here. Yeah, that'd be nice.
We have about 3 minutes left of our dunk tank portion of Erie Gives Day live stream. All donations are going back into our free mental health programming. We do peer support groups, classes, exploring the arts, mental health first aid, all the things, all completely free of charge. Next, we're going to be moving into our live painting with our former intern, Katie. So stay tuned for that and keep donating. We have about 3 minutes left of this portion, so make sure we get in a few more dunks.
Good job, Eddie.
Janana's barking orders at me through the phone. She said, LOL. And she said, it's with love. Okay, you guys, that's a wrap from us down here. We're gonna go ahead and empty this tank. We're gonna move into our live painting, so I'm gonna send it back to Janana in our studio, aka our office. Thank you for tuning in. We hope you'll stay with us throughout the day, and happy Erie Gives Day.
Thanks for donating. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. And if you're just joining us today, welcome. But if you've joined us already today, welcome back. We are doing a live painting today with none other than our former intern, but continues to do things for us, Katie. So yay, claps for Katie. We're just gonna jump into it. Katie's gonna be painting. We'll switch between so that you can kind of see what she's doing, but then you can still see her face. And we're just going to ask her some questions. She was formerly our intern. She had done it for school, and now she's out there in the real world as an adult. But she stays involved, so we love that. And we love Katie. So without further ado, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of your educational background, what you're doing now, all the things?
Absolutely. So thank you for having me. My name is Katie. I am a forensic psychotherapist with the Barber National Institute, and I am also an artist right here in Erie, PA. I have a master's in social work, and I love what I do. But most importantly and most excitingly, I was a past intern with NAMI Erie County. So very excited to be back.
Yay. Can you tell the folks, including myself, what your job is?
Yes. So I am a therapist for people who have had experience with the criminal justice system, who are either getting out of jail or are maybe currently in legal proceedings. So I help navigate that reacclimation back to society and the stress that comes with legal proceedings, court, all of that. So we are doing a little mix of things there. I also run an anger management group in our community, and we are transitioning to regular outpatient intakes. So we do a little bit of everything.
Wow. Is the anger management group open to the public, or is it just for clients?
So right now it is just for clients, but I feel like everyone can benefit. So if you are interested, we would love to have you. We can make it work.
Love that. Love that so much. So yeah, as we've already discussed, Katie did intern with us. How did you first hear about NAMI, and what made you want to become our intern?
So I think that when you live in Erie County, it's almost impossible not to hear about NAMI in a very positive way. Your reputation precedes you in a wonderful, wonderful way before you even meet the NAMI team, who is also wonderful as well. I had heard about NAMI first because I do have that major in social work. I was interested in mental health. And NAMI is a pioneer in our community for really meeting people where they are, getting the community involved, and giving amazing resources to the people that need it. So I was very excited to be involved with NAMI, and my first time hearing about them was actually upon moving here. There was a lot of good things being said.
Love that. What did you hear?
I heard that you are in schools, that you are doing an art program, which at the time that I had begun exploring the arts was relatively new. So that was what initially drew me in. But I heard that you're a little bit of everywhere, and that was very true during my internship experience. We were in schools, in nursing homes, anywhere that needed us.
Period. Yep. To this day.
To this day.
So during your time as an intern, which programs did you participate or facilitate?
So we were doing community education projects and presentations at that time. And we were also a part of exploring the arts. And I was a part of NAMI peer-to-peer, which I was later certified in. I had a great time with that.
Love that. You also helped us plan our Penn West Edinburgh panel event.
Yes, and that was wonderful too. So we've even more places that we've been.
I know, yeah. We did a panel event with Dr. Esposito was there, Dr. Abba, who does all kinds of things here in Erie. I can't remember the third person. It was a while ago. But we did a panel event. I think it was student.
Yes.
It was a student in
from
the psych
psychology club.
Yes. I'm glad that came back to me. That was a couple years ago, but we just talked to them kind of about social media and its impact on college students. So we kind of had the professor point of view and the student point of view, and then a therapist point of view or a mental health professional. So it was a very good event. Love it.
Yes.
Let's see. Was there any kind of specific moment during any of the programming that you either participated in or facilitated that kind of really stood out to you?
Yes, and I actually think about this particular moment a lot. I feel like it guides who I am professionally and also what I intend to keep doing as a therapist. So when we were in exploring the arts, we were creating programs because it really was in its infancy at that time for younger kiddos in one location. These kids were probably around 3 to 4. And at that time, we were doing a lot of physical art. So something like I'm doing, painting, working with paper, drawing, whatever that might be. And for a majority of the kids, this was awesome. And they took to it really well and they loved it. But for one little boy that I think about a lot, he was nonverbal and he maybe couldn't engage with his friends as well as the other kids were. He was doing things a little bit differently, and there was that barrier that was there. He wasn't able to participate like the other kids were. So I think that it was maybe even you that identified it, but when we were thinking about programming and places to make changes, we realized that when we played music for this kiddo, when everyone was doing art, he responded to that really well. He would dance and he would smile. And just like the other kids, he was able to connect in that way. So during our time with exploring the arts, we had made that decision to include something musical for the kids. And when we did that, I think we made maracas. We turned on music. We told the kids to be yourself, express yourself, sing, dance, what have you. And he did. And I think in that moment, he was really able to connect with his peers in a way that he hadn't before. And it was really sweet when I think about it because his friends held his hand and danced with him and were very sweet. And when I think about that moment, I think about my own career right now. I think that it would have been really easy for us to just say, you know what, these programs are working for 99% of the kids, and it not working for one kid is okay. We're not going to make everybody happy. But even saying that now, it sounds wrong to think that way. And I think I speak for the NAMI girls, and they would probably agree. Part of what makes NAMI so special is that we are adapting, and it's really about community. So something that might work for everybody might not work for one kid in particular, and making that change and making that connection more special is something that I really love about NAMI and something that I try to incorporate in my own profession now. So if there are ways that I can make changes, look for barriers that we can make better, or if I have a plan that maybe isn't going to work for everybody and I can adjust it to make someone's life a little bit better, NAMI taught me that I should be doing that. So I always think about that little boy when I'm at work.
I love that so much. That's so nice. Do you get to do art at work? Or
No,
is it
I
kind of, like,
wish, but
separate?
I recommend it because of NAMI all the time. I think that art for mental health, so important, not talked about enough. And that's actually something that I really loved about NAMI too, is that I feel that they were really at the forefront of kind of pioneering that as well. So they recognized that art was really great for mental health, and the Exploring the Arts program really held on to that and kept that going. So I always recommend it. We don't do anything structured there. I wish that we did, but always something that I recommend for everybody.
Yeah, and if anyone happens to be watching right now and you are interested in our Exploring the Arts program, subtle, not so subtle plug, we can come into, and Exploring the Arts is specifically for children. We can also do art support groups that would benefit adults, but Exploring the Arts is for kids. So if you work at a school or a daycare or some kind of after school program or literally whatever, and it's kids older than 5 and younger than like 14, we can come to you. We can bring supplies. We can use what we have. We've done all kinds of things. We've done yoga. We've done dancing, like Katie said. We've done singing. We've done painting. We've done origami. Like, we do all kinds of things. So if you have a lot of kids that have a lot of artistic, what's the word? Like, not even just abilities, but just an interest in the arts, or if you think that it could be something that can maybe center them and ground them and just give them another outlet for their mental health, give us a call. Let's see, what else do I have for you? Okay, this is kind of personal. How has being a part of NAMI, just like our programming or the organization in general, impacted your mental health or your life overall? And that could be professional or personal.
Professional and personal, and not to sound cheesy, but NAMI really did impact my life quite a bit. When I was first starting as an intern, I was not going to live in Erie. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And if you would have asked me 5 years ago if I would have been a therapist, I would have told you no way. So when I was with NAMI, not only did I start to love Erie County, and I told everyone I'm moving back, and I did, I really loved what Erie was doing in our community, and I loved the exposure that we had to people where they were, meeting them where they were, and learning about their stories. Erie is wonderful. So personally, I loved it so much that I moved back, and I don't plan to leave. And then professionally, I've learned a lot with NAMI that I continue to use in my day-to-day, personally, but also in my career. And I think that NAMI has really been helpful in shaping who I am professionally in that way, especially as I described with that little boy, but also personally. I love the Erie community. I am really dedicated to them, and I love what we have going on here.
Wow, I love that. I feel like a lot of people, especially people that like come here just for college, like we both went to Edinburgh, people come here just for Mercyhurst or just for Gannon. I feel like a lot of the time they end up not leaving here because they either find something that really suits them, or they find like a job that they love, or even just the people that they love, they end up staying here. Like, I'm from Pittsburgh, so I ended up staying here. But I'm certainly glad that I did.
AIM at Erie is awesome, and I don't like that people call it the mistake on the lake. I think that's wrong. It's beautiful here.
I know. I feel like there's so much potential here, and I don't know. I don't know. There's like so much that could be done, and I think you just have to look at it like a blank canvas.
Yes.
Let's see. You kind of touched on it already, but I'm wondering if you have any like maybe specific examples, perchance. Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Yes. So when I was first starting out, I was very shy and I was very uncertain and unsure. And I think that the exposure that NAMI gives you to so many people in your community in so many different places, because you are meeting them where they are, you don't really get to be shy. You have to really come out of your shell, learn to be authentic, present with your lived experience, because it's going to help other people. And I think in hearing other people's stories And having that opportunity, which I don't take lightly, to really hear what people have been through, you hear their authenticity and it makes you want to be authentic yourself. So that was a skill that I learned through NAMI that I'm really thankful that I did learn, because I think that it helps me professionally. And I think too, adaptability. These ladies may never tell you because they are very nice, but when you work in mental health, no day is a day that you can anticipate or plan for. You have to be adaptable constantly. And something that you might think is the best idea ever may not work, and you have to change things on the fly. So that was something that I learned too. You have to be very good at redirecting and kind of winging it sometimes, and that's a really great skill to have in this field specifically. And then a little more, I guess, skill-based wise, breathing, mindfulness, something that I had not heard about until I was with NAMI, something that I use and recommend for my clients all the time. Being mindful, grounded with your breathing, something that's really important. There was just a lot of wonderful skills to learn with NAMI, and I'm very glad that I had the opportunity.
Wow, I love that. I feel like, yes, 100% to the adaptability, because especially with kids, I feel like also with the adult programming, it could be like the greatest lesson you've ever hatched. It could be original, and you can have handouts, and you can have talking points, and you can have prizes and ways to keep them engaged. And it could just not go that way at all. And you just have to be ready to kind of talk about whatever they're wanting to talk about. You have to meet them where they're at.
Absolutely. Whatever comes up that day.
Yeah. But the kids, though, the kids are the programming that I do most of right now. They are always willing to share. So I feel like the difference between the kids and the adult programming is that the kids are always ready to share and are ready to share everything. Whereas the adults, it might take a little more because they're either like building trust, or maybe they're re-experiencing what they've been through for the first time, and they may not be ready to talk about it. So it's two very different demographics.
Yes.
But fun nonetheless. Has your perspective on mental health changed at all since working at NAMI?
I would say 1,000,000%. Something that was drilled into me when I was in NAMI that I maybe didn't totally understand how important it was until I really started going through it more, was the idea that you're never alone. And that was something that I was told 1,000,000 times while I was here, and I didn't fully appreciate until later, but you really are never alone. And I think that my perspective on mental health has changed in that way, because when I think about my own mental health challenges that I've been through, or when I hear about other people's lived experience where they're dealing with those things, I think the general idea is that it feels like you are weak when you bring those things up, or you don't want to burden people, or it feels difficult to talk about, so you just don't. And I think that that stems from the idea that nobody's going to know what you're going through, that it is uncomfortable to talk about, and where do you possibly start? And what I love about NAMI is their unofficial slogan, "You're never alone," because truly you never are. And my perspective has changed in that way, because when you are dealing with that, and you have that little voice in your head that tells you that you can't come to people with these concerns, you can't share them, you can't be open, that the idea that you're never alone, there is a community waiting there to support you appropriately, has been really impactful. So you are never alone. There are people that want to know what you've been through, that are there to be with you non-judgmentally, and it's up to you to seize that. So definitely the idea you're never alone has been very impactful.
Wow, I love that. I love that so much. I feel like you said it perfectly. I feel like you've touched on this too, but did you feel any kind of sense of support or community through NAMI? And can you describe that?
Yes, so the biggest thing about NAMI is their sense of community, their sense of support. Even now, I don't officially work for them, but they keep bringing me back. They're supporting my art, which is so sweet. And it really does feel like a family when you're there. And I have witnessed firsthand, and I've been very lucky to do that, the impact that they have in our community as well, making people feel that same way. I'm lucky to have received a little bit of that love, and I still receive it now. But NAMI is very good at creating a sense of community, meeting you where you are, getting out into important places, and really sharing information that's not just for people who are really struggling and are in a bad way, but for everybody, because mental health is for everybody. And NAMI's there to support you no matter what you're going through, or your experience, or where you're at. They're here to meet you where you are. So community and support is definitely one of the words that I would use to describe NAMI.
What were some of your favorite programs that you got to facilitate?
Exploring the arts, definitely. I'm a little bit biased because I do like art, and that's something that I do for my own mental health. But I think that NAMI really caught on very early that that was something that was really positive for a lot of people, that was maybe being underutilized. I think that when we talk about art, it can be anything. It can be writing, painting, music, welding, woodworking, whatever your art is. A lot of people are using art and they don't know it. And if it's something that gives you a sense of peace, helps you be mindful in that moment, that's mental health. You're supporting yourself through art. So NAMI was really great in that way, and that was something that I got to do where that was a program that I loved and it was new and I was very excited to be a part of it. But I also think that it's just really important to take those moments for yourself, create no matter what you're creating, just for the love of doing it, and feeling yourself disconnect from stress, worries, being mindful in that moment goes a long way.
Beautifully said. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is kind of unsure about seeking help? And that could be from like client perspective or like personal perspective, or like if you would do two different things for any kind of demographic, whatever perspective you wanted to talk about.
I think that that is a really important question, and I think that that's not one that's talked about enough. When you are struggling, and I talked about this a little bit before, there is that voice in your head that tells you that you should not be reaching out. And I think that that voice can be very loud, especially when you really are struggling. And challenging that voice is what I always recommend to my clients. And a lot of times we don't challenge it. We believe it firsthand. We don't do any digging. But it's important that when that voice comes up, we recognize where it's coming from. And it's coming from a place where you should be receiving that help. And it's time to maybe take that first step. So if someone was struggling and they came to me and they were nervous about taking that first leap, I would say, you are not alone, which is the most important thing that we can say. There are people that are waiting to help you, that have lived experience, that know what you've been through, or at least can empathize and listen if they don't. And I also think that there is a wonderful community waiting for you that is there as soon as you're able to take that step. And I know with myself personally, I waited a really long time when I was struggling to reach out for help, because I thought all of those same things. I didn't challenge those thoughts, and I thought I would be weak or I would not be understood if I brought those things up. But I was pleasantly surprised by the support that I received when I did reach out. So if you're struggling, please take that first step. You are not alone. And if you're afraid to take that first step, I think I speak for the NAMI team when I say they're not afraid to take that first step with you. So definitely worth the help. You're not alone.
So true. And if you are watching right now and you are struggling with your mental health in any capacity, you can either call us or email us, and we can get you to the exact resource you need. So we can refer you to anything you may need: a therapist, inpatient, outpatient care, crisis services, any kind of rehabilitation. We can refer you. So if you don't know where to start, you can start at NAMI. Let's see. And you kind of touched on this too, but I'm going to ask you anyway. What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
NAMI Erie County was where I started. And I'm so, so thankful when I look back that this is where I started my career. They were really the start for everything for me. They were very impactful in where I decided to live, in the community that I decided to serve. They continue to be just like a family to me. They're very supportive. To me, NAMI continues to also be a great resource as I continue professionally. Even though I'm working for somewhere else, I find myself time and time again recommending the wonderful support groups that they have, the resources that they have, which are so close and in Erie County, they are there to help you. So to me, personally, NAMI is a family, but to me professionally, a wonderful resource that I feel like more people need to know about.
Love that. Love that so much. I'm going to pivot, and I am going to ask you questions that I did not give you previously. Okay. So please don't be mad. But I kind of want to talk more about art as a wellness tool. Because I feel like a lot of times people are like, yes, I love art so much, it clears my mind, but they don't realize that it necessarily is, that's exactly how it's helping your mental health. Is it's either clearing your mind or it's getting your thoughts out onto a canvas. So what kind of drew you to art as a form of expression in general? And is your preferred medium painting, or do you like other mediums?
So I love a little bit of everything. I think that art is really about the exploration. I think for a really long time, I was a perfectionist and everything had to be very specific, and I would spend hours and hours and hours on very small details that maybe people weren't paying attention to. And eventually, things that you find comfort in, that are taking your mind off of worries, that are stress reducing, can become stress enhancing if you let it get to that point. So for me, art was something that I had always been doing, but I don't know if I was doing it correctly, in the sense that I was doing it and it was very stressful, and I learned to make art about what I love, what I see, things that are important to me, and I worry less about the details or what it looks like and more about the process. So for me, that can be anything. I like painting. I think that there is something that's very relaxing about doing it, but I also draw, currently working in glass. There's a million things that you can do. So art goes beyond just physical work, but as we discussed before, it can be music, it can be writing. Whatever art is for you, it's absolutely worth exploring and being really mindful about that process. So if it's stressing you out, time to make a change, because art is something that can really help you if you let it, but you need to be mindful about that process and let go of that perfectionism if you're that type of person. I also think too, with art as a mental health tool, we focus a lot on physical health, and that's something that we talk about, and it's nothing but a thing. We make physical health choices that help us every day. We choose an apple instead of a piece of cake sometimes, or we walk our dog a little longer because they like it. And those are things that we do mindfully because we know it's going to help our physical health. It's going to keep us around longer. But I think with mental health, it's just as important. And I'm glad that the stigma around that is being addressed more frequently now. With mental health, it's just as important that you take care of yourself in that way too. And for people that don't have coping skills or something where they can be mindful like this, I really recommend it, because just like physical health, if you don't take care of your mental health, it will pop up in ways you don't want it to. And it's just as important as physical health to address. So finding something where you feel that you are being creative, you are taking your mind off of something. For some people, this is video games too. Something where you are creating, you are a part of something where you can take your mind off of it for a little bit, be mindful in what you are doing, the buttons you're pushing, the work that you are creating, whatever that might be. Taking that moment, really finding a resource for yourself is so important. And just like physical health, mental health needs to be prioritized as well.
Beautifully said. How does art fit into your personal mental wellness routine?
So for me, I do take time to make sure that I am creating something. And again, I've tried to move away from the perfectionism of it all. I don't stand there and get upset if it doesn't look the way that I want it to. And right now I am painting what I know. So what you can see here, this is my drive out of Erie every day. I like the signs that are there. This is something that I notice when I leave Together for Erie. I think that it speaks to the sense of community that Erie has. And I also think that as a tool for art, this is something that is a really great place to start for a lot of people. Paint what you see, paint what you know, paint what you love, make what you love, whatever that looks like for you. Starting where you know what you're doing makes it a little bit easier. Painting something that's important to you makes that process a little bit better. And if it doesn't turn out the way that you love it or want it to, you still made something, it's still important to you. So taking those first steps that take a little bit of pressure off of you is also really important as well.
Beautiful. You kind of answered it, but when you're painting or drawing or doing whatever, what shifts for you mentally or emotionally?
So I get to be mindful in those moments, which is really important. And what shifts for me mentally or emotionally is I don't have to think about what's coming up later in my day or what projects do I have that need done, what things are still outlying that I need to do after this. For a moment, I can remind myself that I can just be mindful in this one process right now and not worry about anything else. So painting, creating, whatever that might be for you is really great because in that moment you can continue to remind yourself, I'm right here, right now, I'm not worrying about anything else. I'm grounded in the movements that I'm making, the things that I'm doing, and it doesn't have to be something where I am losing myself, running down the road to a million things that I have to do. And that's what mindfulness is. And that's something that I learned with NAMI as well. So art helps you be mindful in that moment, takes that stress away, and gives you purpose, something to focus on, something to be intentional about.
Was there ever a moment or like a piece of art that you created that helped you get through a tough time?
So I think that when we think about art as a tool for mental health, something that's really helped me, and what I also noticed with a lot of people was the NAMI art show that was put on recently, and I hope it's an annual thing. I really thought about times in which I was struggling, what was important to me in that moment when I was working on a piece for that show. And I think back to my community and how helpful they were whenever I was struggling. So when I created that piece of artwork for that show, I really wanted to touch on the community, paint people that are a part of our Erie community, because that's what's been so helpful for me through art as a process. I think that art connects you to people that, in a similar way to mental health, those challenging conversations where you are struggling, you need to talk about it. Art helps you connect and have those difficult conversations in maybe a few less words. So what was so wonderful about that show was that a lot of artists that are local, that maybe we wouldn't have heard about otherwise, had a really great platform to share their art, to have those difficult conversations, to really have a platform for once where they could start to open up conversations about mental health and how art impacts them. So for me, my community has been really helpful in that process. And I'm glad that NAMI continues to support artists in that way because it is a really wonderful tool.
Love that. Do you feel like painting or creating gives you access to thoughts or feelings that you wouldn't otherwise maybe be aware of? Like, does it release any kind of emotions for you?
I think so. I think that I've definitely seen, and maybe this isn't something that I do, but this is something that you can do, absolutely. I have seen people use art as a more abstract form of expression. So they will use colors to represent different emotions, paint certain strokes a certain way. And I think that that does release a lot of emotion or energy that you might not be able to express comfortably in other ways. And definitely, I would say that art can help you facilitate that process, and it can help you get those emotions out if you maybe don't have the right words for it. And sometimes we don't. So finding your process, whatever that looks like, to help you get that anger, aggression, emotion, feeling out in a healthy, productive way where you feel that you're coping is great, and art can help you do that.
Do you think art can, well, you kind of answered it, but do you think art can express things that words can't?
Absolutely. And I think that sometimes that even feels safer for people too. I know that as a therapist, there are a lot of hard conversations that people are not always ready to have. That's never something that I force, but those emotions are still there regardless. And when those emotions are there and we are not addressing them, they will affect us, just like physical health. So in ways where you feel that you need to get your story out, that you need to share something, but you're unsure where to start, and it doesn't feel comfortable or safe yet to share it, art is a really great way to do that, because you can reveal as much or as little as you want through your art. You can share what you're ready to share when you make it. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. You can control the way that your story is shared through art. So I think that it helps you express difficult conversations, difficult concepts, and there is safety in that. So I recommend art for everybody, especially those struggling with maybe the right language sometimes to use. Art is not something that forces a conversation, but it can create one when you're ready to have it.
How do you know when you need to make art for your own mental health?
So for me personally, and NAMI was also really great with this, there was a discussion about when to know when you're burning out and how to avoid that and how to address it. And I think in a career related to mental health, burnout is bound to happen if you're not taking the correct precautions and really looking out for something like that. So when you are feeling like maybe you're a bit jaded, or you're tired all the time, or you start to lose the passion that you had for your work that you did originally, I think it's important to remind yourself why you're doing it, and also give yourself time to be mindful and really start to do things like this. So for me personally, if I've had a difficult day where I feel that I'm exhausted, I notice myself not being as talkative as I was, or something just feels a little bit off, I know that if that were to be unaddressed, it could lead to burnout if my days continue to be difficult. So I have conversations like these about what I need, how I can best be supported, but I also make sure to make time for art as it relates to my mental health, because this is something that continues to help me be mindful, stay in place, and take that space for me. If you are in a career where that is difficult and you are with people all of the time, I cannot recommend enough taking that space for yourself, no matter what you do, because helping yourself connect to yourself, being mindful of your body, what you need, is very important, and art can help you do that. So always take time for whatever your coping skill is. I cannot recommend that enough. That will help you prevent burnout.
Do you have any advice for someone who has never ever used art as a coping tool or a wellness tool, but is curious to try?
Just start. There's no wrong way to do it at all. And like I mentioned, I think that it's really easy to get caught up in the details. And if something looks perfect and if it has your correct vision, it really doesn't matter. I would say if you are interested in starting something like through exploring the arts, or you are a writer and you don't know where to start, or you make music, or whatever your art form is, just start. That's the hardest step. Getting through it, doing what you love, doing what you know is going to help you immensely. There's no wrong way to do it. Taking that pressure off of you as well, I think, is really important. So there's no wrong way. I'm excited to see what you make. Just get started.
How do you create space, either mentally or physically or both, to create art? Do you have like a little space at your home, or like what do you do to kind of get in the zone?
So I have a space that I set aside in my apartment for this exact thing. And this is something that my partner and I both utilize. So this is a space just for, I need space to me. I need 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever, to just do what I need to do alone, process my own stuff, and there's no hurt feelings. So I think having those conversations too, and having a space related to, this isn't personal, but I just need to work through some stuff, I need to be alone, is an important conversation to have with family, those that you love in your life. But absolutely, so I take that space for myself, and I have a place that I do that. And I also have to really get into that headspace as well before I create. So if I notice that I am maybe bringing thoughts about the workday or things that I need to do or things from the past into what I'm doing, I try to remain centered, remain mindful, and just bring myself back to every stroke that I'm painting or the process of what I'm doing. And I try to focus less on the worries of the day and instead the process of what I'm making. So getting into that right headspace as well is really important.
How has sharing your art with others impacted your sense of mental well-being?
So, and I will relate it back to the really wonderful art show. I think that sharing with others, it does open yourself up for these conversations that are maybe difficult to have. And for me personally, creating art has connected me with wonderful people that I don't know that I would have met otherwise. It helps me learn about my community. I created a mural in Erie, and the outreach on that and the people that were coming to me just to learn more was really incredible. And I think that art has that capability to do that, where people will come to you to seek out maybe conversation about what you're doing, your perspective on things, how you did your process, and it's really interesting. So being open to that is really great. And I definitely think that art can help build that sense of community that maybe other things couldn't do otherwise. So I would definitely recommend starting art if you are interested.
Do you think making art can help build stronger conversations around mental health? Whether that's like doing art during group or doing art during like a one-on-one therapy session, or just like attending an art class in the community and having it come up naturally. Do you think that it can help build that conversation?
I definitely do. I think that in therapy or in groups or in general, when you, and we've talked about this a little bit before, but I do think it's really important when you don't maybe have the language to express things that are important, that are on your mind, art can help you do that. And I also think that in therapy, when people create art during tough conversations, it takes a little bit of pressure off, and it helps you remove some of those negative feelings that might be associated with your story, especially if it's new, especially if it's the first time that you're sharing it. So art can help you stay mindful while you share different aspects of what's bothering you. And it also can help you create something meaningful from what you've been through. So whether it is staying mindful and helping remove some of the pressure from sharing your story, or just simply being present and not maybe feeling the rush of emotions that you might get when you relive some of those things, art is a really great way to navigate some of those feelings and keeping you centered. So I would absolutely recommend it if you are struggling with the right language or maybe just don't feel comfortable yet being that honest.
What is something you wish more people understood about the connection between creativity and healing?
I think that to heal, you almost need to be creative in a way. I think that healing is not the same for everybody. If there was a guidebook that you could buy that would work for everybody, that would be super awesome, but that is just simply not the case. So when we think about healing and we think about creativity, you have to be creative. It's going to look different for everybody. And whatever your process might be is okay. But finding that process is the first step. And it could be through art, but it could be through something else. So being creative, identifying what you need, where that comes from, who good supports for you could be, requires creativity, requires an open mind, and creativity is a great skill to have anyway. So if you are struggling, you need to figure out where you can best get support or your needs met, be creative. Look around, see what you can do for yourself, coping skill-wise, but also creatively see what resources are out there for you, what might help you.
back to kind of what we're doing here today with this live. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
I think it is very important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day because this is a resource that, honestly, and I don't say it lately, really is saving lives. I don't know if people know what NAMI does specifically, but if you don't, I can tell you firsthand, they're providing life-saving resource information that can help you, whether you're in a crisis, know somebody that is, or just struggling. These are coping skills that you can use that will help you physically, mentally. They're providing wonderful resources that benefit everybody in our community. And if you are thinking right now, this maybe isn't something that would benefit me, I would definitely urge you to understand that this is something that can benefit a neighbor, a friend, a family member, mother, father, sibling. This is impactful for our community and it's really important. So if you're thinking about supporting NAMI on Erie Gives Day, I would urge you to, because they are providing important information for your community that could help you one day, but is also helping a neighbor.
That is very lovely. Thank you very much. My final question, and then I'm going to let you take it away with painting for our final 15 minutes. What would you say to someone thinking about making a donation? Like if they're on the fence, what would you say?
If you are thinking about making a donation, if you're worried about where your money is going, stop, because I cannot recommend a better place. NAMI is really committed to your Erie community where you live. This is important to donate to. This is important information they're providing, a wonderful resource I continue to recommend. I cannot recommend Erie more, and I will continue to show up for them. So I don't even work here, and I'm supporting them, and I love them, and I will continue to show up. If that's not proof enough for you, I don't know what is. Please support, please consider. Your money will be used wisely. They're a wonderful resource. I cannot speak better about the NAMI team.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to let Katie do her thing over there with the painting. If you are looking to donate, you can go to eriegives.org. And if you search NAMI, that's NAMI, we are the first organization. You can choose an amount. You can choose one of the pre-populated ones. Anything that you donate will go directly back into our free, accessible, non-clinical mental health programming. So if you're new here, we do completely free, as I said, non-clinical mental health programming. So we do a lot of peer support groups. We do presentations on any mental health topic of your choosing. We can come to you and do our mental health first aid, which normally has a rather hefty cost associated with it, but we are able to offer it for free. We have our Exploring the Arts programming, which is programming for kids. So if you wanted to learn just more about NAMI in general, you can go to namierie.org and check us out there. Thanks for tuning into the live and enjoy Katie's painting. Okay, guys, we are getting close to the end of this segment. Thank you very much for tuning in. We hope to see you at 2:00 for our board member chat. Here is a photo of the final product done by Katie. Thank you so much again to Katie for joining us and for creating this incredible piece of art. And yeah, we'll see you at 2:00.
Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is underway at NAMI Erie County PA.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
All right, welcome back everyone. Hope you enjoyed all the segments we've had so far. We're going into our next segment now. Don't forget today's Erie Gives Day. That's the whole point of today is donations. Your donations help us continue to provide free mental health support, education, and resources for our community. It goes for programming, as you might have seen in the commercial that just aired. So we hope you consider donating to us. We're gonna head into our board chat now.
Yeah, so board chat, we have 3 board members with us today. We are kicking things off with Andrea. So I'm just gonna get right into it. Can you introduce yourself and just give us a little bit of your background?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Andrea Sleva. I'm not a native Erieite, but I've been here for about 15 years. My background is in social work. I actually got my master's degree here in Edinburgh University. But really I've been in social services for the majority of my adult life. I started at 18 working in a group home for individuals with intellectual and physical disabilities, and then I've kind of run the gamut of social services. I've done educational advocacy, I've done housing and shelter services, mental health, and really, yeah, right now where I'm at Safe Harbor with, there's a new housing case management and service coordination program that we're getting up and running that I'm really excited about.
Very cool. So what made you want to join NAMI, join the board here?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've noticed over the past couple years, I've noticed NAMI out and about in the community. Like I've really seen their presence, I've noticed them at events, I noticed the enthusiasm, and so when I found out about a board opportunity, I was really interested in becoming involved because mental health advocacy is a passion of mine. And again, just in seeing NAMI out and about and their presence, I really wanted to be a part of that in the community.
Well, thank you.
How long have you been on our board now, and what's your kind of like role or niche on the board?
Sure. So I joined the board, I believe in March, so fairly new. But I do have a history in mental health services, especially here in the Erie community. And so I thought I could bring some of that knowledge and skill set to the board.
Well, we appreciate having you on our board. Now for our viewers who aren't too familiar with who you are, do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself, like a fun fact maybe people might not know?
Sure, yeah. So something that's very important to me is service. Service to my community and service to others. And so in my 20s, there are 2 service programs that I were a part of. One was AmeriCorps. I was a AmeriCorps volunteer in New York City. And I can't speak highly enough of the AmeriCorps program. For anyone out there who's considering, especially young people who want to get into either government services or nonprofit services, it's a great way to do a service for your community, to provide increased capacity for these organizations, but 3, also to get your feet wet and get into that sector. So that was a wonderful experience. And then I also was a Peace Corps volunteer and served in Mauritania, which not many people have heard of. It's in West Africa. It's in the Sahara Desert. But I can't speak highly enough too of the Peace Corps experience. That's really a way to serve your country in going abroad, bringing the, like having people experience an American and really that soft diplomacy of showing that Americans really care, and bringing some of our skills and expertise to them. Yeah.
Wow, I love that.
Very
That's
cool.
amazing.
Yeah, very cool.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
Kind of moving into some NAMI specific questions. Why is mental health such an important cause to you personally?
So it is very important cause to me, both personally and professionally on multiple levels. When I was a teen, I actually was diagnosed with a mental illness, and so having access to services, supports, was vital for me being where I am today. I also have family members with mental illness, but even above mental illness, anyone can struggle with mental health issues throughout their lives, and so I've had family and friends who have struggled that time, and really seeing that we need more access to services and supports, and also working on the stigma of mental health, and so that aligns completely with NAMI's mission and what NAMI's out there doing. So it is a very both personal and professional cause for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people forget that, if someone's struggling, their loved ones also are going through a tough time. So I'm glad you bring that up,
Absolutely.
That's important.
Mental health concerns, again, whether it's a diagnosed illness or just mental health struggles, affects not only the individual, but families, friends, the entire community, really. So it is an important issue, even if you don't have personal experience with mental health struggles.
And if you're struggling yourself, it can also affect your job too. So it's not just you mentally; it can also affect your financials and things like that. So we have a lot of programs. What is the one that you're most proud of here that we offer?
So I love that NAMI has the peer-to-peer support groups and the family-to-family support groups. I think peer support and mutual support is so vitally important for individuals who are struggling with their mental health. It's hard for individuals who may not have had those specific struggles to really understand what another person's going through. And to have somebody who can have that level of empathy and can really understand where they're coming from. And also, if you've gone through that struggle, most likely you have accessed multiple resources to get where you are, so you really know like what it takes and where to go for support. And so I think that, like I said, that peer support and that mutual support is so vitally important to a person's recovery. The other thing that I love about it is that it's absolutely free of charge and you don't need insurance. I think that's fabulous because I think we've come a long way in terms of the stigma of having a mental illness diagnosis, but the stigma is still there, and some people don't want that diagnosis, and as we know, insurance requires diagnoses to pay for services, and so to be able to come to a support, a service, not have to access your insurance, or maybe you don't even have insurance. I remember Wendy, when we were talking about the program, telling me they don't even have to give their name if they don't want to. So to have that very, very low barrier access to a vital support that really, truly can help people, I think is just fabulous.
No, I agree. I know I've attended some of the support groups myself, and just the support that comes in the groups and how close they are and the stories they share, it's absolutely beautiful. And one thing I realized is when someone's struggling, there's always someone who might have gone through something similar, and they're able to give more ideas that, hey, I tried this, have you tried X, Y, Z? I think it's absolutely beautiful. So
yeah, absolutely. I have like a little post-it note on my desk to remind me, and it says, connection with another person plus hope equals recovery. And I believe that so firmly. I've seen it throughout my lifetime. And so not only, you know, that support group gives you that connection to another person, and I think NAMI gives you hope, and it truly is the path for people to get to recovery.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We agree.
Exactly.
Has there been like a moment or a story from the time you've been on the board, even though it's been kind of short so far, but that's really kind of stuck with you?
I think overall what really sticks with me about meeting the NAMI team and also attending some of the events is the enthusiasm that the team has. Not only the enthusiasm, but the support that you guys provide each other. Whenever I see you guys out at an event, the energy level's high, you guys are engaging with people, the true enthusiasm for the cause and for the work you do really comes through, and that's been very inspiring to see.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that.
So nice.
So today is Erie Gives Day, and there's a lot of organizations out there that people consider they can consider to donate to. What do you believe sets Erie apart from other NAMI Erie? Wow, I apologize, I can't talk today. NAMI Erie County apart from other organizations.
So again, I think really mental health is, I think, one of the crises of our time. Mental health affects, like we were talking about before, a person's mental health can affect every aspect of their life and every aspect of a community's well-being. And so the work that NAMI does is not just about supporting individuals with their mental health journeys. It really is strengthening the community of Erie. You know, I think truly a community is only as strong and resilient and vibrant and thriving as the people with the least in the community. And so really being out there supporting mental health in Erie is really supporting the community.
For someone who might be tuning in like right now and who may not know, what is Erie Gives Day and why is it so important to NAMI?
So I'm not an expert on Erie Gives Day, but I can tell you my understanding of it and why it's important to me. So Erie Gives Day is one day a year when the community really comes together to support a variety of our nonprofit and organizations doing really, really good work in the community. And one of the reasons I feel like it's so important to give on Erie Gives Day is because not only the monetary donations are important, obviously, but it really shows the community that the support is behind them. It really is, it really shows like we believe in your work and we want you to continue in our community. So I even if it's a small amount, just making that donation is really showing the community like, hey, we support you, we want you to continue. We think you're doing really important work for our community as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, you nailed it.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Maybe you are an expert. I can give you the details about the matching funds and all of that. So.
There you go. So that kind of leads me into my next question. For our viewers that might be thinking, well, if I only give $25, because I think that's the minimum, that won't really change much. What's your take on that, and what message do you have to tell them?
Yeah, so like I was saying, even if it's $25, you see on the board the number of donors that have give to each of the agencies. And really those numbers, again, are saying like these are the people in the community that really believe in this cause. So the more donors, the better, to really show that people in the community value them. And I know people, there's a lot of economic hardship right now. Even $25 can be a lot. So even just joining NAMI on social media or posting something on social media about Erie Gives Day can go a long way. Because again, it's just about getting the message out there and supporting NAMI and showing the community that NAMI supported.
Yeah, I feel like $25 doesn't sound like a lot, but $25 would get us like a new thing of paint for exploring the arts, and that's 20 kids per group using the paint. So $25 makes a huge difference. But even just like sharing the live stream, that's more than enough support. If someone is on the fence about donating, what would you say to them?
Well, I guess it would depend on why they're on the fence about donating.
That's fair.
But in general, again, it's just a show of support for the cause. NAMI, and if you haven't seen NAMI out in the community, then you probably haven't really been out in the community, because you guys are everywhere. But if you haven't, truly, the work that you guys are doing to bring mental health education to the community as a whole, to really talk about mental health in the open, in terms of reducing that stigma. The more we can talk about it, the less people will feel in the dark and in the shadows and stigmatized. Again, all of that work strengthens our community. So yeah, I would just say, if you're on the fence, do a little research, give it a shot.
Yeah.
This team won't disappoint you.
Thanks. Yeah, we've gotten that question a lot of, how are we ever, because we have a small team.
Yes.
And
We
don't
say
even
no
know.
very rarely.
Yeah.
So.
We try our best. So what impact do you hope NAMI will have over the next few years, and how can people help make that happen?
So yeah, I think I would love to see the impact that NAMI's already having continue. Really inviting NAMI into different organizations. I know you guys have done work with even businesses, and not just nonprofits or not just schools, because people can struggle with mental health in any environment, truly. And so I think for the community, you guys are doing a great job of getting the word out of the services that you provide and the educations that you can bring, but really for the community, giving it a chance, opening up, bringing this resource in for the people in your organization, the people at your place of employment, really accessing that resource is going to be big.
Yeah, and it's free. So if
That's
you
right.
if you come to it and you don't like it, you don't have to come back. There's no strings attached. But if you want to come to it, you don't have to worry about an upfront cost. So that's what I like about it. Couple more questions for you. What's one word that you would use to describe NAMI and why?
So I think hope. Hope would be the word I would use to describe NAMI, and I think just seeing people out there talking about mental health brings a lot of hope to a lot of people. I think for a long time people struggle with admitting when they're struggling because they fear the stigma and fear judgment. And so having a team that's really enthusiastic about recovery and the possibilities, and being out and open, not only talking about the struggles but the possibilities, and that recovery is out there, brings a lot of hope to people.
Yeah. Why do you think mental health support is important, especially in Erie County?
So, like I was saying before, I think mental health is really one of the big crises of our time as a country. I know that, the trends where I did a little research before I came, so I was reading a report by Mental Health America, and they were tracking mental illness, access to mental health services, unfortunately suicide rates. And while all of those things were kind of trending up prior to the pandemic, when the pandemic occurred, that kind of accelerated things, and I don't think we've really recovered from that, and things continue to accelerate. Also our last Surgeon General really highlighted the mental health crisis in youth, which has a variety of reasons. Some of the stuff with social media, and so we really need to focus on that, on mental health, and increasing access to services and supports for people. It's very hard to work on your recovery if those supports and those services aren't readily available. Yeah. So I think, and like we talked about before, mental health truly does impact every aspect of life. We lose, in terms of like fiscally, we lose a lot of income from people being disabled from their mental illness when they can't access supports. Yeah. So as a community, again, bringing it back to the community, if we want our community to thrive, we really have to focus on that mental health piece for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Our final question for you, if you could sum up your message to donors in one sentence, what would it be?
So I think it would be, this is an opportunity to be a part of that needed hope that Erie County needs by supporting NAMI.
Wow, thank you.
Perfect.
That was amazing.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I appreciate Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to promote NAMI, and I'm excited.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your knowledge. You're doing a great job. We appreciate you taking the time to share with our audience.
Absolutely.
All right. We're gonna cut to commercial for a brief moment, and then we'll be back with another board member.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together. Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Charlie, here for you. Your mental health is on the way. At NAMI Erie County PA.
All right, we're back. So that was a short commercial break. Today we have Laura now with us joining, and we're going to jump right into it. Okay. Can you tell us about yourself and a little bit about your background?
Okay. Well, my name is Laura Fredolillo. I started my social work career in 1999. I went to school as an adult. I worked retail up until then, and then one day I just decided I wanted to do something different with my life, so I went to school for social work. When I graduated from Edinburgh with my bachelor's degree, I went right to work at OCY. I worked at OCY for 7 years. Then I said, well, I'd like to do something a little different, and working at OCY, you do a lot with mental health. You help children and parents access services, drug and alcohol, and whatnot, and I enjoyed that part. So I then went to work for the first managed care company in Erie County, Value Behavioral Health. I worked for them, maybe it was 4 years, for 4 years. And then I went to work for the next a managed care company, Community Care Behavioral Health. I was a clinical director there from 2011 to 2019 when I retired.
Oh, wow. So you have an extensive background in mental health.
Yes.
So we appreciate that. You being part of our board, I want all of our viewers to know, all of our board members and staff, either they personally have gone through mental health challenges or have professional experiences, or a family member, there's some sort of
connection to it.
Yeah, some sort of connection to mental health.
Speaking of, what inspired you to get involved with NAMI?
Well, I think a lot has to do with my background. I have an administrative background in mental health, and it just interests me to see all the work that you guys do in regards to outreach, advocacy, and I thought perhaps that my background could help a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So how long have you been on the board, and what's your role?
I have been on the board for about a year now. I think it was like in last August I came here and met with Wendy, so it's been about a year. And I'm a board member, and like I said, I have that administrative background, so if there's any help needed in that area, you know, program development, etc., I feel like I could be an assistance.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. What is, just so people can get to know you more, what's one fun fact that people might not know about you?
Well, there's a lot of different things, but I guess I'll just focus. I'm a really big time gardener. I have probably, I don't know how many plants in my yard. They were asking me, and I would say over 50 or 60 varieties and fig trees and things like that. But I also have a huge collection of houseplants. I have like over 40 plants in my house.
Wow.
So
you have the green thumb.
Yeah, I love to garden.
I have whatever is the opposite of that. They all die in my care. So I'm glad that you can keep them alive. I cannot.
What is your favorite plant that you've grown? If there's one.
Well, I think I like my banana trees the best.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they actually come back every year too. It's a cold weather banana tree, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you get?
You don't get bananas.
Okay, I was like,
that's, you know, any type of tropical plant like that you can grow here, you're not going to get any fruit. So.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
That's unless there's somebody out there that does, they should let me know.
Right. They're like, let me know how.
Yes.
That's amazing. So, why is mental health such an important cause to you personally? I know you mentioned a little bit about the background, but.
Well, like Andrea, professionally and personally, it means a lot to me. My daughter was diagnosed with schizophrenia at 16 years old. So it was a difficult journey. There was a lot of grief involved with it. And I actually, at that time, and this was years and years ago, because my daughter's in her 40s now, I actually attended the family-to-family group at the time at NAMI. And it was it was life-saving for me at that time because it was a very difficult time for me. And there was a lot of support in that group. There was also a library at that time, and I used the library, and I learned a lot about it. So, and then just professionally, I gave most of my career, you know, to the mental health system, and you know, developing the programs in Erie County, being part of Erie County, you know, being the managed care company. You work hand in hand with Erie County to develop programs, to manage the programs. So, I have a big interest just because of that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you.
What's one NAMI program or service that you're especially proud of?
I really like to see the work that you guys do in schools. You know, you have the pizza parties with the kids and stuff, but I just think it's really important given the, you know, the climate right now with children and like Andrew said, social media, the things that are going on, the bullying, etc. It's good to see that you guys are in the schools and talking to kids.
Yeah, we're definitely trying our best to get into schools just because it is, I feel like earlier you teach individuals, especially children, on how to deal with emotions. It can help along the way.
And be that light bulb for them too, because a lot of kids don't really know what's going on, you know, and when they hear it, they're like, oh wow, you know, maybe that's what's happening, maybe they can seek some help in school. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, it's been really important to us to also train the professionals working with them. So Heather did a presentation for school nurses, and they talked about seeing like an uptick in kids coming in with like stomach aches and headaches, but it would be during a period where they had like a test, so it was really like anxiety that they were seeing, and the kids just thought they were sick and wanted to go home. So kind of educating them and like the teachers and the administrative staff on how to help the kids navigate their mental health challenges has also been huge. So we're teaching at the whole school, not just the kids.
That's awesome. And school nurses, when I worked at OCY, they know everything that's going on, so they're a great resource.
I know. They told us that. They were like, yeah, all these kids are coming here with a stomach ache. It's definitely anxiety. And we were like, well, yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. So, what is one moment from do you have a story from being on the board that has really stuck with you?
Well, I attended the show at the Erie, was it Erie Art Museum that was at, and with all the consumer art, and that was very impressive. But what was very impressive is I sat with some of your staff, and I don't think you guys were there, but talked about what a team you were, how great you worked together, and that was always a passion for me when I worked to know that the team supported each other, were there for each other, wanted to come to work. That's an important thing. And when I saw that, I thought, wow, you know, you guys have something good going on.
We definitely have a fun team, I will say. We have fun in the office. We work hard, but we also support each other. So.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What do you think sets NAMI apart from other organizations?
Well, you know, I kind of mirror something that Andrea said as well, is that it's all free. You don't have to know, you don't even have to know somebody's name, and it's not insurance driven. When a lot of mental health services are insurance driven, I know that because where I worked, and sometimes people can't get service because of that. And another portion of that too is that you guys are providing the education and the advocacy and, you know, chasing away the stigma around it. So those for individuals is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. So for someone who's tuning in right now, what is Erie Gives Day and why is it so important to NAMI?
Well, Erie Gives Day is a huge day for the Erie nonprofits. It's a time for everybody to get together and show their support for the community, support for their favorite, you know, whatever it may be, what are their favorite organizations, and to just show that, or be able to be part of that. You're not always able to be part of the community, and this gives you a chance to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
How does a donation, big or small, make a difference?
Well, in any agency, any financial support is helpful. For you guys, it gives you the money to provide your classes, get materials, do all those things that you don't always have the ability to get. And so there's several agencies probably out there that could really benefit from financial help, especially nonprofits. They really struggle.
Yeah, especially right now,
Yeah.
Absolutely. So if someone is on the fence about donating today, what would you say to them?
I'd say pick something that really speaks to your heart, something that means a lot to you. For us, your agency really means a lot to us. We worked in the field, we have family members, so pick something that really speaks to your heart and just give a little, and but things always come back to you too.
Yeah. What impact do you hope NAMI will have over the next few years, and how can the community help make it happen?
Well, I think just to continue to expand your education, go, in the school, like you say, you want to get more into the schools, more with the businesses. I don't know if it's ever, to get into some advocacy maybe eventually. There's a lot of need for that in the community. And I know that NAMI can do that, so maybe it's, look towards doing something like that. But really like to see you guys get into all the schools.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
We're definitely trying.
Yeah, we're trying our best. What's one word you would use to describe NAMI?
Well, I call it dynamic, because I think you guys have a very good dynamic going on here. I mean, I see all the work you do. I see all the days you're doing work. You're out there in the community. You're out in the ball field. You're doing the movies. So I just think it's a really dynamic workplace, and you do a lot of good.
Thank you.
We'll try our best.
Why do you think mental health support is especially crucial in Erie County right now?
Well, when I was thinking about this, I was thinking, it's always been crucial, right? And there's right now a political climate about Medicaid, so there's issues in regards to homelessness, Medicaid disappearing, those sorts of things. So it's really important for people to have access to service and access to advocacy as well, so that they can get the services that they need.
Definitely, absolutely. It's important. So if you could sum up your message to donors in one sentence, what would it be?
Well, today's your day to be a part of something big, a community day supporting all the nonprofits, and at the end of the day, it's just, when you see, how much money is given, it's just, it's unreal, so it's time for you to be a part of something big.
Absolutely.
And support our community of Erie.
Yes, agreed.
Agreed.
Well,
Couldn't have said it better.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Before we go to commercial though, I do want to give a little update.
see where we're at.
We're currently at $4,345. Our goal is $15,000. We have 46 gifts, so thank you to all 46 of those individuals and their families. Just wanted to get that out there for an update for the people.
Thank you all, we appreciate it, and we're going to cut to a commercial break, and then we're going to have our president, Andrew, join us.
See you in a minute.
See ya.
Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining here for you. Your mental health is on the way at NAMI Erie County PA.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Go back. Brief little intermission there to switch out our board members. We're just gonna get right into it again. We have with us our board president, Andrew. So if you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background.
So my name is Andrew Dulesky, and I work for Erie Insurance as an investment analyst covering public equities. I'm not been born and raised in Erie, and happy to still be here.
Awesome, thank you for joining us today. So what inspired you to get involved with NAMI?
So the inspiration actually came a little after I got involved with NAMI. I was recruited by a former board member because, quite frankly, the board was looking for a numbers nerd, and I fit that role quite well. But then after joining NAMI, that's when I really became dedicated to it. You know, you see the impact that it's having. You can see how, quite frankly, you learn a lot in the process, and what I was able to learn and translate into my individual experience is just something I could never replicate.
Even with us being in this field every day, I feel like we learn something new. The Stigma Stompers podcast, for those that aren't familiar, check it out. Abby and I learn something new every single episode that we record. Yeah. Really, I feel like you never can learn everything out there.
I feel like it also changes so much, like all of the verbiage and there's like a new medication for things, and there's like new, I feel like I learn about a new resource in Erie all the time, so it's never ending, but it's cool beans. How long have you been on our board, and what is your role, even though we already said it?
So I've been on the board for 8 years, and I currently serve as the president, but previously, as I mentioned, I used to be the treasurer as well as just a general board member.
Awesome, thank you. So, this is going to be a fun question for you. What's one fact about you that people might not know?
I have more hobbies than any human should.
He really does.
That is
please
true.
list them.
I love to travel, sail, golfing, blacksmithing, curling, snowboarding, scuba diving, and I play hockey.
Yeah, that's insane.
And there's probably more out there. We've talked about it before. We were like, it's probably easier to ask what hobbies you don't do.
Yeah, generally. I'm up for trying anything at least once, and usually I get hooked and want to do it more than that.
What's been your most recent, like, test hobby?
Test hobby?
Like, test in the waters. Yeah.
It's going to sound weird. Infusing cocktails. So, like, making, taking alcohol and infusing it with fruits, or, making your own, like, mixtures, and just kind of having fun with that.
That's so interesting.
And so interesting.
Right, like that's not at all what I expected.
No,
but
it could have been anything, and it still wouldn't have. I would have been like, what?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What's
Very
your
cool.
favorite hobby from all of them that you do?
I like them all for different reasons. So, some are very therapeutic. Like, I love scuba diving just for how otherworldly it feels, and it really just helps center me as a person, and it's good exercise beyond that, but that's very different than hockey, which is, team and fast-paced, and I sweat like nothing else.
A little bit violent.
I mean, try not to keep the violence. I gotta go to work on Monday.
Yeah,
but
right. Moving into some NAMI questions. Why is mental health such an important cause to you personally?
You know, mental health is one of those things where you just never know what somebody's going through. And I've lost loved ones who died by suicide, and it really makes you realize that mental health is health. And it's, like you guys were talking earlier, it's so impactful to every aspect of a person's life and well-being, and that matters to me. You know, you can see the difference when somebody is doing well versus when they aren't.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. I feel like we've mentioned it multiple times today, but it truly does affect everyone in one way or another. So out of all the services and programs that we offer, what is your personal favorite?
It's tough because they all really are fantastic. If I'm forced to choose one, probably family to family. I find that being one of the ones I recommend the most. I encounter people probably on a day-to-day basis who really would benefit just by attending the program, and personally my friends and family who have gone through it have really seen tremendous outcomes from it.
Oh, cool. Love that. One thing about us, the family to family class is a class that is offered to family members who have a loved one struggling with mental health challenges, but we also have a peer-to-peer class, which is for the individual struggling with a mental health challenge. So these classes teach you on kind of what is going on, what to expect, how to support your loved one, a bunch of different things, and as you can hear here, it's a great class. All that information can be located on our website, namierie.org.
Yeah. Has there been like a moment or story in your 8 years on the board that's really stuck with you?
It's going to sound bizarre, but it was actually during a finance committee meeting, and we were talking about expenses, and the one person said, "That's a lot of cookie jars." And it just kind of really clicked in my head that moment that this isn't some large organization where your donation has a negligible impact on the bottom line. Every single sale, every dollar, every cookie, it translates directly into how we fulfill the mission, and that level of direct outcome is really rare in my opinion.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
So as you know, Erie Gives Day, there's a lot of organizations out there that people can donate to. What do you think sets NAMI apart?
How efficient NAMI is, really. Like everybody's mentioned previously, you guys are everywhere. The team is small but mighty, and the resources are limited, but what you're able to accomplish with that is truly impressive, and that's a real difference compared to other organizations.
Yeah, I think we talk about this whenever we're like at a tabling event or something, and people ask like, I don't even know how we get on it, talking about the size of our team, and I'm like, yeah, there's like 5 full-time staff, and then like 4-ish, depending on the day, like facilitators outside of our full-time staff, and they're like dumbfounded by that. I was like, yeah, we just kind of, it's like one of those things where like you gotta do what you gotta do. There's people that need our help, so we're gonna do it.
I'm still suspicious there's copies of you somewhere, because there's no way you guys
Sometimes
could be
it feels
everywhere.
like
We weren't supposed to know that.
Sometimes it really feels like I need one.
You just see an Abby walk in right now.
I wish. I'd make her do a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Let's see. So if someone happened to be tuning in like right now, and who may not know, what is Erie Gives Day and why is it so important to NAMI?
Well, I think it's a day for the community to really come together and show the support for the organizations that make our area a place that I'm proud to call home. And, every donation NAMI receives, as I mentioned previously, directly translates into people in the community getting the help that they so desperately need.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. So, how does a donation, whether it's big or small, make a difference in our community?
Well, whether the donation's big or small, it can become something money can't buy. Whether you're talking about a smile on a tired person's face, or just that last little bit of hope to have someone keep going who's given up. It's amazing, and that's far more valuable than anything dollars can buy.
Yeah, I feel like we've had some instances where like a lot of the money raised like for Erie Gives Day or NAMI Walks goes towards our free community events. And I feel like we've had some instances where people went there just because it sounded fun, but then they leave realizing like, oh, I need help. So then they call us saying that they met us there, and then they get the services that they need. So like without being able to do our free community events, we would never reach the people who otherwise never knew that they needed something. But then the people in our groups too, they hear about it from like all different kinds of places, and the only way we're able to be those places is because of this. So
yeah,
just to emphasize.
And kind of picking back off of that, I've personally witnessed individuals who were struggling in the past and now are doing better, and they see one of our facilitators out in the community and they're like, oh my gosh, like this is where I'm at now, this is how I'm doing so much better. It's just, it warms your heart, and I feel like it really makes everything we do worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's amazing. I love the way you guys are getting out there and meeting people where they are, and I think that's so important, especially to somebody who's struggling.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. We appreciate it.
I like that you can call us to, like, you don't even have to come to our programming. If you need like a therapist or psychiatrist or inpatient, whatever, you can call us and we can refer you to it. So if you don't know where to start, we can help you get there.
Oh, and one more thing we did forget to mention, most of our classes and support groups, there's a virtual component. So if you can't physically come in, there is a virtual component to it as well. So that way you can tune in from home. Maybe you have a child and you can't bring your child, or whatever the case may be, you can also tune in from home.
If someone is on the fence about donating, what would you say to them?
Do it. I mean, with the donation match, there's never been a better time, and it's so meaningful, and it really, you know, as Andrew was mentioning earlier, it really does convey just how individuals add up to the support behind the organizations and the great work they're doing.
Definitely.
So what impact do you hope NAMI will have over the next few years, and how can people make that happen?
I really like what's being done currently, and I'd like to see that just be available to as many people as physically possible. You know, the only way that NAMI can grow as grants and other funding sources become more and more scarce is through community support and demonstrating that on days like today. And I really think that that's key to NAMI continuing the great work it's doing, and then having that available to as many as possible.
Yeah. It's been very cool working here. It'll be 3 years for me next month, and whenever I first started, the numbers were on the lower end of like 3,000 people, and then last year whenever we made our community report, it was like 4,700 people, and I just did the numbers for most recent, and it was like over 5,500 people that we've served just since I've been started three years ago. So we are growing, probably slower than we could if we had more people.
Yeah.
But we're growing, so I feel like that we're only gonna go up and
As
do
you
more
said,
stuff.
we're small but mighty.
Yeah. Let's see. What is one word you would use to describe NAMI, and why?
I'm going to be a thief, but hope again. You know, I think her comments earlier about individual connection plus hope equals recovery. I've never heard that before, and it's amazing how true it is. And you know, at least in my experience, the individual connection part can happen very naturally, but the hope is very rare. And that's what's truly amazing about NAMI.
That is very true. I feel like a lot of people get to a point where they just have none. And we've had a lot of people come to our groups, and it's like a light bulb moment, and it changes everything for them. So like one of the segments we have today that we're actually doing twice is personal mental health journeys, where we got to actually sit down with the people that have taken our programming and benefited from it at all. And they told us like how much our program like just changed their lives. And I was like, wow. Knowing that like in some capacity all of us, I mean, I don't do a lot of programming, but like I do our events and fundraising. So like knowing that I had any help in that at all is so cool.
Yeah, no, I agree. Cool. And again, everything we do is for free, which is not something you find everywhere. So why do you think that mental health support is especially crucial in Erie County right now?
You'll have to forgive me for making this comparison, but I honestly feel like mental health support's a lot like buying a plunger. By the time you realize you need it, it's too late.
No, that's
true.
true.
That is true. That's a good way to put it.
And And you know, I think the community at large is going through a lot of change, and you know, a lot of what you're talking about as far as the net impacts to go, you know, it's every single one of those stories could have been very different, and could have been a very different outcome, and it's not because of this hard work, and that's amazing to me, you know, and I can only dream of how great the community can become if this continues, and like you said, getting more people involved and helping as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. It feels like it's helping us keep going with it. Because I mean, it's hard. We do a lot of stuff. It gets hard. We get burnt out. But then we have like one instance where someone comes up to us at like a tabling event and they're like, this actually changed my life and changed my family's life. Thank you. And that gives me enough for like the next 4 months. Like I'm good to go. So I love it.
I assume there's a lot more stories for people who don't have the courage to come up and say something.
Yeah, definitely.
We have a lot of people, sorry to interrupt,
No.
we have a lot of people who, you know, they get our services, but there's still that stigma where they don't feel comfortable sharing with the world and saying, hey, this is what I went through and got this help. And it's sad that we're there, so we're hoping that one day that people feel comfortable enough to share what they're going through, but yeah.
Our final question for you, if you could sum up your message to donors in one sentence, what would it be?
Donating to NAMI is the best way to translate your dollars into meaningful action, and that dollar could become the hope that somebody needs in their darkest hour.
Wow.
Beautifully said. Yeah,
That was great.
Thank you
No
so
notes.
much.
Yeah, absolutely.
We appreciate it. We thank you for being our president and joining us today and sharing your experiences and thoughts to our viewers. We truly appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to do it, and thanks for all the great work you guys do in the community. It's truly inspiring.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. Well, we're going to go to a short commercial break and we'll be right back.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together. Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is underway at NAMI Erie County PA.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
All right, well,
Welcome back.
thanks for joining us. Abby, do you want to let people know where we're at with our total?
Yeah.
Shout out maybe some of the people we didn't get to shout out.
Absolutely. So, our goal for today is $15,000. We are at 46% of our goal, which is crazy. We're almost at 50%, and the day is young. We still have several hours on this live. We are at $6,870. Over 48 gifts. We had a very generous donation from an anonymous donor of $2,500. So that's insane.
So much.
Thank you so much.
Whoever that is, we truly do appreciate
Yeah.
it. All the donations, we appreciate.
Yeah, we appreciate everything.
So thank you to everyone who has donated so far. Share the live with family, friends, so they can know about NAMI and see what's going on. And thank you.
Just to kind of shout out some people who have donated that maybe we didn't get to so far. Steve, Renee with $50, Mary Jo with $25, Jeff and Tina with $50, Nathan with $100, Kelly with 100, Julie Johnson with 100, Dane and Barbara with 50, Marjorie with 25, Clemens for 25, Erica for 225, Robin, our board member, with 500. Thank you so much. There's just like so many people. It's so cool. This is so cool every year, seeing like even people that haven't come to our programming, but I've seen a lot of family members that have donated, or like people that I've never even met who are donating because they believe in our cause and the work that we're doing. It's like so affirming and like makes us continue on and like persevere through the hardships. Because like we said, we're a very tiny team, so we are probably stretched a little thin, but it's no problem. We make it work. We don't want to say no to anyone who needs it. So every single dollar is just means the world to us.
We really want to, again, say thank you to everyone. Like Abby said, it means a lot to us. You're saving someone's life, essentially. Your donation is helping a child, helping an elderly individual, someone going through recovery, just anyone you can think of. I just do want to recap. If you're not too familiar with NAMI, we provide free services. They're all peer-led. So they do have training as well, but peer-led, so they're individuals who have gone
Evidence-based.
Yes.
Peer-led and evidence-based.
Yes, exactly. Individuals who have gone through something similar, so they're able to truly understand what you're going through. We don't require insurance. Everything is for free, and it's anonymous, so you come in. All we need is a name. Honestly, you don't even have to give us your name.
You can give us your initials.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Just some way, and a contact information like a phone number or an email. Just in case a program gets canceled because of weather. We've had that happen before. Just anything like that, so we can let you know, so you don't come down to the office and then it's canceled. Yeah. So that's the only information that we need. We're non-clinical, so we don't provide any therapy, psychiatry, medication, nothing like that. We just provide the support and the education. We also do provide resources. One thing I forgot to mention is, you know, when you're going through a tough time, you don't even know sometimes where to go. Like, where do I get the help? Sometimes it's easier to dial a number or send an email and say, hey, this is what I'm going through. Yeah. Where do I go? Because we're fortunate to have so many resources here in Erie, but at the same time, when you're going through a crisis or you're going through a tough time, you might not know where to turn exactly. So you can call us. Our number is 814-456-1773. You can also email us, info@namierie.org, or you can check out our website, which is namierie.org. Find information on there, or fill out a form that comes directly to us, and we can help you out. We have all the resources. We're also working on a resource page. We have one currently, but we're trying to really make it user friendly. So that way, like I said, if you're going through a crisis or you're going through a tough time, you can easily navigate it and go, oh, this is what I'm looking for. Here's the resources I need. Yeah. So we're here to help you out in those tough times. So if you yourself or someone you know might be struggling, definitely let us know and we can see how we can help you. But we appreciate everyone today. It's Erie Gives Day. Happy Erie Gives Day.
We have another comment on our live from the nonprofit partnership. They said, hi, NAMI friends. So
hi.
Hello. We love the nonprofit partnership. They are like the most supportive organization and group of people ever. They have such amazing trainings. They're just great. So we love the nonprofit partnership. Hey, besties.
Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, for real.
We appreciate it.
I also wanted to kind of go over the remainder of our schedule for the day. So it's about to be 3 p.m. At 3 o'clock, we have a live airing of our bonus podcast episode. So we're the co-hosts of Stigma Stompers. We're having on some members of the Matson family. This family tragically lost their mother and wife to suicide. And they created the Deborah Matson Memorial Foundation, and they're just incredible people. They're living her life through them, so they're just full of service, and they're just
they're very caring. And so we did a whole episode with them talking about their loss and their grief and how they turn that grief into what it is now. So that's at 3. Make sure you stay on for that. 4 o'clock, we are coming back with our personal mental health journeys again. So you'll get to hear from people that have taken our programming, who have benefited from it, why they benefited from it. It's a really impactful hour, so make sure you come on for that at 4. At 5 o'clock, there's an opportunity for you guys at home to win a $100 Amazon gift card. So you'll scan a QR code and you'll get to play a trivia game, and whoever wins gets the gift card. That's at 5. At 6 p.m. we have a presentation with our staff member Heather. So it's going to be about navigating mental health challenges in older adults, and then caregiver compassion fatigue, which I feel like is something that's not really that often talked about, because while you're taking care of your family member, you feel like you have to do it, and so you feel guilty for feeling, you know, burnt out or frustrated or whatever. So that presentation is for honestly anyone, because eventually I'm sure at some point will become a caregiver. It could happen in the blink of an eye. So it's just good information to have.
And this kind of shows you the presentations that we have to offer. And any presentation, if you're an organization and you're looking for NAMI to come in, present on a topic, let us know, because we can make a presentation on the topic you like. We send you it beforehand to see if it's exactly what you're looking for. We'll work with you, and all the statistics that we gather, we make sure we focus it on the industry that you want us to present to. So just wanted to throw that out there.
No, perfect. And then finally, at 7 p.m., 7 to 8 p.m., we're doing spin the wheel for a donation. So every donation we get, our staff member will spin the wheel, we'll take turns, and then they have to do one of the dares that are on the wheel.
They're pretty
so
funny.
It should be funny, a nice little light way to end the day. Make sure you're donating. If you go to eriegives.org and type in NAMI, it's the first one that'll pop up. Donate there. Every dollar is greatly appreciated and well spent. We use it for program supplies, books for mental health first aid. It helps cover our community events, which is how we get into the community and let them know about our free services. So every dollar helps. It doesn't matter the size of the donation. It will be used to the best of our ability.
And like I said, you're saving a life out there. You're helping someone. And before we head into our Stigma Stompers podcast, I want to say thank you to the Matson family and the Joeam Foundation, just to anyone out there who truly has helped us and gave us very generous donations. We really do appreciate it in our partnerships. So thank you for that. And this Matson family episode it's truly a good one, and it touches your heart. So definitely
it's very
stay
impactful.
tuned. Yeah.
So stay tuned, and also make sure that you check out all of our other episodes. Stigma Stompers, you can go to our website, and there's a tab that you can click on, and it'll take you to a spot on our website. Or you can go to Spotify, Amazon, iHeart, or YouTube.
Yes.
Yep. So yeah, for your viewing pleasure.
Well, thank you guys for joining. We're going to switch it over to the podcast. We hope you enjoy, and we'll be back after that. Thanks. Bye.
We all but NAMI's family, great supportive community, close-knit caring family, we're non-judgy, blanket fuzzy, stigma-free. We're all but NAMI's family, friends, family, and community. We all but NAMI's family, teacher sharing is our key. Great big thanks to you all.
Hello and happy Erie Gives Day. Today is August 12th, 2025, Erie Gives Day. Make sure you go donate to NAMI Erie County PA. Today we have a very special bonus episode for everyone. So we interviewed the Matson family, who has supported us so generously. I'll read directly from their website about what they kind of are about.
And if the Matson family is watching this, we want to say thank you as well.
Yes,
we
and
appreciate
thank you.
all of your support.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your previous donation, all the things. Thank you very much. The Deborah Matson Memorial Walk is organized by the Matson family in loving memory of the late Deborah Matson. Anyone who knew Debbie was immediately aware of her faith, generosity, and incredible love for her family and friends. We are inspired to honor her and give back. And then their walk this year is September 27th. So about a month out from today. Make sure you register, show up the day of. It's a super fun day. It's a super meaningful day to raise awareness for suicide. Yes. So support the Matson family.
I think throughout this episode, since we've already recorded it, the impact that she left, is just amazing to hear and see, and that they're able to take that and the tragedy that had occurred and support others and, raise awareness is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. It feels like we know her almost.
Yeah.
Like I've never met her, but the incredible words that her family, her husband, her children have about her.
Yeah.
It feels like you know her. And her legacy really shines through her kids and her husband and the foundation they've created. So definitely support their family and support the walk and show up there September 27th.
And we wanted to highlight the Matson family since we do collaborate a lot with them, and they have been generous to us and have donated even from their own walk. So we truly do appreciate it and wanted to kind of share their story with you guys today to see, what made them want to give to NAMI and their whole story behind it. Their kind donations and everyone else out there who has donated to us, we truly do appreciate it, because without you guys, the things we do would not be possible.
Yeah, no.
So we truly do appreciate it. Your donations go and help our organization to be able to provide free programming and education to the community. We really pride ourselves in making things free for individuals, just because we know it's a small town. There are individuals who suffer and maybe they're not able to pay to take a class or something like that. So those donations do truly make a difference in individuals' lives.
Yeah. So we have a really, really great episode for you all today. It's our little bonus episode. Before we get into their interview, I wanted to just kind of talk about NAMI again. If you're new to the live stream, hello, thanks for joining us. Make sure you check out our Erie Gives Day page. If you've been on the live stream, thanks for hanging in there. We know it's a long day, but we appreciate the support. But if you're new to the page or are new to NAMI or literally anything, we wanted to kind of go over all of our programming again so you can see kind of what we do to maybe, I don't know, make you want to support us today. So we offer completely free non-clinical mental health programming. So we do a lot of peer support groups. We're in a lot of other agencies. So we go to LTSR, RTFA, Mercy Center for Women, Life NWPA, GCAC West, all kinds of places. We are in McDowell High School's Life Support Room, so many different support groups. So that's just kind of one of the things we do. If you want to talk about some of our classes.
Yeah, and I just do want to mention first that we cover a wide range of individuals, varying from little kids. We go into schools, we go into like daycare centers and things like that.
Essentially like 5 to 90 something, I think, as a oldest consumer right now.
Yeah. So we cover a wide variety because mental health truly does affect everyone, and no matter what age you're at. So we do cover a lot of that. As for classes, we have a family-to-family class, which that class occurs in our office. Right now, we might have a wait list. You can check out our website and see where we're at in that process. And for individuals who have a loved one who might be struggling with mental health challenges, the family-to-family class is amazing because it teaches you, things to look out for, how to support your loved one, the resources out there to be able to support your loved one, just proper ways to approach a conversation, because I know sometimes if you don't know what someone's going through, it can be tough to know what exactly to say. So it covers a wide range of different topics and areas, and I think it even goes through like specific diagnoses and covers those as well and things like that. It's truly beneficial. We also have a peer-to-peer class. That class is pretty much the same thing, but it's only for individuals who they themselves are struggling with mental health challenges instead of a family member having a loved one who's struggling with it. All that information is located on our website, so you can find all the information, see if there's a wait list, contact us, everything, which is NAMI, N-A-M-I, Erie.org. And you want to make sure you put that Erie in there because we are part of a national organization, and we're the Erie affiliate here. So if you're looking to support us, just make sure you're coming to the Erie site. We also have a mental health first aid class that we do. We go into banks. We've gone into different organizations that we work with, because no matter where you're working, you're interacting with either your coworkers or the general public who might have a mental health struggle. And with that class, it teaches you, it's kind of like Abby says, like CPR for your mental health. And it teaches you in case of an emergency and a crisis, how to approach that conversation, the signs to look out for. It gives you real life scenarios, and like you have discussions on how to approach that conversation, what resources are out there. It just kind of takes you step by step, truly, and gives you that hands-on experience because you're able to see, an actual case study, like, hey, here's the situation, what's going on, or a scenario, that's a better word, a scenario, and then how you would approach that. It's really beneficial. We've taken it in our office, each one of us, and it's amazing. No matter who you are or what organization you work with, it is beneficial. And again, that class usually has a cost associated.
A hefty cost.
Yeah, and we are very fortunate for now, with your support and with contracts and grants that we have so far, to be able to offer that for free. So we really hope that we can continue offering it free to the community.
We have adult, youth, and teen mental health first aid. So adult is how to talk to another adult. Youth is how to talk to a child in your life, whether you're a teacher or a parent or a caregiver or a grandparent, what have you. And NAMI Basics is kind of the same thing, but different. It's a different curriculum. So NAMI Basics is kind of like peer-to-peer and family-to-family, but it's for a parent or caregiver of a child or children, and teaches you what to do if they're having a mental health challenge or having a mental health crisis.
Yeah, and that child, I think it's 22 and under.
Yeah.
So it is a higher age that you, because sometimes you have individuals, children that you're taking care of who might be a little bit older. So it's 22 or under.
Yeah. Another program we have is Exploring the Arts. We go into daycare, schools, wherever you'll have us, and we offer free art to the kids, and we teach them emotional regulation and self-soothing. So we do that through like painting and markers and the regular art mediums, but we also play games, and we do yoga, and we do breathing techniques. So everything under the sun can fall under the arts portion. Right now we're in St. Martin's, the Boys and Girls Club. We've gone to Martin Luther King Center. We've gone to the Early Connection Centers here in Erie. So if you have kids and work with kids and have like a structured environment that you could bring us into, we can do that as well.
Yeah. We have a very small team, so sometimes scheduling can be tough, but we try to make it work. We are out there in the community a lot with our very small team.
We also if you're hosting like an event where there's going to be tabling, we can come table at the event and give out our resources for free. We do that for free as well. Or we can also come into your organization or a business or what have you and do a mental health presentation as well. And that's just like on the top mental health topic of your choosing. We've done bipolar, we've done mental health and intellectual disabilities, we've done advocating for your mental health to your doctor. We've done all kinds of topics. So as long as it has a mental health component, we can do it. We'll create the presentation, tailor it to what you want, and then present to your audience for free. So I had to throw that out there.
The biggest presentation, at least in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, is burnout that we get.
Yeah, we
That's
do
a
a
one.
ton of burnout presentations because I feel like that can relate to any field. So many people request it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So we hope you'll consider NAMI when you're making that decision. And either way, we truly appreciate your support, even by watching this video.
If you're watching this,
and-
thanks for being here. That's all the support. That's everything is supportive. So
Yeah.
share the live. Go watch all of our other episodes of Stigma Stoppers. Like and comment on them and share them everywhere. And consider donating.
Yeah. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Ed, Jillian, thank you so much for joining us. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Of
Thanks for the
course.
opportunity.
To start things off, can you share a little bit about Debbie, who she was, and the impact she made on your family and the community?
Sure. Can I go first on this one?
Sure.
Since I've known her the longest.
Yeah.
We're the longest. All right. So Deb was a very kind and caring person. She had a tragedy in her childhood. Her father passed away in a boating accident, and it caused her to grow up very quickly. And she was always the person that you would go to if you needed something, or you wanted to talk to somebody, or needed some help with something. She was the sponge, whether it was in junior high or high school, or even through her days as a mom. She was the one that was always there. She was the one that was always taking it all in, absorbing it, and perhaps sometimes maybe not sharing everything that was going on, which could have led to some of the things that we encountered later on as we grew older. So she was that type of person that was always there no matter what.
Yeah. She was loving, compassionate for others, very selfless, always putting others before herself. She loved her children. She was very nurturing in spirit, incredibly patient. She had this quiet humility about her that made everybody around her feel valued. Kind of like my dad said, like no matter what, you knew you could go to my mom and you were safe, and what you said to her was safe. But she was also very active in the community. She was always willing to lend a hand, advocate for people that were in need. I remember growing up, going to church, and we would pick up a family that was here from overseas, and we would give them rides to church because my mom said, hey, they need a ride to church. We're going to make sure that they get there. So just always looking out for everybody, making sure that they feel seen, making sure that they knew that they were important. Just kind of mom that I want to be, just
Everybody was first, no matter what it was, whether it was a dinner time or an event or whatever it may be. And as Jillian commented, she was always the one who, if it needed to be done, do it. If you see a need, fill it, right? She was oftentimes the organizer, because sometimes the organizer wasn't very effective. And when she had the ability to bring in an army of helpers, those helpers would come in and they would take over every little piece of the puzzle that needed to be done. So she was always there. So whether it be an elementary school, a VTA instance, or a library, a field trip, a sixth grade trip, scholarships, whatever it may be that's needed to be done, sports boosters, driving here, picking up there, like
Everything.
you said, the princess and her family, the wraparound family from Liberia. So she was always one of those that would be first there, last to leave, turn the lights on after we leave, kind of thing. So that was her background. That was her makeup. That's what she did, and I believe that's what is inspired or basically instilled in a lot of the kids. A lot of her children are the same way. Each one of them has a particular specialty, a passion, a niche that they love to do, whether it be fostering or building or worshiping, whatever it may be, and they do it to the best of their God-given abilities.
I love that.
I love
she
that.
sounds like such an amazing person. So thank you so much for sharing that. Were there, if you don't mind, were there any signs that you saw that she was struggling?
there's always signs that you think about now afterwards. Oftentimes those signs are things that you're not maybe not prepared to see. Probably is the best way to comment on it. We all struggle with things, no matter what it may be, right? And understanding what to look for, which is kind of parlays into the rest of the conversation we have as we go along, was that sometimes we don't know until it is too late. And sometimes those signs are there when you look backwards and go, oh, gee, I should have saw that, or that could have run me over, and I would have seen it. But I think that's probably one of those things.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, you kind of answered it by talking about how incredible she was, but what inspired you to create the Deborah Mattson Memorial Walk in her honor?
Well, I think it got down to a couple of conversations and some peripheral moments with what was going on, and saying, what can we do to turn something that was a very much of a negative in our family into a positive for others? And we viewed the walk as something that she would enjoy. We do it at a location that she spent a lot of time at Harbor Cricket Project 70, watching a lot of softball games and baseball games and football games and all those kinds of things. And it was a place where the community could come together in a very neutral area. And it was a way to kind of honor what she did, what she was part of. I mean, she spent a lot of time up there. I mean, in that facility, and she spent a lot of time supporting the organizations that used the facility. So again, that's why we kind of did that, and the walk being a way to raise funds, not only for the scholarships that we give away at Harbor Creek and Girard each year, but also we were kind of just humbled by the amount of outpouring from the community and the support, because again, you do one of these kind of events and you have no idea who might show up, maybe just you and your family, right? And to have a couple hundred people come the first year, and everything that goes on and occurs, is how can we take this blessing we've been given and help others? So that's kind of what the walk, kind of how it kind of has evolved over the years, right?
Yeah. Well, and to speak to that point where you said, well, were there any signs? Sometimes, those signs are hidden, they're masked, and the only way to bring them out into the open is to talk about it. And so that was something else, like, let's do this event, let's raise awareness to the best of our abilities, let's talk about it, let's get together, like Dad said, and in a location that has meaning, and really see what we can help each other through.
And I think I'll parlay it even further to say, because of the blessing of having 8 children and having an event, there's a lot of people who go through the same things that we've gone through, but may not have the ability to have an outlet to do a walk or some sort of a fundraiser or anything, right? I mean, they just don't have that ability. So by having 8 children, and every one of them's got a part, and every one of the grandchildren and the in-laws and the son-in-laws and the daughter-in-laws, they all play a part in the walk. So to be able to put together an event like a walk is kind of pretty easy, isn't it, Jillian?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Everybody's got their role, and it's all for the good of the walk, for the foundation, and there's a common reason we're all there. So, and it also draws the family together. I mean, again, by getting together, by spending that time, not only just at the event, but leading up to it, all the things that go on behind the scenes. And we've been blessed with the ability to know how to run an event, right? Mom's really good she was really good at running events. And, unfortunately, we're running it for this, but again, she's prepared us to do it and do it the right way.
Yeah. Well, you guys doing an amazing walk.
It's a really great walk.
It's a family and community effort. Everybody has a role, a part, and again, it goes back to her legacy of, whether it was a sports booster, running the concession stand, right, or buying the stuff at wherever to do it. You do all the things, all the steps you do to get it done correctly. And again, it's very humbling and very appreciative of the fact that that's the outpouring from our community. Yeah. And I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah,
I love the ability to give people that space, that opportunity to have honest conversations about mental health. and kind of steering them in a direction. Hey, I don't know where to turn. Who are these organizations that I can reach out to? And so I love the addition of that over the years, having community organizations there available so that we can have those honest conversations, because we all know someone.
And it's definitely, the more we talk about it, I feel like the hope is that it'll become easier for people to, be more open about it, and maybe with that stigma still surrounding it, to kind of put that to the side and talk about what's going on.
Yeah.
So we love what you do, and thank you again for joining us today. So, I mean, we talked about the struggles with Debbie, but it had to have been hard for your family as well, after losing her. How did your family navigate the tough time, and how has the walk become part of the healing process? I know you touched a little bit on that.
You want to take it first?
I'm all right. Go ahead.
No, it's difficult, as you may have guessed. When you have 8 siblings, every one of them handles it differently. Everyone has a different healing process they go through, and again, it's not easy. But I think that foundation was laid there through faith and family, and those kinds of foundations that don't exist in other places. And I think that's part of the healing process is trying to help us go through, but you're not navigating it alone. I mean, you're surrounded by a family, by others, by organizations that will help. And the idea of the walk is to try to bring to light that, that there are resources out there, that you're not alone. You're only alone if you decide you kind of are, I won't say forced to it, but you don't. And perhaps others don't have that opportunity to be surrounded by folks. But again, if you look, there are resources, there are things, there are ways to surround you. And I think that's the biggest thing, is being around the resources and the folks who can help you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have much to say to that. I love the stories, that we hear each year at the walk, that support that you feel. Not just from family, from friends, from community. I mean, it's pretty touching to be able to have that as part of our healing.
Yeah. It has to help in a way, knowing that you're not the first person or the only person going through the loss that you suffered. You unfortunately more than likely won't be the last, but you have a community of people that you can all turn to.
Absolutely.
Kind of grieve together. So I think that's really powerful. It's really powerful having like a peer group that understands and gets it.
Have you guys gotten individuals that come up maybe during the walk and express, how it's impacted them personally?
Our very first year, we put out little note cards to talk about, how our mom actually impacted their lives personally. And that was really cool as a daughter to hear those stories, because you don't share them all with your kids. You know what I mean? And that, again, speaks to that spirit in her. She was a very humble person, and when she helped somebody, she wasn't doing it for the glory. So to hear those stories come out of it has been really cool. Definitely have had some people say, wow, we have a friend that's struggling, and we came here today and we found resources, and we're so excited to be able to go back and take them to that person. Those kinds of things we hear numerous times. So.
Oh, absolutely. There are stories that we don't even know about, because of the fact that she was always there. She didn't share a lot of them with me. All right. Sometimes there's no need to know, so you're not going to know. And I think that ability to be compassionate was something that was one of her best characteristics, and she used that to help others. And now we're trying to use what she's taught us to help others too. So as the walk evolves, we're trying to understand what is the best way, not only to have a walk and a fundraiser, but to help others, to have a message that comes out that gives the platform for folks like yourselves to present the tools and some of the things that are out there, that resources to help people. And again, not everybody can put together a walk, but again, there is that opportunity, and we've refined it as we've gone along to try to engage more with the resources that you have to be part of the walk, not just to, raise $20 and, have a great day kind of thing. But what can we do as we parlay that into something more than just getting them to show up? And again, there's several family members that have wrestled with the depression. We've had, I had a cousin that committed suicide not too long after Deb did, within about 2 months. So again, everyone has different situations, and in grieving with my aunt, being able to help her get through the fact that, this has occurred. And again, you try not to. You have a choice, right? You can dwell on, oh, me, poor me, this I can't, But if you can take that energy and turn it to helping somebody else and put it outward, then again, that's going to help you. That's going to help you heal. Plus, it's going to help the person you're dealing with. So that testimony isn't built by it's built by tests that we have to go through.
Yeah. And the more resources we get out there, because I feel like in situations where you're in crisis or you're going through a tough time, you don't know where to turn. And I feel like even if you're looking up resources online, you probably feel so overwhelmed with everything that is out there. So having them at, a walk where it's like a casual situation, you're going for a walk, but then you can see all the different resources that are out there. You can have that in the back of your head in case of a situation where you might need it. So I love that.
And lending credibility to those resources by having it a walk, right, that you're sponsoring, again, shows the community and other folks that these are the places that we believe can help. And a lot of times that's how it works, right? Rather than just, again, some people will just look online to say, what can I find? But others will go, if I go somewhere and I see something, it's there for a reason.
Yeah, definitely. Let me see. What do you hope walkers take away from your event every year? I know we talked about the resources, so obviously resources, but what else?
A deeper understanding of how important mental health is, and that reminder that nobody is struggling alone, that there is someone, whether it's a friend, a neighbor, a family member, a resource that's out there to help them through that, because mental health can impact anyone, no matter how strong, happy, they can seem on the outside. So just trying to break that silence and encouraging people to notice the signs, to speak up, to support one another, build connections, have valuable conversations with people, not just surface level, but actual meaningful conversations with those that you care about.
Yeah.
And again, by doing this and making the resources available, you have an opportunity to give somebody some tools that they may not have, that they're not comfortable with. But again, I think of several instances where people go, I heard you guys talk about this. I kind of, because when you're in a react mode, it's too late. So you have to figure out some way to get involved up front, to be in that, preventative stage. And I think that's what we're trying to do is help others understand, hey, this is what to look for. So the first aid and health, the stuff like that you guys bring helps us with the tools, but yet it makes people aware of what to look for. So when we go to when we've done the school conversations, by the time it gets to the superintendent's office, it's too late. Yeah. You're dispatching a crisis team, right? So why not get in front of it? Why not get involved with the schools? Why not get involved? Because that's the easiest place to start, is with those schools in the preventive situation where, the student is awake most of the time. They're in school, so they're seeing their friends, they're seeing their teachers. They're at school. 80% of the day that they're awake. The other time they're at home, they're probably on the phone or whatever.
Yeah.
But again, how do you get in front of it? How do you look at it from a preventive perspective? And I think what to look for. What are the signs? And I think if we can educate or make people aware of what to look for, then we're not dispatching a crisis team. You're working in a preventive type of mode. And again, you may have, somebody who says, hey, I saw this. I'm going to pick up the phone and call them for them. This is what you need to do. Versus they may not know how to do that.
Yeah.
There's a couple examples that come to mind in the family that's occurred. I knew they were, they made this off-color comment, but I knew something was bothering them. We're going to pick up the phone and we're going to call.
Especially in a school setting, I feel like you said they spend most of their days in school. They're
Most of
around
their year, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. They're around their, classmates, teachers. So they would probably be the ones who see those signs earlier on than even at home, unfortunately. Okay. So I think I 100% have to agree, and I'm sure we all do in this room, that it's so important to start at a younger age to teach the children on, what to look out for. So I'm really glad you brought that up.
Yeah, and again, we're all going to go through it, as Jillian's indicated. At some point, we all have those days where you just go, I just don't want it. I mean, again, you have to realize that's part of life. That's part of going through life. Is you're going to have those. You're going to have those high points and those low points. And what you want to do is understand. If the low points become consistent for a long time, is there somebody that's watching out? Is there something we can do? And again, getting back to the school situation, that's probably where it's going to surface first.
Yeah.
Being proactive rather than reactive in those situations. Get that training out ahead of time. Get those conversations out before it's already.
Yeah. And I just want to take a moment to discuss our programs that you mentioned. We offer mental health first aid, and we offer it for teenagers. I think
adults.
Yeah.
And for anyone, a parent, caregiver, anyone that works with kids.
Yeah.
So we have adult, youth, and teen mental health first aid.
Yeah. And to your point, it teaches you the signs and symptoms to look out for and how to react. So if you are interested, we offer it completely for free, so you can reach out to us for more information.
What I also like about that class, honestly, all three of them, is it also teaches you how to ask them.
Yes.
And I feel like there's a lot of stigma or just misunderstanding, frankly, about how to ask someone if they're considering suicide. So it teaches people how to be direct.
Yeah.
Like, are you thinking about suicide, rather than you're not thinking of suicide. Are you kind of setting it up for them to say no? It teaches them how to be direct and how to get
verbiage so that they can get an actual answer and not.
Yeah. I really love the course. It's really good. I think everyone should take it.
We've signed up on July 9th.
Perfect. So what has been the most meaningful part of organizing the walk each year? I know we touched on a few things that you guys have loved so far, but what has been the most meaningful?
Seeing that support from family members, from friends, from the community. Last year we had the Harbor Creek football team. They joined us.
That was cool.
And just to know that that's making an impact,
making a difference
on them. Allowing them, again, that safe place to have those conversations, opening up that topic of conversation that nobody really wants to talk about, but we're here today, so let's talk about it. How is it? So that's been really meaningful, and definitely healing in that grief process as well.
And it takes time. Everybody heals and recovers at different speeds, right? And the fact that if you continue to do something, right, like a walk, like a benefit of some kind, it's going to have a lasting impact, and not only on you, but the folks who support it. And again, it's extremely humbling. The outpouring from the community, it's very humbling. It's almost unbelievable at sometimes. But again, it's those stories, as Jillian shared, that you get on a card. Well, your mom stopped one time, when I was out walking, and da-da-da, these kinds of things. And, those are the kinds of things that we would never know unless we did something like this. And each year, little stories come out, little things, happen, that we didn't really know about. There's a lot of things that she did that we'll never know about. And again, so by doing it and being consistent, I hope that consistency will help over time. And again, as a family, we had to react versus helping somebody be proactive, preventative. And I think the other thing too is that if we can be consistent, we can show folks that not only being preventative and looking for the signs, but also being aware and actually doing something, not just thinking about it, but acting upon that, intuition or whatever you want to call it, that says, hey, there's something going on here. I need to drill a little deeper into what's going on. So I think I look at it from the perspective, not only are we providing those resources, but perhaps we're giving somebody that little nudge that says, do something, not just, oh, that's great, oh, really, and it's, doesn't turn out well.
I feel like the bystander effect in regards to like calling 911, I think it's the exact same situation. You might think that it's not your place, or you might think that someone else is talking to them about it, or you think that they're figuring it out on their own, but then no one's calling 911. So then that person's not getting the help they need. So I just really like that the conversation is still being had. And the encouragement to get people to talk and to do something rather than just dismiss it is really, really great and impactful. So your past walk this last year, you donated the funds raised from the walk to us at NAMI. Thank you for that very much.
Thank you very much.
What led you to that decision?
I think having local resources available is the biggest part of it, and also the fact that it kind of dovetails with what we're trying to do. I mean, the first aid classes, those kinds of things that can go into the schools. There was a big focus on after the first year or two, what are we really trying to accomplish? Are we just having a walk to raise some money, or are we gonna try to accomplish something, right? And I think you guys bring the tools and the resources to come alongside, whether it be a school or organization, to help work through that preventative steps. So based on what we've seen, there aren't a lot of organizations out there that have this methodology or this approach to be able to do it. Again, a lot of times it's reactive. And I think from our perspective, we want to be more proactive, right?
Yeah. Through your guys' offerings, the education, the support you guys offer to the community, and advocating, really sticking up for those people that need a lot of people to come beside them and say, hey, we got you.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this alone.
Well, and Jillian, even it's that local involvement, right? There was an event in Union City last year, right? You guys were down there supporting that. I mean, being in the community, being accessible, being there, handing out candy or whatever it was at at that particular event. But those are the kinds of things that I think add to what you bring to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a small team, but we're mighty.
Yeah.
So we try our best. So your support truly does mean a lot to us, and it helps us do what we can in the community. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, we're small, but if someone wants us somewhere, we're gonna be there.
I know.
Yeah.
And
We'll
it's
make it
obvious
happen.
you guys have gone over the top as far as providing things and doing things and allowing us to work with you guys. And again, there's other organizations that out there, and as things evolve, as things move forward, we're gonna try to do the best we can with what we've got and what we know, what we understand. And again, it's if you can, I think the next phase I see is trying to get people so they actually take a step to do an action, to move into something versus just being the I'll call 911. That's not. It doesn't mean any good. I'm already having a heart attack. I mean, it's too late.
Yeah.
If you get me to stop eating ice cream every evening, then okay, then that might work.
Yeah. No, absolutely. What resources have been most helpful for your family?
I have yet to take the class, so I don't know how to react to your question.
No, that's okay.
But
It doesn't have to be us.
Yeah. Any resource in the community.
But I think the other thing too is the reason I said absolutely, because again, we're promoting these classes that you do, and to to sit through, take them to be participating in one of them, at least I understand where the thing is going. That gives me more abilities to share what I really feel, how these things can help, how can it, work towards it. So we haven't used the NAMI services that I know of, right? Other than begging you guys to come in September on a Saturday morning and get wet feet and stand at Project 70 for, a couple of hours.
You don't even need to beg.
No, we're there.
But I think, again, having you there and us evolving to saying, let's make you more involved with that. Let's make you present or talk, at least share some of those things that you're doing. I think that's the benefit that we're getting from it. And again, we're learning as we go, and every time I convince your executive team to show up in a school, I learn more and more and more about what's possible, what's available, what's out there.
Yeah. I think for myself and my siblings, a lot of us have found it helpful to have each other. And again, it goes back to that whole, we all know someone, so let's have a conversation. Let's look out for each other. So be sure to surround yourself with people that truly do care about you. A lot of us, it's our faith that's helped us get through it. Again, something that our mom and dad instilled in us, and a community, again, just seeing the love from those around us has really helped a lot of us get through it.
And that's that foundation, the family, the faith, those kinds of things that not everybody has that ability, but perhaps you can fill the gap for somebody who doesn't have that, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of being, who we are.
That's one thing we've definitely heard over various episodes that we've done is that support system.
Yeah.
Having support around you. And even if someone doesn't understand what you're going through, them just being there makes all that much of a difference. So
just listen.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you hope Debbie's legacy continues to inspire change in mental health advocacy?
I hope that it inspires compassion in people for those around them. We hope to raise awareness, obviously, that and remind everyone to care. Just a little. A little can go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Giving people that safe place and acknowledge their feelings. You don't have to feel their feelings, but you can still acknowledge them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just adding to that, again, breaking down that stigma, right? Breaking down the fact that there's somebody there that will listen, somebody who cares, somebody that's, will walk with you, will be part of what you're going. Yeah, and not everybody has that ability to have that surround them. And, as a community, that's something that hopefully we can impact. And it was part of her DNA. I mean, whether it be the family from Liberia or whatever it was that she had, whatever the next thing was going on, that was important to her, and it didn't matter. I mean, that's what we were going to do, right? And we're going to do it as a family, and everybody get in the van, and that's it, we're done. End the discussion. And I think leading that way, not only are you talking about it, but you're doing it, right? You're acting upon it. And again, we dealt with the tragedy, and I can't change it. I can't fix it. But perhaps we can help somebody else based on what we've gone through, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that's the reason why we do the walk. That's the reason why we honor her legacy. That's the reason we do the things that we do, because the world needs more of it.
Yeah. So what are your future plans for the walk? What is your hope to see how it's going to evolve, and how can people get involved?
And when is it this year?
Yes.
Because this will be out before then. So we can get people to go.
So to get involved, okay. Our hopes for the walk, obviously we want it to grow. We have slowly increased our numbers each year, which has been phenomenal. So continuing to grow, continuing to support people. We went from having 1 or 2 organizations our first year to, did we have
4 or 5?
4 or 5 this past year. So again, bringing those organizations to light and something as simple as like having, you talked about knowing them in that middle of that situation, because you're not going to necessarily be able to look for them when you're going through it. Having that chip clip to take home that is that constant reminder that you always see. I had a bracelet for a really long time that I actually ended up giving to a friend, and I was like, here, you need this. Like, just like those little things that in the moment when you're at the walk-in, you take them and you're like, oh, okay, this is cute, it's a button, it's a bracelet, but then being able to turn it around and have that readily available for somebody is pretty cool. So you can follow us on Facebook. We also have a website that you can visit, DeborahMatsonMemorialWalk.com. This year's walk we have set for Saturday, September 27th, and we have bumped the time back to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We've had some pretty soggy feet the last couple of years.
A lot of wet socks.
It's
So
still fun, but
yeah,
a little wet.
Pretty excited to walk in dry shoes this year. But above all, this walk is our way of standing together in support of healing, hope, and mental health advocacy. So.
And we'll continue to do the walk as long as the family believes it's relevant and we're doing something constructive with what we're doing. All things have a life, a phase at some point, but we believe at this point there's still a need, a tremendous need.
Absolutely.
And we have the support of the community. And even if the community didn't show up, we'd still be there as a family.
Yeah.
Right? So we would walk no matter what. And whatever we got, we would donate it to, whoever the cause was that particular year that we're doing it. But I think it gives folks like yourselves, like NAMI and others, the opportunity, a platform to share, to present, to be there, to go, oh, well, yeah, I did see them there. I saw that. I saw his face. Yeah. So that connection, that local connection is the key. So as Jillian said, it's the 27th. It's a Saturday. We bumped it to 2 o'clock so we could have dry feet. And it'll take us like normal time. I take an hour or so by the time we get through everything, but it'll be a good afternoon. And we're praying that Deb is going to bless us again with the weather forecast being sunny. We've only gotten rained on once, and the years we've done it, and she's managed to keep us fairly dry from that perspective over the years. So.
I love that. So we like to end every episode with some advice for our viewers. As family members with losing someone, what advice do you have for individuals who are watching who might have a loved one that has passed or is struggling with mental health challenges?
Well, that's a great question. I think the best advice I can provide is to get involved, to be on the lookout, to understand what you're looking for if situations begin to evolve, so that you don't have to be into a reaction. And as a family member, again, listen, be there, always be there, always listen, and don't be afraid as things change and evolve to up the conversation a little bit.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you both so much for joining us. We truly appreciate it. I know it's not an easy subject to talk about, but we appreciate you sharing your stories and the walk and everything with our viewers so they can stay informed.
Well, thank you.
And your support of us. We appreciate that most of all.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for catching that.
We love helping.
Yeah. And that is pretty much it for today.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
See you on the 27th.
See you on
there we go.
September 27th.
We'll be there too. So.
All right.
Bye. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Stigma Stompers Podcast. We truly appreciate all your support.
If you want to see more about what we do in our community, make sure you check out our website. It's namierie.org. Make sure you also click on our t-shirt store tab so you can buy a t-shirt. We get a portion of all the proceeds. And make sure you sign up for our newsletter. It has all of our programming and event updates.
Another way you can get involved is if you feel comfortable sharing your personal story. You can email us at info@namierie.org, or you can give us a call at 814-456-1773.
Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Bye!
Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is underway at NAMI Erie County PA.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
And we are back. Thank you so much for joining us for that podcast episode. Like we said, really, really hard subject, but it's really important talking about it. Suicide is prevalent in every community, whether you want to think so or not. So that is a part of our mission, is like suicide prevention, intervention, educating people on how to handle suicide, how to handle someone having suicidal thoughts, how to handle everything regarding suicide, because we're trying to save people's lives. So
And
that comes with a lot of our programming.
Yeah, as said in the episode as well, stay tuned September 27th, the Deborah Batson Memorial Walk.
Yeah.
So make sure you join. The proceeds, correct me if I'm wrong, are coming to us again this year.
Yeah, very generous of them.
So thank you to the Matson family. We can't thank them enough for their continued support. So definitely check out the walk. It's a wonderful cause, and Debbie's legacy continues.
Yeah, you can really kind of like feel her presence there, and you can see her through her family. It's just a really great walk, really great organization, and a really wonderful family. And we can't thank them enough.
We even got a comment in our comment section saying Debbie Madsen was an incredible person, and that's what we've continuously heard from everyone.
So yeah, if you're new here, welcome. Today's Erie Gives Day, so this is NAMI Erie County PA's Erie Gives Day live stream. We have been live since 8 this morning, and we'll be here until 8 tonight, so about 4 hours left. But just for some background information on NAMI and why we think you should donate to NAMI this Erie Gives Day. National Alliance on Mental Illness, we do completely free non-clinical mental health programming. So everything we do is peer-based, evidence-based, incredible programming. We have some signature classes. We have our peer-to-peer class, our family-to-family class, and then NAMI Basics. All of those follow a curriculum and are led by a trained facilitator. Therefore, if you yourself are struggling, if you have a family member struggling, or if you are a caregiver of a child struggling, we have our peer support groups and family support groups, and we can do a support group wherever. We're in a ton of different agencies and organizations, so if you're interested in bringing us in to lead a support group there, feel free to reach out. We have our Exploring the Arts program, where we go into daycares and after-school programs and even schools during the daytime, and we talk to them about emotional regulation and self-soothing, and we do it through art. We've done yoga, we've done singing, we've done dancing, we've done painting, we've done everything that you can think of with all of these kids. It's very fun. We also do our mental health presentations, so if you want us to come in and present to your organization, your business, your staff, whoever, on a specific mental health topic, we will create the presentation, we will show it to you ahead of time, we will make sure it's all good to go, and then we will also come in and present it to you. Similarly, we have mental health first aid, which is also a curriculum. We have adult, youth, and teen.
So adult is for kind of mental health care, suicide prevention, overdose care, from adult to adult. Youth is for an adult overseeing a child. And then teen is for teen to teen, so with a peer, a classmate, a friend, whatever. That's curriculum based and is normally very expensive, and we offer it free of charge. And then finally, our free community events. That is the biggest thing that your donations will go towards helping. They are really fun and a really great way for us to get out into the community and to talk to people about our programming. We hear all the time that they didn't even know we existed. They just saw a fun free event online, and so they come and they meet us and they get to learn more about our programs and they get to participate in our programs. So that is kind of our programming and just a little bit about what you would be supporting. Please donate.
Yeah. And everything you'll essentially, your donation will be saving someone's life, because mental health does truly affect everyone. So I'm going to run through real quick to talk about the next things to expect during this live. So at 4 o'clock, coming up in about 4 minutes, we're going to have personal health journey stories. You know, Abby and I can sit here and talk all we want about how great our organization is and why you should donate, but we really wanted to show you how it has impacted individuals. So we have individuals who have participated in our programs. We even have organizations that we've gone to and done trainings, presentations, and things like that for, who will also be talking about their experience with us. So you don't have to trust us, but you can listen at 4 o'clock to the individual stories and their experiences. Then at 5, we're doing Slido. So it's kind of like a Kahoot game for those who are not familiar. You're going to get a barcode, scan it, and then a QR code, not a barcode, a QR code. You can scan it on your phone and join. We'll have questions on there, and the winner gets a $100 Amazon gift card. So make sure to tune in at 5. And then at 6 p.m. we're going to have navigating mental health challenges in older adults and caregiver compassion fatigue, because as Abby said, you know, for individuals who are caring for a loved one who might be struggling, it can definitely be tough.
Yeah.
So we're doing that presentation, and then you get a feel on how our presentations go as well. Of course, in person they're different than virtual, but just a quick feel on how that goes. And then we're going to end it with the Wheel of Dares. So 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Any donation we get, we're going to have the staff, including Abby and myself, spin the wheel, and we're going to have to do a dare. Now, they're pretty funny dares, so we're a little excited for that. We'll see how it goes. So stay tuned. We appreciate everyone who's been watching so far, all the donations, all the support. We truly do appreciate it. I'm going to turn it back over to Abby to give us an update on where we are at with our numbers.
Our goal is $15,000. We are at 57% of our goal with $8,570 over 64 gifts. So that's amazing. We love that so much. Thank you so much. Keep it coming. Thank you so much.
We truly do appreciate it. Do you want to give a few shout outs maybe that we might have missed in the meantime?
Joseph, Dr. Joseph and Lori Barber, John White, Matt Lasher, Michael, Christine, Rita, Tina, Jim and Debbie, Andy and Pat Tellers. Those are all more recent ones. So thank you very much. Continue sharing our posts and our live to all your friends. Tell all your friends to donate. And
yeah, and thank you to all the anonymous donors as
Yeah,
well.
that too, that
we
too.
appreciate it,
Especially.
So thank you so much, and we're going to transition now to a quick commercial break, and then after that commercial break, we're going to get into the personal stories. So stay tuned.
See you at 5 for Slido.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and general
Yes,
information?
Thank you for having me. My name's Jeremy. I'm a person with a diagnosis. I have schizoaffective disorder. I work for Stairways Behavioral Health as a CPS. And in my spare time, I love math, poetry, and drumming.
Perfect. And you're published, aren't you?
Yes, I self-published a couple books of poetry.
Very cool. Very cool. How did you first hear about NAMI?
I heard about NAMI from my mom, who was director of Family to Family for a while. And I was invited to speak at Family to Family a few times. I've spoken there about 3 times now, I think.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
Family to Family and the last interview we did, the podcast on emotions.
Perfect. What made you decide to get involved?
I didn't want to see anyone else go without help. And I felt that I was in a place in my life where my mental illness was something that wasn't limiting me anymore. And I wanted to be able to give back and see that other people could get through it as well.
If you're comfortable, just so people kind of know where you're coming from, would you give like a summary of your story?
Yeah. So I have schizoaffective disorder. I was first diagnosed when I was about 19 or 20. I had my first 4 years away from school getting well. My parents helped me to find a psychiatrist and therapy. I bounced around from therapist to therapist for a few years, went back to school, did very well for 7 or 8 years, had another episode in 2009. And following that episode, I was a professor at a college, came back home to Erie, and again was just looking for work. Nothing was steady, and I had my final episode in 2015. Was the end of one part of my life and the beginning of the next part of my life.
Has there been any specific moments during any of the programs that you've spoken to that really stood out to you or made a difference?
Just that moment where I realize other people are thinking the same thing I am. When I was in Family to Family and we were talking about our shared experience with mental health, I just remember feeling totally accepted there and welcomed. It was a good feeling.
I love that. I'm very glad that you had that feeling. That's great. How has being part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall?
I think having spoken with NAMI has given me confidence where I didn't have it before. It's given me a sense of not being alone. I think that's an important thing. It's a very important thing to not feel alone. And I think of it like walking up a hill. If I'm walking up a hill alone, I might give up halfway. But if I'm walking up a hill with 20 other people and they're going through the same thing, I feel more confident, and the confidence leads me to success. So I've learned that I'm not alone.
Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Yes, in particular listening and empathy. It's hard with mental illness, and I think most of us with a mental illness want to be seen and heard, and so empathy and good listening skills are important.
Mm-hmm. How has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
I just get the feeling that it's not a life sentence the way it felt when I was first diagnosed. When I was first diagnosed, I thought, this is the end of my life. I'm destined to not have all the good things that I deserve to have. And working with NAMI, I've found that those things that I want are not out of reach. It's accessible to anyone, especially people with mental illness.
I love that so much. That's so great. Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe that?
Yes, I felt very supported. I felt like a part of a family. I was welcomed, no judgment, nothing but open-minded, caring people. I felt very much a part of the family.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
First, I'd say you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there who have mental health issues. You might think that your story, your illness is not important enough, not serious enough, or even not real enough to warrant asking for help. But asking for help is one of the best things that you can do. It's a way of saying, I have an illness, I am not my illness, and I want to get through it. And I think it's possible to get through it.
I love that. What does NAMI Erie County PA mean to you personally?
Hope. I get hope being around other people and other families with mental illness, that recovery is possible.
I love that. If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
Tolerant, accepting, loving, validating, and supportive.
That's great. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
I think NAMI is doing excellent things, supporting and advocating for people with mental illness. Supporting NAMI is supporting people with mental illness and their families. It's a way of saying, we understand, we see you, and you're welcome in any environment.
And what would you say to someone that's thinking about making a donation?
It couldn't go to a better place. This organization is doing really good things for the community, and your donation says, I support mental illness, I support all those people who want to be free of it, not without it, just free of it, and that there's a better life possible for everyone.
I love that. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for joining us. And thank you for continuing to be a part of our programming.
It's an honor.
Can you tell us your names and a little bit about yourselves?
Sure. I'm Carolyn.
I'm Jason.
We've been together for over a decade, and like a lot of families, we've faced our share of challenges, especially navigating mental health and caregiving. Our house has been a place of support, a safe space for loved ones during difficult circumstances.
Yeah, and through that we've learned a lot about resilience, patience, and the power of community. We try to approach life with honesty, compassion, and willingness to grow even when things get hard. And it's that mindset that eventually led us to connect with NAMI.
How did you first hear about NAMI, speaking of?
My mom was actually a professional care coordinator in the community at the time, and she suggested it to us.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
We've attended the family-to-family class and also the family support group.
Yeah, and our oldest son and I attend the weekly peer-to-peer support group together.
Perfect. What initially made you decide to get involved after hearing about NAMI?
We got involved with NAMI at a time when we were feeling especially overwhelmed. One of our adult children had just moved in with us, and the level of support that he needed for his mental health was way more serious than we had previously navigated with him.
Yeah, we'd spent years caring for my mom, who also struggled with her mental health, but she passed away about a month earlier, and the timing and the weight of everything just left us scared and unsure. We figured it was time to look for help.
Was there a specific moment during any program that you've attended that really stood out to you or made a difference?
Yeah, for me it was that our situation, almost down to the detail, was shared by others in the group. We weren't alone, and that was incredibly grounding.
For me, it was hearing a guest speaker who had come to terms with their diagnosis. And they followed through with treatment, and they were just really thriving, and it gave me a lot of hope.
How has being part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall?
It gave us the tools and perspective we didn't really realize we were missing. We feel way more equipped to manage our current situation, and it's made a real difference.
Yeah, and not just in our ability to cope, but the overall mental health and quality of life for our entire household.
Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
We still regularly use I statements and reflective listening. They've helped keep our communication calm and clear and respectful during stressful events.
How has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
Before NAMI, we mostly responded to mental health as it came up, reactively, and often with uncertainty, we didn't know exactly how to go about it, but we were just doing our best. But through the program, we've come to understand that mental health isn't just about handling a crisis while it's happening.
Right. We've learned that it's about ongoing care and boundaries and communication. We've learned that it's something that can kind of be managed and supported with intention rather than feared or silently endured.
Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe that?
I think we felt a really strong sense of support and community through NAMI. Like right off the bat, it was definitely exactly what we needed. The facilitators were really knowledgeable and compassionate, and they gave us confidence and guidance that we needed at that time.
There was a real comfort in being among others who understood our experience. People who could celebrate the small victories and share in the hard moments. That common bond made it easier to be open and vulnerable, and the group truly felt like a space of mutual support.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
I'd say humble yourself to the possibility of help. Everybody needs support sometimes, and if you're unsure whether you do, that's often the clearest sign that you do. NAMI's been a trustworthy, well-connected resource in the world of mental health, and reaching out to them could be the first step toward real clarity and relief.
What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
NAMI Erie County gave us a place to breathe. It meant having people who understood, really understood what we were going through without judgment. It gave us tools, language, and connection in a time when we felt overwhelmed and isolated.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
It has absolutely been grounding, empowering, compassionate, and unexpectedly life-changing.
Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Mental health challenges affect more families than most people realize. And NAMI provides free, practical, and life-affirming support that's often hard to find elsewhere. Supporting NAMI on Erie Gives Day ensures that more people can access those resources when they need them most.
And then finally, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
A donation could be the reason that someone feels seen instead of ashamed, hopeful instead of helpless. NAMI isn't just a good cause, it's a vital community lifeline. Even a small gift can make a real lasting difference.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and what you do?
Yes, my name is Charles Brown. My stage name is C. Brown, and I'm a hip hop artist here in Erie, PA.
How did you first hear about NAMI?
Seeing various ads online, people sharing things about NAMI.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
I was in the annual walk, and I also did Zoom meetings through NAMI.
What made you initially decide to get involved?
I've always cared about mental health personally through life experiences between myself and my peers.
Was there any specific moment during any of the things you've done with NAMI that really stood out to you or made a difference?
During the annual walk, it was just nice to hear different stories between everybody about their experiences with mental health and just how we all connected, whether we were affected by something or whether we knew somebody that was going through something. It just felt nice to just connect that way.
Love that. How has being part of NAMI's programming or just like following us on our socials impacted your mental health or your life overall?
It made me more aware of my own mental health issues, and it made me want to take a stance. It also made me more compassionate about others.
Love that. Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
I would have to say just being real with yourself about what you may be going through. I think the whole being vulnerable and being transparent about what you're feeling, what you're dealing with mentally has really played a part in my life. It made me want to share my stories more. It made me want to seek help whenever I'm having a dark moment, and it made me want to push others to do the same.
You've kind of always talked about mental health, but how has your perspective either changed or shifted on mental health since working with and learning about NAMI?
I always took mental health, always had like a selfish approach to it. I always thought about myself when it came to it, and I didn't realize how universal mental health really is. You never know who's going through it, but a lot of people are. So I just take it more serious as far as that aspect goes.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe it?
I would have to say, yeah. I'm seeing more and more people associate themselves with NAMI and speak about their stories and dealings with mental health.
Love that. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
That you are definitely not alone. I know it sounds sort of cliche, but that's the honest to God truth. You're not alone, and you shouldn't be afraid to seek help. If you're feeling like you want to get better, then you should try to seek better treatment. Reach out to a friend, a professional, anyone that can help get you to a level of sanity, and don't feel bad about it. Be comfortable with the fact that you are dealing with something and that there is somebody out there that cares enough to help you out.
Mm-hmm. What does NAMI mean to you personally?
At this point, simply it's an outlet for me, and it makes me want to, not be so ashamed of things that I've been through mentally. So I appreciate NAMI for taking on these issues that, at one point we thought there was no accessible help. We thought there was no organization or support group that cared about mental health. So NAMI has, affected my life in that way. Just knowing that there's people out there that actually takes on these things.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
Great. Phenomenal, impactful, necessary.
Thank you. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Because NAMI is taking on a worldly issue that we might not always view as a worldly issue. I've always felt like mental health, well, at least in my adulthood, that mental health was a big thing that needs to be talked about. It's a discussion that for many of years, my peers and myself have ran away from or tried to throw under the rug. Mental health is a huge issue, and it's important that it's talked about. So I appreciate NAMI for taking this on, and anybody that supports it will be helping the cause. And everything is not going to get solved in one day, but if we stay at it, we'll get to a solution somehow.
And finally, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
That they should, because they would be donating to something that is beautiful and that is meant for, in my eyes, all mankind.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name is Cindy Vivarelli, and I have worked in the field of human services my entire career. I've worked with children, families, individuals who are struggling in one capacity or another. In my free time, I enjoy gardening, reading, interacting with my 3 adult daughters, my grandchildren, friends, and family.
Perfect. How did you first hear about NAMI Erie County?
I heard about NAMI through my work in human services. I encouraged my people that I worked with to take advantage of this free service for support and education.
What NAMI programs have you participated in?
I completed the Family to Family program along with my husband in 2022.
Perfect. What made you initially decide to get involved with our programs?
When an opportunity in my personal life arose, I felt that I would benefit from the support that NAMI offered, and I wanted to find out as much as I could as a family member, as a friend to other individuals struggling. I knew about NAMI on a professional level, but I had never participated in one of their programs before.
Perfect. Was there any specific moment during the program that really stood out to you or made a difference?
I think that right from the beginning, meeting other caregivers, family members, friends, support people that were going through similar life experiences was really a good connection for me. It's a very confidential group. People were really there at the time in their life that they wanted to be there. They were willing to share. It was a compassionate group, so educational and affirming. It was really a wonderful program to participate in.
Good, I'm glad. How has being part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall?
I think what the group really brought to me is that as a caregiver, as a friend, as a support to others, I need to take care of myself first and foremost. They really stressed that that was an important aspect that many people overlook. I also felt like the responsibility you feel as a friend or family member, the guilt that you feel, you learn in that group how to process that and how to be really a good advocate for your loved one.
Perfect. Have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Definitely being mindful, being patient, focusing on self-care, and not to be a controlling factor. You're to support your loved one, not to try to take control of their life, especially if they're an adult. They still have the right to establish their own recovery, and you need to support them in the decisions that they make.
Perfect. How has your perspective on mental health changed since participating in NAMI programming?
I'm more informed. I know not to give up. I know that I need to try different pathways, and the stigma is still there. It still exists, and you have to surround yourself with people who are compassionate and not judgmental. And I think that's what the family-to-family program gave me. Not that my friends and family are judgmental or anything, but sometimes you don't want to share things with those individuals closest to you, but you would like to share those experiences that you've had with others who have gone through the same or similar things.
Definitely. Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe it?
Absolutely. The leaders that ran the group were very supportive. They shared their own personal life experiences. We had sessions where professionals would come in and talk, and where peers would come in and talk. So it really was really about sharing, learning, supporting, compassion, and also I think a really big thing is there's no pressure to talk about something. No one makes you feel like I was never anxious during those meetings. If you were having a certain type of day and you didn't want to share, it was perfectly fine, and you could feel comfortable with the group.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
I would say take that first step. If you have someone in your life who is supportive and non-judgmental and caring, reach out to that person and let them know you're having some struggles. And take an opportunity to visit the NAMI website for all the services that they have, as well as giving them a call. As I said, they're such a supportive, non-judgmental place, and you can call without feeling any pressure.
Love that. What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
I think it gave me a voice, and it helped me advocate and support my people in my life much better. I feel more confident. I don't feel so overwhelmed, and I'm not reactionary anymore. I know that I have to process and let people vent and share what they're going through at that minute.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
I would say immediate support, no pressure, trust, and hope for the future.
Love that. This one is not on there, but you are also a NAMI board member. Can you kind of talk about why you wanted to become a part of our board and how it's been for you since you joined?
After I retired from the helping profession, I really felt that I needed to continue my work with the Erie community. And when I was approached to become a member, considered for a member on the board, I thought long and hard about that, and also eagerly jumped at it because I felt that this was yet another way that I could continue my work in the community, and that I was a voice that could be heard. I also wanted to say, after I completed the family-to-family program, I was offered an opportunity to provide feedback, and that was really a great opportunity too, and it also added some additional things into their program.
Yeah, perfect. 2 more questions for you.
Okay.
Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
I think as a community, as a whole, we have so many people that are struggling. I know there's going to be a lot of opportunity for donations, but NAMI really stands out to me. Their services are free. What they have accomplished over the last couple years is amazing. The outreach that they're doing into all avenues of life, schools and teachers and clergy and clubs, and they're really spreading the word about mental health and really working to decrease the stigma associated. They run their program on a small budget. They rely on donations, fundraising, so they really can use the support. The staff are amazing, as well as the volunteers, and they're very dedicated to enriching the lives and helping people as they make their journey. I really feel it's a worthwhile investment in your Erie community.
Well, thank you very much. My final question for you, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
Visit the website, become a member. The website really highlights the work that NAMI does, and I'm not sure that the average citizen in Erie County really recognizes the amount of work that NAMI is doing across the whole community. If you visit the website and look at what they've done, I think you'll find a very strong reason to donate on Erie Gives Day.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Cindy. Can you start by telling us a little bit about yourself, like your name and who you work for?
Sure. My name is Maria Mazalewski. I am the Director of Special Education with Iroquois School District. And my role is providing supports and services for students that require additional help in school, whether that has to deal with their learning or behavior, emotional well-being, kind of the gamut.
Beautiful. How did you first hear about NAMI?
So within my career, prior to this role, I was a school psychologist, and both of those roles involve advocating and identifying needed resources for students that, again, might involve learning or mental health. And so NAMI has been a staple resource in this community since I started my career a number of years ago.
What NAMI programs have you either participated in or brought into the school?
Yeah, so Iroquois has been fortunate to partner with NAMI over the years. Initially, we had provided some resources for our students and families through like a lunch and learn series where NAMI would come in and have presentations with our students, and teachers and staff and families were able to participate as well. And most recently, this previous school year, we had the opportunity to train our staff in youth mental health first aid, and then this spring, we had the opportunity then to train our teens in teen mental health first aid. So that's been the most recent involvement in terms of programming with NAMI.
Yeah, what kind of made you initially decide to get involved with our programming?
Well, again, NAMI is a trusted resource in the community. It's kind of a, you know, when you think of mental health and community resources, NAMI comes to mind. I've met with a couple of the NAMI folks who happen to be very friendly, engaging, collaborative, people, and when talking about programming and services that we thought would best meet the needs of our students and staff and our families, the teen and youth mental health first aid training really resonated in terms of equipping our students and families and students and staff with the information and the knowledge that they need to respond to their peers and students that are maybe experiencing some mental health challenges or crises.
Perfect. Has there been any kind of specific moment during any program or presentation that stood out to you or really made a difference?
Sure. Well, two, I think. One, when we did the Lunch and Learn series, we had a group of students that actively participated in a number of those lunch and learn presentations, and really had sought out information to help their peers. So really seeing these young people step up and want to take an integral role in supporting their friends was pretty profound to me as an adult, because these are young people that are experiencing challenges of their own, and they want to help their peers first and foremost. So that really has stood out. And then NAMI, with providing the teen mental health first aid, certainly has helped equip our students to do so, and to be a resource for their friends when in need. Secondly, I would say during the youth mental health first aid training, seeing the eagerness of our staff and teachers to learn information so that they can understand how to respond when students are experiencing mental and behavioral health challenges, it was very powerful to me. So our teachers love to teach, they love the content, but even more than that, they love their students and they see them as people. So really seeing them eagerly absorbing the information so that they can meet the needs of their students as a whole child was super cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love hearing that. How has being a part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or just your life overall?
Sure. Well, I would say that, educators these days are experiencing we have varied roles. So we're not just educating students, we're also trying to meet their social and emotional needs. That can be acutely stressful. We have some students that present with very acute mental health needs and challenges, and that is very straining to our district, to our teachers, to families, and even to peers around them. So really being able to be more equipped to respond to the needs of our students has helped me professionally, but also personally, because we know that those lines aren't always delineated.
Yeah.
So we absorb stress across both roles.
Definitely. Kind of piggybacking off of that, have you learned any new skills or tools through NAMI that you still use today?
Yes. Certainly how to respond to a young person that is experiencing mental health challenges, really empowering them with resources so that they can access supports and services, and how to respond appropriately to students that are experiencing crisis. And also really equipping our staff so that they're able to do so, because we're not, in terms of administration, our role is to really support those around us. So if we're able to equip and support our teachers and staff and our students with helping those around them, it really helps establish a sense of family and community that we value a lot in Iroquois.
I love that. How has your perspective on mental health kind of changed, or maybe like you have a new perspective on it since working with NAMI?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And one of the benefits of partnering with an agency, an organization like NAMI, is really the delivery and dissemination of information and resources, so that mental health, you're trying to decrease the stigma and increase availability of resources. And that is, that's one of our focuses in the district, is to really, we talk a lot about emotional wellness and the importance of taking care of one's emotional and mental health, in addition to, physiological health and academic performance. So it really has helped our district initiative on mental health awareness and accessing resources so that our students can be more communicative and vocal when they require that support.
Love that. Did you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI, and can you describe it?
Sure. Am I allowed to name drop here?
Sure.
Okay. Heather Noon's amazing. I mean, everyone that I've met has been so collaborative and communicative. Heather has shared her personal story and some of the things that she has gone through, in her life personally. And that allows people to feel a sense of connection. And again, it decreases the stigmatization, because not only do you have a provider who is resourceful and has the information and can share out resources to help, but also share a personal story. And there's something about that personal sharing of information that supports a sense of relatedness and trust, and just the consistency of resources and competency that we've established with NAMI. So.
Yeah, Heather is great.
Yeah,
I can
she's
also
awesome.
attest. So I'm sure she'll appreciate that. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
Yeah. one of my mantras in life is to have a conversation. So, mental health, especially prior to some mental health campaigning and awareness, a lot of people carry their burdens individually, and so that's a heavy weight to carry, especially if you're not sharing that out, and it gets heavier and heavier over time. And so I would encourage somebody to have a conversation with somebody else and to seek resources. Certainly NAMI is a trusted resource to help an individual identify what resources are available in the community, but it really does start with a conversation and sharing the need that one might have.
What does NAMI Erie County mean to you personally?
NAMI to me means hope, empowerment, and resource.
Love that. If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be? And they could be the same ones if you want.
I would say resourceful and responsive.
Love that.
Yeah.
Our final two questions. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
So I struggled with this a little bit, not because I don't find the value in it, but also because I'm a school district employee and we do Erie Gives. So, I had to seek permission to, from my boss to do this. But, Erie Gives for NAMI, it's not about NAMI. It's not about the organization of NAMI specifically. It's about reaching lives, and it's about the individual life and the family and the system that individual is a part of, whether that's your immediate family, a church system, a neighborhood, your community, Erie in general. Like Erie Gives is what are we doing to empower and support growth in our community? And NAMI does that by supporting initiatives and programmings and resources so that individuals and families and systems in our community can benefit. So,
love that.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then our final question, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
I would say proceed. Any small act of kindness is going to have great benefit. No regrets with any amount that anybody is able to give to support others in need. I don't know how you could have any regrets in that regard. So
perfect. Yeah. That was great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and who you work for?
Yep. My name is Matt. I'm the Family Support Case Manager at St. Martin Early Learning Center. So I work with OCY, get kiddos involved, enrolled to their program, help them get resources, services. And I've also been a teacher at St. Martin Early Learning Center for 3 years before that.
How did you first hear about NAMI?
As a teacher there, our assistant director came up to me and said, we're going to have NAMI come up every once a week. Thursdays for your class, which is the older school age clip program, Tuesdays for the other classroom. Then I kind of did some research, and that's really the main way I first heard of you guys.
What NAMI program have you participated in?
So the program is Exploring the Arts. Basically, you guys would come every Thursday for my class and talk about self-care, coping skills, calm down techniques, mostly focus on those things for the most part.
Perfect. Was there any kind of specific moment during the program that really stood out to you or made a difference for the kids?
Like I said, a lot of it was self-care, coping skills. So we talk about those, put them into action sometimes. We did a lot of different games. The one game that really stuck out was we had this big board game that went around the room. We put kids into pairs, team up. They'd roll some dice, and then they'd have to go to wherever they rolled, and either utilize a coping skill, a calm down technique, name a person they can talk to if they're having a bad day. It was just a great way to have the kids involved, get into teams, have fun with it, but actually just put those skills into action.
Perfect. How has being a part of NAMI's programming impacted your mental health or your life overall? And you could also kind of explain this from the kids' perspective too, whichever.
Yeah, for me, it was more like a refresher for a lot of these different skills and stuff. Just being able to put them into action for myself. I know there's long days at work, and sometimes it was tough to remember, like, oh, you're here to help these kids, so it helped me step back, do some self-care, calm down techniques myself, but also just helping the kiddos use these skills. Saying, hey, I see you're upset. Remember that dragon breathing we learned last week? Let's try that. So it's just really cool to learn those skills and then help the kiddos and also me put them into action.
Well, you kind of answered this one, but I know that the program is tailored for the kids, but have you learned any new skills or tools through exploring the arts that you use?
Yeah, a lot of it was just more self-care. There was a while where I was taking care of myself, but it was like more getting worried about work, worried about A, B, C, and D. So I made an effort, especially like this summer, to actually do some self-care. I went on vacation last week. Just things along those lines, just to remember myself and my own mental health too, where I'm not just putting, all the kiddos above my, own mental health. So that was a big thing for me, really.
Perfect. Has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
I don't know if it's changed, but I don't know if I said, but just kind of reaffirming some of the things that I've learned in the past, things that, I've maybe put on the back burner, like I said, self-care or just any coping skills like that. And also just remembering that everyone's different, everyone's going through their own stuff. So just remembering that if a kiddo's, acting out or something like that, maybe they're just having a bad day. Maybe something really bad's going on at home. So it kind of just put, mental illness back to the forefront in my mind, which I think is really important.
Definitely. Would you say that there's a sense of support or community with the kids during exploring the arts every week? And can you kind of describe that?
Yeah, I do. So for my class, it was the 3rd grade to like 6th grade. 6th, 7th, so like up to 13-year-old girls down to 7-year-old boys. So we had Miss Sharon come to my class, and it was really cool to see. She would come, and like I said, up to 13-year-old girls with huge attitudes and 7-year-old boys with insane amount of energy. But she would come every single week and really put the kids at the forefront. It was really cool. She would remember stories that kids would tell her from the past and bring them up in future times she would come. There's this one kid who mentioned his cousin was overly upset. I think had talked to him about suicide or something along those lines. And Miss Sharon made a point to make sure to go talk to him about it and check in with him every couple weeks and say, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" But just things along those. It was really cool to see her come in and care about the kiddos. There was an older girl, 13-year-old, who would ask Miss Sharon to come to the playground every other week. And Miss Sharon would make a point to, "I can't this week, but next week I can." And she would stay for an extra 20 minutes just to hang out with the kiddos more. So I know I remember that, and I know those few kiddos definitely remember it too. So it was really cool to see.
I love that. Miss Sharon loves them. She'll talk about them to everyone.
Yep.
What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
I can speak from experience. I know I used to not, think I can do everything myself. Why do I need to talk to someone? But since, learning some things myself, it's okay to go talk to somebody. It's not a sign of weakness. It's not you saying, "Hey, I'm a strong guy." Everyone should be able to talk to someone, even if it's not a therapist. It's, a grandma, it's a coworker. It's for me, the kiddos. I tell them anytime I see them, if you need someone to talk to, please say, "I want to talk to Mr. Matt." So I think it's just important to, not think that you can do everything yourself. I think it's important to remember that your mental health is serious and important.
Yes, definitely. What does NAMI mean to you personally?
NAMI to me is it's an organization that truly cares about the people they're going to work with. Like I said, work with the kiddos. They're a lot. Their attitudes, but every NAMI individual that's come in to work with the kiddos gives it their all. You can tell they care. They truly care. They're an empathetic group. I just think it's an organization that truly cares and has the best in mind for all clients, age-wise, anything like that.
If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
Like I said there, I guess caring, empathetic, kind. Yeah, just a group that truly cares about, the people they work with.
Perfect. 2 more questions. Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Kind of like I said there, it's just a group that cares about people, so they deserve to get donations. I know that's not easy working with, the populations they work with, and every dollar counts. So, yeah, they deserve it.
Thank you. And our final question, what would you say to someone thinking about making a donation?
I think your donation would go a long way in helping NAMI. If you think NAMI, also think St. Martin Center. No, it's honestly, it's a group that cares about people, and I think your money's not going to waste. It's going to a good cause, which truly cares and wants to help people.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like your name and where you work?
My name is Megan Wood, and I work at St. Martin Early Learning Center.
How did you first hear about NAMI?
I first heard about NAMI with St. Martin because I was told that they came the year before and then they were coming back. And that was when I was first introduced to NAMI.
What NAMI program have you participated in?
Exploring the arts.
Beautiful. Has there been, and for anyone that doesn't know, Exploring the Arts is we go into like daycares or after school programs and we teach the kids emotional regulation through art. That's just for anyone that doesn't know that's watching. Has there been like a specific moment during the program that really stood out to you of like the kids having like an aha moment or anything like that?
Yes. When we discussed how the foods that we eat affect our bodies and our mentality and how our brains develop, that was like a really big thing for the kids, even myself, because nobody really actually pays attention to what we eat. We just eat, especially if we're like wanting something to snack on or just craving something or just actually just like, hey, I'm in the mood for something. So nobody actually pays attention to the aftermath of what we eat and how it affects us. So that was like a real big aha moment for all of us, that made us take a deeper dive into what was healthier foods, what were healthier options, what were safer alternatives, as far as like even myself, like coffee creamers, different types of coffee, even for the kids with juices, snacking options, even more taking in more fruits and vegetables. And so those were things that we all took a step back and were like, okay, let's explore this and how it actually helps us versus making it more complicated against us.
How has being a part of NAMI's programming or watching the kids participate impacted their mental health, your mental health?
It has, I believe it truly has helped them grow mentally. I think that it has ultimately helped them become more of aware of who they are, what they are, and, think of a lot of choices that they make before they make them. I think that it helped with a lot of their self-esteem. I think that it helped with a lot of their friendships, building boundaries, healthy boundaries, learning when to say no and learning when to actually accept someone in versus just pushing people away. And it also helped with a lot of the fighting. It helped with a lot of communication. It helped with a lot of getting along, and then mostly accepting people for who they are. I also believe that it also has helped them with branching outside of themselves and becoming more friendlier with other people and reaching out to other peers and making them feel more welcome and accepted in their environment. So I really do think that NAMI has helped a lot with their development mentally all around the board.
That's great. I'm glad. What are some of the or are there any skills or tools that the kids have learned through Exploring the Arts that they still use?
Taking a step back, deep breathing, the healthy snacks, the healthier options, learning when they've had enough to eat, not overeating. They also have even when it comes to taking deep breaths, they've also, with communication, learning to use their words, learning to think more positively about themselves, not speaking down on others, even inviting others into a group to play. Those are like a lot of the things that they use on a daily basis from what they've learned from exploring the arts.
I love that. How has your perspective on mental health changed since working with NAMI?
Big time. Honestly, with just even not even just with the kids, but even in my personal, because I have been dealing with a lot. It made me take a step back and say, okay, you know what? I needed to more so take care of myself and be there so I could be there for others. It made me want to choose healthier routes for myself when it comes to taking some me time, taking some time out for myself, taking time to have those extra moments for deep breaths, or when I needed a snack, or when I needed to just have a calm down moment, or just to get away. But also to be there for those that needed me most, not just those, the kids that I teach, but also my own kids. So it bridged a lot of different gaps that I was missing in my life to better, focus on myself so that I could be more of a help to those that are around me.
Do you feel a sense of support or community through NAMI during like exploring the arts? And can you describe it?
Yeah, I do. I love the fact that there are a lot of community outreaches. I love that there's a lot of community events. I love that there's a lot of support systems, groups, meetings. I love that there's always an option for everything that is needed. Just even being able to talk to you in the times that we've talked, that there was always something that was available for whatever it was that was going on. So I feel like there's always support. There's always something that is there.
Love that. What would you say to someone who may be struggling with their mental health but is unsure about seeking help?
If you're unsure, it's always best to try to get some. Because even in those toughest times is when you need someone the most. You need someone to encourage you, to lift you up, to be your backbone, and be your support when you feel like you don't have anyone. And a lot of the times when you are unsure is when you feel like your back is against the wall. And there is somebody that can be that wedge in between you and that wall. So I do feel like there are more than enough services that even if you can't afford it, there are more than enough that are free to be able to help someone, help you, so that you don't have to suffer by yourself, because no one has to suffer by themselves.
Mm-hmm. What does NAMI mean to you personally?
Personally, a second chance. A new thought process, a new way of thinking, a new way of an outlook, a deep breath, fresh air. Just being able to feel like at some point there's a weight lifted off of your chest.
I love that. If you had to describe your experience with NAMI in just a few words, what would they be?
My experience in just a few words? The best deep breath I've ever taken.
Oh, I love that. 2 more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's important for people to support NAMI on Erie Gives Day?
Because the amount of work and the amount of services that is given unselfishly by this company, I see it every week. And I see it in the community just by the things that are on Facebook, on the website, on just in the conversations that I have with you guys, even the partnering that we do together for the kids. it's a chance for other people to have that new fresh air and a new chance at a different life.
And finally, if someone was thinking about donating to NAMI on Erie Gives Day, what would you say to them?
Don't think about it, just do it. Just do it.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, it's excellent.
We are going to be playing a game. So we're going to be playing mental health trivia, and the winner of the game will be receiving a $100 Amazon gift card. So there's 45 questions. We're going to give it some time to let people kind of get in and get settled, and then we'll get it going. So for now,
we hope everyone's enjoying the live so far. We are super grateful so far. I'll let Abby say where we're at so far with our progress.
our goal is $15,000, and we're at 60% with $8,935 across 72 gifts. So that's amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone who is donating and supporting us. It truly means a lot. You are helping someone in our community, possibly saving a life. So we truly do appreciate everything. We hope everyone's having a good day so far, enjoying the game. I see a few people are joining.
You just scan the QR code. If you aren't familiar with the QR code, you open the camera on your phone and you kind of tap it a little bit, and then it takes you to a link. Or you can join at slido.com and insert that number, whichever is easier for you.
Good luck. It's a fun game where you want everyone to be able to participate, but also possibly win a $100 gift card to Amazon.
I know, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that goes a long way.
We'll probably start the game at like 5:10. It's a minute per question, so that'll get us to like 5:55, and then we'll be good to go for the 6 o'clock segment, which is a presentation. If you're just joining us, hello, happy Erie Gives Day. We are NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We do free non-clinical mental health programming, and we're hoping that you can support our organization with some donations. All donations go towards mostly our free community events, but also it helps with our programming as well. Yeah. Happy Erie Gives Day.
We hope everyone's having a good day. Hopefully you guys got to watch the dunk tank. That was a lot of fun.
True.
We got a lot of good donations. We appreciate everyone supporting us and helping us out. I know there's a lot of great organizations out there, but we appreciate you sharing that kindness with us. If you guys have any questions along the way, please feel free to drop a question or a comment. Whatever you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, feel free to leave a comment and we'll be checking.
Like we said, we're going to start the game in like 7 minutes. We're going to get some more people on. Yeah, it's been a really great day. Lots of donations so far, 72 gifts. That's insane. I feel like a lot of the times people think like smaller numbers aren't as great. So like if we got 25
views on a podcast episode. We're like, oh, only 25. But I reminded everyone of this yesterday. I was like, if you had 25 people, like, in a room with you, or extreme circumstance, like, chasing you down the street or something, that's a lot of people. So.
Yeah, that is true. Hey Craig, unfortunately, I can't put it back up again, but I think after our live is done, it should be saved to our Facebook if I'm not mistaken. And then also, I know Jet and Fox Television, they did do a story on it, and there's video online that you can find. So we'll see to share that story as well once we're done with this live. But unfortunately, I don't have a way to put it back up right now.
Yeah, we're utilizing a live stream system for the first time that we never used before. So we're going to hopefully see if it works. We're probably going to start playing in like 5 minutes. Reminder that the winner will get a $100 Amazon gift card. So make sure you join. Tell all your friends and family to join.
Thank you to those who have joined us. We appreciate it.
We'll get started in like 4 minutes. Just waiting for some more people.
Thank you everyone who's joining us, who has donated so far. Abby, do you have a quick update on where we're at with our donations? Let's see if there's any.
We're at 60% still with $8,935. We love to see it.
Thank you to everyone again who has donated. We appreciate it. We're going to start here in about 3 minutes. Thank you to those who have joined us. We appreciate it.
Winner gets $100 to Amazon.
Woo. The dunk tank was a fun segment. Our executive director got dunked the last 10 minutes. Heather got dunked a lot.
She did, yeah.
We got a $1,000 donation during that segment, and she got dunked 3 times in a row for that one.
Yeah, we were like, $1,000 is a bit much for it to just be one dunk, so.
Yeah. But she is a trooper. And then we also had Craig from Jet and Fox News join us, and he got dunked in the tank as well. So that was a lot of fun.
Craig, if what doesn't work? If you mean the dunk tank footage, if it doesn't post, then I don't think we'll have it, unfortunately. Yeah. Very sorry about that.
We'll be starting here soon. Hope everyone's having a good day. I know the weather was A little rainy today, and then it was nice. Not sure how it is right now, but
I know, we've hardly seen the sun today.
yeah. But we're almost done. It's the home stretch. We're nearly there.
Give it like another minute or so, and then we'll get started. All the trivia is mental health themed, obviously, since that's our whole shtick. There's some questions about NAMI, some general mental health questions. And like we said, if you're watching and you haven't joined, the winner does get a $100 Amazon gift card. So make sure you join.
I think we could get started.
We're gonna go right on ahead.
All right.
Good luck, everyone.
True or false? Anxiety is the most common mental health challenge in the U.S.
Kelly. Oh, I think she deleted. Kelly, you have to join the Slido.
Scan the QR code. I think it just asks for your name, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Okay.
True.
Woo. All right. What is the leading cause of disability worldwide? We'll see who the winner is in the end. It is depression. What is a common myth about post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD? Correct answer is that is only experienced by those individuals in military combat. Good job. How many adults in the U.S. experience both a mental illness and a substance use disorder? Correct answer is 9.2 million. That's a really high number when you think about it.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, wow. What percentage of people in the U.S. have anxiety? And the correct answer is 19.1%. For those clicking 74.8%, I genuinely thought the same thing. But it is 19.1, which we're happy to know that it's not 74 though. It's a good thing. What is the term for false thoughts and beliefs that are not based on reality? And that is delusions. Good job. Which is not one of the 5 C's framework of mental health? Candles. Good job. I think that one was a little obvious.
Just a tad.
Yeah. True or false? People with OCD are only obsessed with cleanliness. True or false? That indeed is false. A lot of times people think that OCD has to do with, we envision people cleaning, keeping their place clean, but in reality it's obsessive compulsive disorder, so that can just be obsessing over anything. Sometimes people focus on one certain situation, obsess over that can be OCD, so it does come in different ways. True or false? Delusions can be treated. That is correct. It is true. That's why we encourage anyone who, is having any symptoms, any mental health related symptoms, or just anything in general, and especially delusions, that you seek help as soon as possible, so that way it doesn't get worse or progress and you can get the help that you need. And also, today's Erie Gives Day. If anyone's just joining us, you can still sign up using that QR code there on the side, or you can go to slido.com and enter that number and you can join. We are playing for a $100 Amazon gift card today, so you can still join. It's not too late. We are in 9 questions out of 45. We'll be playing that for this hour, so let's continue. What are repetitive harmful impulses called?
And just for a little total update, our goal is 15,000. We are at 60%, and we have $8,960.
Woo! Thanks to everyone who donated. We appreciate it. Answer is impulse control disorder. What percentage of people globally have a mental health condition? the answer is 25%. That's not as high as 62 and 84, thankfully, but 25 is still a significant number when you think about it. 25% is a quarter.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, my brain, it's been a long day today on this live. A quarter of the global population, so still pretty significant. When is Mental Health Awareness Month observed? Come on, guys.
If you're just joining us, welcome. Happy Erie Gives Day. We are playing trivia right now. The winner will be receiving a $100 Amazon gift card. It's all mental health trivia, so go ahead and scan the QR code or go to slido.com and type in that number, and you'll be entered, and then you can play to win.
And the answer is May. Wow, I really am having a long day. The answer is May. 100% people got that one right. Good job, everyone. And I do want to say, for those not familiar, Abby and I are co-hosts of the Stigma Stompers podcast, where we discuss different topics and we try to defeat the stigma for people to feel comfortable to talk about their mental health. And next year, in May, for Mental Health Awareness Month, we do have an exciting episode with a special guest. So make sure you stay tuned with our Stigma Stompers podcasts and see what's happening. But yeah, next May, we have a very exciting episode that's going to air. So stay tuned for that.
Feels like a lifetime away because it kind of is.
Right.
But we plan ahead. So
Exactly.
What can I say?
What color is the Mental Health Awareness ribbon? Marissa, I see you said it kicked you out. Have you tried signing in again? Maybe it might let you if you try again. Not sure why it did that. Hopefully it lets you scan that again and join us. And the answer is green. Just again, a little recap why we're here today. Happy Erie Gives Day. Thank you to everyone watching and joining us. We appreciate it. And we just wanted to say, if you're not too familiar, what NAMI is we provide non-clinical, free mental health resources, education. We do presentations, support groups, a bunch of different things. If you want to learn more information, you can go to namierie.org. All of your donations are staying here local and helping our community. It can be a little kid, it could be an elderly adult, a young adult. It's helping everyone. So we hope you consider donating to us today. Right now we are playing a Slido trivia game. If you'd like to join, you can still join. That QR code, you can scan it or go to slido.com. and you can type that number in and you will join this game. Now what's at stake is a $100 Amazon gift card, so there's a chance to win that. Make sure you're joining if you can. Alright, next question. What is the fear of social situations? answer is social anxiety disorder. Now, there's general anxiety disorder where you have anxiety in general, but social, you might not have anxiety on a regular basis, but when you're in a social situation, maybe, going to a large party or having to give a speech or something like that, that can definitely be social anxiety disorder. Next question. You can catch a mental illness from someone who has it. It is contagious. True or false? And the answer is false. Yeah, if someone has a mental health challenge or illness, you cannot catch it. Is it not contagious like a cough would be or anything like that? What is stress? We seem to have a difficulty if someone hears us right now. Just hold for one moment, please. Okay, it's still live on YouTube. It's just Facebook that it's not.
Do we have people on YouTube?
Just gonna make a quick Facebook event. Bear with me, people.
Go to the next question because they're still on it on their phone.
Oh, that is true.
It had 8 hours in the live on the event.
flight, fight, or freeze? If anyone's listening, what are 4 areas of balance? All right. Just a quick announcement. Our live seemed to have ended in the event. So we have a new live that we created, and hopefully we can get those people to filter over onto this new live. We will be sharing it on our feed. So make sure to share it with your family and friends, especially if they were watching. Make sure to share it with them. Thank you all for your understanding and your patience. We're playing a trivia game right now. And it's a $100 Amazon gift card at stake. Our next question is, which of the following is a type of mental health therapy? Thank you everyone for your patience, whoever's tuning in and joining us. We appreciate it.
If you are just joining, make sure you join the Slido game. You can scan the QR code, or you can go to slido.com and type in that number. What's at stake is a $100 gift card to Amazon, and you can definitely get a lot of stuff on Amazon with $100.
All right, the answer to that one is talk therapy. True or false, medication is the only effective treatment for mental health conditions?
Craig, that is true. We had the news join us, and then we had our coworker Heather, and then we had our executive director Wendy. She joined in the last 10 minutes. Still unsure on whether those will be able to be posted or not. So if not, I do apologize. We are currently at $9,010, which is 60% of our $15,000 goal. So make sure if you're on here, you go on over to eriegives.org and you type in NAMI and then you donate to NAMI. We greatly appreciate all of the support. Every single dollar counts, no matter how much. It's all used for our free community events and mental health programming, so please consider donating.
And the answer is false. So there are other ways to help treat mental health conditions. Medication is not the only answer. Sometimes for some people it doesn't help. Sometimes for some individuals it does. It just depends on each person, but it's important to remember that you necessarily don't have to only take medication. What percentage of high school students report persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness? We will run a little bit over time with the Slido game, but that's okay. We're still going to fit everything in our hour, so no worries.
Heather is our community outreach and grants coordinator. She was the blonde one in the dunk tank. She got dunked the most of all. Craig was from the news. He only got dunked twice, and then Wendy was just in the last 10 minutes.
So now for our answer, 42%. That's a high percentage. I know when I was in high school, you know, sometimes you're feeling left out, different things like that. You want to fit in, just different things. It's tough for high school students. You know, it's not easy for them. So we can understand why that number is so high. But that's why one of our things is we're trying to get into schools to make sure we educate them while they're young on, you know, how to cope with different emotions and things like that to be able to help them out in the long run.
It was just Janana and I. I'm Abby, and then this is Janana. Heather is a different person, Craig.
Hi, Craig. Next question, which organ is most directly affected by mental health conditions? We're really sorry to hear that, Craig. Hope you're doing better and are getting the proper help. The brain. So what type of sleep is most important for emotional regulation and memory processing? For that is REM sleep. Which of the following is a harmful stereotype about people with schizophrenia? We're at 32 out of 45 questions, almost to the end.
Thank you for playing with us. I know that it's a long game, but it's for a $100 gift card, so I think it's worth it.
Absolutely. And the answer for that is all of the above. It's really hurtful and dangerous to think that, you know, these individuals are dangerous or that they can't recover because there is hope out there, and that they have multiple personality disorders. It's a tough disease to have to live with. So next question, what does emotional intelligence involve?
If anyone is just joining us, feel free to join our Slido game. The winner of the game will be the winner of a $100 Amazon gift card. And you can get all kinds of stuff on Amazon for $100. So go ahead and try. We're also at $9,010 out of our $15,000 goal. That is 60%. Thank you to everyone who has donated and shared it and what have you.
And back to the Slido, the correct answer is understanding emotions in oneself and others. Next one, what Pixar movie is widely praised for its accurate depiction of childhood emotions? A little hint, we showed this movie at the ballpark stadium. So, if anyone was there. I love to see everyone got that one correct. Inside Out is correct.
That was actually the first movie we ever showed at the ballpark. The second one was Luca, so if you had answered that, good guess. And then this past year was Inside Out 2.
So, yeah, stay tuned for next year. What does NAMI stand for?
I do feel like we've been saying this all day, so if you've been tuned in, you should know this answer.
These are some good options, though. We have 10 more questions. We're almost there. Ooh, everyone got that one correct too. Good job, guys.
Love to see it.
Next, which of the following services does NAMI Erie County provide? I do think we mentioned this one quite a few times today.
Yeah.
I feel like every segment we mentioned this one.
I know. What's funny is we have no idea who's in first. It doesn't tell us on our end at all. So we really are going to all find out together.
Because I know in Kahoot, it's like after every question it shows you.
I know.
Now it's like suspense until the end. mental health support groups, education, and advocacy. Good job, guys. What is the name of NAMI Erie County's podcast? We did mention that today too.
Multiple times during different segments.
Make sure you watch these episodes.
So true.
They're very personal, emotional. There's some personal stories. There's resources in our community, a bunch of different things, and you heard it here first, but next year we're upping it and revamping it even more. So stay tuned to see what that exciting news is.
We do apparently love giving ourselves more to do.
We do enjoy that. We were like, we need to change
I'm just
stuff
not
up.
doing enough.
Right. With our 5 people who work in our office, I think we need to add more.
Yeah, why not?
We try to outdo ourselves. Alright. Let's see. Stigma Stompers.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
That's what we like to see. Good job.
Which of these is one of NAMI Erie County's biggest annual events? Ooh, we have mentioned that one too. I feel like we gave you guys the answers to some of these today.
I know, it's almost like that was done strategically.
But
what do we know?
If you do follow us on social media, you probably are sick and tired of seeing about this event.
Hey, I can't lie to you. I don't care, it's for good cause.
Yeah. It is coming up soon.
Yeah, NAMI Walks. Hold on. Oh, you hate to see it. Well, I think everyone answered anyways.
Probably.
I did just give the answer. I hate to see it.
You didn't know.
It's been a long day, guys. But anyway, it is on September 14th. There's going to be all kinds of free stuff. Free bounce house, free glitter tattoos, free face painting, a free doggy corner, free balloon art, DJ photo booth, all the fun things. So
yeah, it's all completely free. The only things that you would pay for is if you decide to utilize the food truck to buy anything to eat.
It's
or
even
the
free to
raffle.
register.
Yeah. So it's super easy. It's a fun time. It's pet friendly, also accessible. So if you are in a wheelchair or you have a stroller for your kids, whatever, we made it very accessible to everyone. So definitely join us. It'll be a lot of fun. And it was NAMI Walks. What is a core belief NAMI Erie promotes during community outreach?
Stretch, ladies.
And the answer for that one is you are not alone. That is true. If you're watching this, no matter who you are, what you're going through, you're not alone. NAMI is here for you. Your community is behind you. Just like the painting earlier that we showed of Katie's. She says, no matter what you're going through, you are not alone. Your community is behind you, So definitely sometimes when we're in those tough situations, we tend to forget that. We think we're alone in this, nobody's there, but in reality there is hope out there, and don't ever hesitate to reach out to us. It's completely confidential, and we're here to help you. Which age group is the Teen Mental Health First Aid Program designed for? those of you watching that saw that air pop.
Yeah, we've had quite the technical difficulties today, but we persevere.
Yeah, we make it work somehow.
We're currently sitting at $9,050, 60% of our $15,000 goal.
Come on, guys, we can reach that 15,000.
I really do believe we can.
I have faith in our community, so we'll see if we can reach it. But nonetheless, thank you to everyone who has donated and supporting us in any way. Now let's see that age group. The correct answer is grades 9 through 12. That's correct. How much do NAMI Erie County's programs typically cost for participants? We have mentioned that one too. We've got 4 more questions. We're almost there. I wonder who's gonna win.
I don't know.
I don't even remember who signed up.
Me either.
Should we do like a dramatic effect?
I think that it does just pop up at the end.
Oh. Probably.
There won't be anything dramatic or fun about it.
The correct answer is free. Good job, guys. Yeah, everything we do is 100% for free. We hope we can continue providing everything for free for our community, just because we know everyone can struggle with mental health challenges, no matter your income, and we really want that cost barrier to not be a problem for individuals. Which of the following is not a program offered by NAMI Erie County? This is a little bit of a tricky one.
We just hit 9,100, which is 61% of our goal, and our goal is 15,000. So we'd love to see us. And just our live will end at 8 today, but you have until 11:59 tonight to donate. So don't let the live ending stop you. Make sure you convince all your friends and family to donate, share it to your socials, do whatever you need to help us hit 15K.
We have made a few posts for Erie Gives Day, so if you wanted to share one of those, you can definitely do that too.
You could also share the live.
Yeah, that is true. Medication management, that is correct. That is not something that we offer. Everything we do is non-clinical, so we have done trainings for police officers, and we do presentations peer-to-peer, family-to-family, all that different stuff, just things that are not clinical. Which of these local efforts in NAMI Erie County involved in?
We've definitely talked about a lot today, so you should be able to pick out which.
That is correct. We have 2 more questions. I'm excited. And when we announce the winner, we'll get in contact with you. You can email us, send us a DM on one of our social medias, and we'll arrange a time for you to come pick up your gift card in the office. All of the above, that is correct. We do partner with schools to provide education for teens. We host Guns and Hoses, that just ended. It was a really good game. really good. The firefighters won by 1 point this year, so. What is the primary mission of NAMI Erie County PA? The correct answer is to offer education, support, and advocacy for individuals and families affected by mental illness. That is correct. Last question, which of the following best describes NAMI Erie County's approach to mental health support? We have mentioned this as well.
Okay, guys, after this question, we'll know our winner. And the winner does get, in case you missed it, a $100 Amazon gift card.
Yeah.
So, in like 30 seconds, we're going to find out who won it.
And
Good luck to everyone. We literally don't know who won either.
Because you see our screen.
It doesn't tell us anything. So,
this is literally screen sharing.
We'll be finding out together.
And whoever wins, please make sure you reach out to us since we don't have your emails located on here. Either via email or send us a DM on Facebook or whatever platform you're watching on. And we'll make sure to get that gift card to you by arranging a time for you to come in and pick that up, or we'll figure that out. And the correct answer is peer-led education, advocacy, and support. Now is the time we find out who the winner is.
All right,
Drum roll. If you can't tell, we're sleep deprived. All right, the winner is Sedla. Congratulations. In second place, Jared, then Kim, then Arissa, and then Kelly. Good job, guys. Round of applause. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you guys for joining. We appreciate it. We're going to cut to a short commercial break, and then we'll be back to talk about
next is our mental health presentation.
Yep. So thanks.
See you soon.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
Hi, my name is Heather Newton, and I am the Community Outreach and Grants Coordinator here at NAMI Erie County. And today we're going to be talking about navigating mental health challenges in older adults and caregiver compassion fatigue. So here are just some statistics we'll start off with, and some of them are really surprising. The first one in 5 older adults experience a mental health concern such as depression, anxiety, or cognitive decline, but 2/3 do not receive treatment. That's the part that was really surprising to me. And one thing I believe that might be an issue with that 2/3 not receiving treatment is when you think about older adults, a lot of them in that generation, I know even when I was younger, and I'm 53, but especially when my parents were younger, there really was a big stigma around mental health. There still is today, but it's a lot less than it was. So these are older adults who grew up just, under that pull yourself up by your bootstrap kind of mentality. So as adults, that kind of stuff sticks with you. So I think the stigma is a really big part of why they do not receive treatments. And I'm sure there's other barriers as well. The second statistic is 80% of older adults have at least one chronic health condition, and nearly 50% have 2 or more, significantly increasing the risk of depression and emotional distress. Chronic illness can really, that's like a daily, that daily pain that you're dealing with has to be very difficult and just take a toll on your mental health because you're in pain. You're thinking, is this going to ever get better? Maybe you're on medications that have some different side effects. It might be tough. And then the last one, social isolation increases the risk of depression in older adults by up to 59%. And loneliness is considered as damaging to health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. That kind of shocked me because I think about it and think about even during the pandemic when so many people were kind of, just trapped, sort of. They were in isolation. Some people were in isolation alone. And you think about the damage that does if they were that lonely. And I was just shocked that it said it was as damaging as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So we really want to recognize that, there's so many factors that can affect our mental health. But I just thought those were some interesting statistics. All right, so for caregivers of seniors, sometimes it can be difficult to tell the difference between these 3, delirium, dementia, and depression in seniors because they do share a lot of the similar, they're kind of similar, but this chart should help if somebody is struggling with some of these, maybe to pinpoint which one it is. So we'll kind of take a look at the feature and then talk about each one. So the onset with delirium, that's going to be like a sudden onset. That's something from, let's say somebody has like a UTI infection or something. They hadn't had any, their mental health was fine. And then all of a sudden they have extreme mental health challenges. And that's a medical emergency. That's something very serious. So delirium is going to be the most serious. They're going to be most severely impaired. They're not going to have really good short-term memory. Their thinking is going to be all over the place. This is something you're definitely going to notice. They might be rambling or completely incoherent. Their sleep and wake cycle is severely disrupted. But this is something that is often reversible because it's usually caused by either a medication or by an illness. And once that illness or infection is cleared up, the symptoms do normally go away. But they can even have hallucinations. So delirium's that sudden one. That's the more serious one. And that's one that is an absolute medical emergency. Now, dementia is going to be more gradual of an onset. It takes months to years to really fully get to the point where the dementia is really impacting your daily life. It progresses a lot slower than delirium. And often it starts off with maybe just some memory issues. You might think, oh, wow, why am I forgetting everything? I'm just getting a little bit older. And we kind of think that, but then it starts to intensify to where maybe they are having trouble even thinking of just normal words to say. Maybe they've had a recent memory loss. They're just they're alert, but once they get to the later stages of dementia, it can be a lot tougher to even be alert because they're having conversations, maybe even getting involved in conversations and going back and forth because, because of their memory. They might repeat the same story maybe over and over again. Some of their sleep-wake cycle, again, it's going to be disrupted, kind of fragmented. And if you're a caregiver, you probably understand what sundowning is. And that's something that usually happens just in the evening, and it can severely affect their mental health. This is usually irreversible. It might start off with less symptoms, but normally this progresses with more symptoms as it goes. Hallucinations can be possible, and this is usually from Alzheimer's, from strokes, something like that. And then this is usually in the later stages, does need long-term care. Now, the other one is depression. With depression, this could often be gradual or it could be sudden. If there was maybe some grief or a surprise, the loss that was unexpected, that can put people into a depression. This is sometimes just episodical. So sometimes somebody might not really feel depressed all the time, but sometimes they go through stages of depression. For example, I struggle with seasonal affective disorder. So my depression kind of kicks in those winter months when it's super dark outside and, it's real gray every day and we're not getting that sunshine or that vitamin D. So that's something specific. They might seem, their attention's still intact if you're talking to them, but they might seem a little distracted, maybe a little down. Maybe they're telling you they're having some memory issues. Their thoughts are usually going to be focused more towards negative. They're probably, when they're depressed, not sharing like, oh, I had a great day, but more like, today was awful, the weather's horrible, and nobody came to see me, and just kind of seeing the worst in everything. This is treatable and reversible. So this is something that there's several types of therapy, there's medications, there's several options for depression. And this is something that, especially if you find it earlier on, early intervention is always the key to getting started on feeling better. So this is something maybe if they started talking to a therapist or getting on some medication, that this can be much more manageable. Hallucinations not often, but it could be present. The causes are usually biological, which could be like a genetic type thing, or it could be psychological, it could be from trauma. We'll be talking about trauma here in a few slides, but that can absolutely be something that can cause depression. And then this needs timely treatment, because this is something where if you start being depressed, it can spiral and get you to a pretty low without having any kind of intervention. So there's some other common mental health struggles for older adults. One is substance misuse. And this might be, you might notice all of a sudden they have a really increased tolerance or use. So maybe they're using more and it's not doing anything. Maybe they're having memory lapses, confusion. They might even, because if they are misusing those substances, because of that, they might be falling frequently. They might be injuring themselves. Usually their moods will be kind of up and down. And that withdrawal from responsibility. So sometimes it might just start, maybe they just start taking an extra pill here or there for anxiety or for pain. But even in seniors, we usually think of substance misuse as younger people, but even in seniors, it is a big problem. And then anxiety disorders is probably the most common, and this would include, you might notice they're really worrying a lot. Not only worrying, but maybe catastrophizing, like thinking, oh my gosh, I know that, because I have this freckle on my arm, that it has to be melanoma, and I'm sure I'm going to be given a couple months to live. And you really take everything to that what if to the maximum. You might notice they'd be restless, kind of irritable. Muscle tension. I don't know if you've ever been really anxious or really tense. Sometimes you don't even realize it, but you might get shoulder pain from just really tensing up those muscles. And usually it's something you don't even think you're doing, but the anxiety can cause that. Sleeping, you can have a lot of trouble sleeping because you're constantly worrying about things, and maybe avoiding social situations. I know that happened a lot after the pandemic because so many people, struggled with, oh, social situations aren't safe and stay away from people. And we got into that mode where sometimes for some people that really stuck around and they're really still hanging on to some of that anxiety, especially in those crowds. Then we have grief and bereavement, and this would be, grief is going to be something where there is going to be sorrow. There is going to be, that time of pain, and everybody handles grief different. But if it gets to the point where it's so intense that they're not even leaving their house, they're not doing things they like to do, they just can't get past this, it might be time for them to talk to somebody, or maybe a support group or something. Some other things you might see are just that numbness, detachment. They're kind of not even really taking part in just their normal everyday activities. They might be ruminating about the loss and thinking about nothing else but that. Maybe they're having physical symptoms. A lot of the times, our mental health can really affect us physically. You can get stomach aches, you can get tension headaches. There's all kinds of things because we know that stress is not very good on our bodies. And then also just difficulty functioning. Maybe difficult just getting up and getting a shower in the morning. Things like that. It's just even small tasks are going to be difficult. And then the other is going to be paranoia or long-term psychosis. And in this one, there might be suspiciousness without cause. They could, at this point, hallucinate or even hear things, delusions. And those are very real to them. If they're telling you that they see spiders walking across the floor and you see no spiders walking across the floor, one thing I always tell people is do not argue with them like there's no spiders there, because that's just going to make them feel bad. It's going to make them feel maybe like you're calling them a liar or that they're unheard. So sometimes it's just like, oh man, those spiders, and go on and talk about something else, because if we try to negate those things, they're very, very real to them and it's really going to be hurtful. So we don't want to do that. But sometimes they might be agitated, withdrawn. So yeah, next we're going to talk about, if my slide will go. All right, there we go. Trauma-informed care and senior PTSD. This is something that, trauma-informed care is talked about maybe a lot in like the social services, psychiatrists, therapists, and people in the mental health field, but not everybody knows what trauma-informed care is. And seniors, we're going to talk a little bit, break it down into how their PTSD can be a little different than how it presents in other adults. So what is trauma-informed care? The definition here is that trauma-informed care is not therapy. It's more of an approach. It means understanding, recognizing, and responding to the effects of trauma while emphasizing physical, emotional, and psychological safety for both individuals and caregivers. I usually break it down to say trauma-informed care is more when you see a person struggling, instead of looking at them like, what's wrong with you? You look at them as, what happened to you? We all have pasts. A lot of the times, some of the things that we've experienced as trauma, we might not even remember. Sometimes, especially in seniors, they're holding a lot of stuff in, maybe some really, tough memories, and that might be why they're acting a certain way. That might be why they're more agitated. So we want to look at our approach as always like, it's not just their action and we're just looking at the behaviors, but why are those behaviors happening? So some key principles of trauma-informed care. The most important, I'd say, is probably safety, because we want to create a calm, predictable environment, especially if we don't know their history, because they may have a history. Maybe somebody was a veteran, and when all of a sudden fireworks go off, that's unpredictable. They might jump really quick and just have like those responses from triggers like that. Trustworthiness, we want to make sure we're consistent with them. honest and reliable, because the first time we aren't, they're just not going to really trust what we say, and it's going to be a lot harder to take care of them. Choice is really a big one, because what we do when we give somebody choices is we give people the control back, usually with a trauma, any kind of trauma. You didn't really maybe have control of the situation, whether it's a car accident, whether it's some kind of abuse. You kind of lost control in that situation. So just by giving seniors a couple of options, and I mean, their options might be, would you like to have dinner next? Would you like to take a bath? Or should we watch a show? Just something that gives them the ability to have a little control, and the ability to, that it will empower them and it will help them feel safer. Collaboration. Everybody loves to be involved in their own decision making. And even though they may have a lot of people helping them, maybe adult children, or maybe staff if they're in a nursing home, we want to make sure that they're also included in this decision making process. Empowerment, we want to really focus on strengths and past coping strategies. What in the past helped you when this happened? So really taking a look at each individual as a person, because for some people, everybody has different strengths. So we want to make sure we're taking this as kind of a case by case situation, and talk to them. What are your coping strategies when this happens? And once they let you know and they communicate with you, then you're able to be a lot more helpful. And then cultural sensitivity. We want to respect personal and generational values. So this could be everything from their culture being like, if it's an Asian culture or that type of culture, but it could also be like a generational culture. It's going to be a lot different how we would handle like a teenager who is going through a mental health challenge than it would be for a senior. A lot of the time seniors are a little bit more hesitant because of that stigma. So this is something that we want to be aware of, and not just think, oh, they're just going to be just like everybody else. So we want to make sure we're respecting those personal and generational values. So in older adults, post-traumatic stress disorder is defined as a mental health condition triggered by experiences or witnessing a traumatic event. While PTSD is often associated with combat veterans or younger populations, it can also significantly affect older adults, including those who experienced trauma decades earlier. So when we're looking at PTSD and we're looking at some of the causes, I know when I was younger, every time somebody said PTSD, the only thing I ever thought of was somebody that was in war, somebody that was a veteran, somebody that had been in combat. But we're learning that PTSD can come in all kinds of forms. It can be that military service or maybe wartime experiences, but it could also be maybe they had physical, emotional, or sexual abuse. Sometimes these are things that happened long, long ago, and they might not even remember them, but just the effects that those have on their body, they may still react to different triggers. They may still fall into maybe anxiety that they weren't aware of where that came from. Sudden loss of a loved one is a really big one. Any serious medical emergencies or invasive procedures, the hard part with those is a lot of times, especially if maybe they went through, maybe years ago they had cancer and had to go through chemo, or, maybe when they were younger, they got really sick and developed fear of doctors. That can be really hard, especially in seniors, because they don't, they have to see a doctor. They might need medicines, and it can be very, very difficult for them if they have that fear. So instead of just being like, come on, we have to get you to the doctor, this is something that we're going to want to look at it as, let's see how we can do this in a caring way, remembering that, they may be uncomfortable because they've had bad experiences with doctors. So try to see how you can make them feel more comfortable when you're supporting them. Neglect or trauma in long-term care settings, that's a big change for somebody to have their own house and have their own car. And then when they get older, if they go into these long care settings, that can just be PTSD in itself, because you're used to being able to do what you want to do and people not taking care of you 24/7. Natural disasters or accidents. The pandemic was a trauma for every single one of us. A lot of us still have some symptoms of PTSD. We may be more anxious in those bigger settings, or when we hear somebody cough next to us, it might give us a lot more anxiety than it did prior to COVID and prior to that pandemic. And then the other, childhood trauma that was never addressed. And like I said, especially in older adults, trauma wasn't dealt with the same way it is now. We do have a lot more specific therapies for it and different modalities and medications that can help. And they know that it's better to talk about it. Back then, a lot of people just kind of stuffed it. So when that's not addressed, it might come out in other ways. It could come out in agitation, or it could come out in depression. So some symptoms that you might see that could be PTSD, could be irritability, agitation, or just being nasty during care, just snapping at you for no reason. Maybe avoidance of reminders. So maybe they don't want to take a bath. You can never get them in the tub. Or maybe if you touch them just to even get them ready, they have like an extreme reaction, or you see fear. So sometimes you can maybe accommodate if they're refusing hygiene and they won't take a bath. Well, maybe we could say, let's just do a sponge bath for now and kind of work our way up to that. But there are ways that we can do that in a caring, trauma-informed way. Nightmares, flashbacks, even night terrors you might notice, maybe even shouting in the middle of the night in their sleep. Hypervigilance or exaggerated startle response. That would be like that firework that might go off and all of a sudden they're like screaming maybe because they think it was something from when they were in a war. Emotional numbness or detachment. Sometimes when people just hold their stuff in, sometimes at some point they just kind of shut down and become numb. Depression or anxiety. And then maybe withdrawal or a lack of trust in caregivers. So that can be a big one as well. The important thing to remember is symptoms can often be misunderstood as dementia or stubbornness, but PTSD is a distinct mental health condition that needs compassionate, informed support. If they were willing to talk to somebody or maybe go through therapy, there's even specific trauma therapies like EMDR. Those could make a big difference in their lives if they're willing to try that. So, some practical tips for working with traumatized seniors. A big one is just to avoid surprises. Narrate everything you're going to do before and during care. So if you're going to take a bath, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to be taking a bath. We're going to go upstairs. I'm going to help you get your clothes off. I'm going to help you get into the tub. Every step by step, if you can explain what you're doing and they have an idea, it's going to make them more comfortable doing it than just being like, okay, get in the tub. Respect their boundaries. Sometimes touch can be triggering. Some people, when they get anxious, they want a big old bear hug just to comfort them. And other people are like, don't touch me, like just stay away because it increases my anxiety. So if touch is something that's triggering to them, maybe explore alternate ways to offer support. Routines are really important. Predictability reduces stress and anxiety. I think that's for all of us, but especially for seniors, because probably I know my parents both are very routine oriented, even still being retired. They have their coffee at a certain time. Everything's kind of just almost planned out for them. And I think that helps them to feel comfortable in those routines. Use familiar items, maybe personal belongings, maybe some music from their youth. That kind of brings them back. I know even myself, if I hear music from the 80s or from the 90s, it kind of brings me back to that time period and it makes me feel a little more youthful. Maybe scents from their past. Maybe they used to wear a certain cologne or a certain perfume. And sometimes just smelling that can actually help calm them and can help ground them. We want to try to respond and not react. Resistance may be a protective response, not defiance. So we have to think of it as every time they say no, it's just not them being defiant and difficult and they're just hard to work with. Sometimes it's a protective response because of something they've gone through in their life. So we have to just understand that. Minimize invasive care. So when possible, maybe offer choices or on alternatives. I had mentioned maybe a sponge bath versus A full shower. Maybe it might take a while to work up to being comfortable with a full shower. Involve trusted individuals, especially like adult children who know their family's history. They know kind of what's more like normal for that person, and what's if they start seeing symptoms like, oh, I've never seen that before. So communicate with adult children if they have doctors or therapists, anybody, even coworkers. Involve those trusted individuals and kind of work as a team to help the client. And then offer some space and time. Let them process requests to take breaks when they're distressed. Sometimes they just get overwhelmed. They might not be able to gather their thoughts really quickly. So just give them a little extra time. If you have to just sit there and say, you know what, let's just collect our thoughts. We can take a little break here and we'll get started in 15 minutes. Just something like that might be really helpful. So physical illnesses that can cause mental health issues in seniors. I was surprised by how many there are, but there are quite a few. One is going to be Alzheimer's disease and other types of dementias, because that can lead to confusion, paranoia, depression, anxiety. Sometimes they do get very aggressive because they're confused and because they might think that somebody's going to hurt them or something like that. And early signs can often mimic depression or withdrawal. So you might just think they're down, but you want to keep assessing the situation to see if possibly it does, turn into something worse. A stroke can cause sudden mood swings, depression. There is something actually called post-stroke depression. It can cause anxiety or that emotional flatness. It can also damage certain brain areas, affect behavior and regulation. For instance, if they had a stroke and it affected their basal ganglia of their brain, that is what really controls a lot of your psychological things. They might develop maybe a little tic, like you see their shoulder, like they're keep moving their shoulder, or maybe they have a little bit of OCD that they've never had. But it affects that part of their brain that handles their different psychological actions. Parkinson's disease is another that's often linked with depression, anxiety, and apathy due to chemical changes in the brain. So it's not just them being upset because maybe they're limited in mobility and things that they can do. And that's obviously anxiety producing as well. But they are actually having chemical changes in the brain that are going to make them feel a certain way. Some of the side effects of the different Parkinson's medications could also contribute. They might be all of a sudden having hallucinations or delusions. That can be super, super scary. Heart disease increases the risk of depression due to reduced activity, chronic fatigue, and fear of another cardiac event. I think that's a big one. If I, had already had one heart attack, I knew that I'd be more susceptible. That would be a scary thing. Blood flow issues can also impact brain function and move. Diabetes can also affect their mental health because of those blood sugar fluctuations. Those can trigger mood changes, irritability, maybe even confusion, or even panic attacks. Chronic stress and complications may lead to depression or anxiety. Thyroid disorders are another one. If they have hypothyroidism, they might be really just fatigued, exhausted all the time, depressed, sluggish thinking. Things kind of slow down for them. Where if they have hyperthyroidism, things more speed up. They're anxious, they're restless. Sometimes they do hallucinate in some of the extreme cases. Another one is COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So this would be things like chronic shortness of breath can cause panic, anxiety, that could cause depression. I know when I found out that, with one of the symptoms of COVID was having trouble breathing, that gave me anxiety just thinking about, oh my gosh, what if I can't breathe, or what if I can't breathe well? So that can be, I'm sure, a super scary thing. And a few more, urinary tract infections. A lot of the times that's the go-to when somebody has a sudden onset of symptoms. They were fine one day and then all of a sudden you see they're confused, agitated. Maybe they are seeing or hearing things that aren't there. So you might think it's dementia, but remember with UTIs, it's something where it brings on more sudden symptoms. A lot of times that's the first thing that they test for when somebody does have that onset of like a mental health issue. Chronic pain conditions, arthritis, neuropathy, that can cause long-term, it can cause a risk of depression or anxiety, just being in pain every day. And I can understand why. They might feel helpless or dependent on others, and that can worsen their mental strain. Nobody wants to feel like they're a burden to others. And even if they're not a burden and their family's so supportive, when you're used to taking care of yourself and you're not really used to other people taking care of you, that can be really tough to get used to. Cancer, just finding out you have cancer, that emotional toll of being told, hey, you have this kind of cancer, maybe you have this long to live. That's obviously going to cause a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety, maybe side effects from the treatment, existential fears. They're facing their own mortality. That can be a super scary thing, and that can bring about depression, anxiety, or trauma responses. And then this one, even vitamin deficiencies. It doesn't have to just be like, it doesn't have to be just an illness, but anemia or vitamin deficiencies. B12 or folate deficiencies can lead to fatigue, low mood, and memory issues. And anemia may contribute to just lethargy, just being tired all the time, poor concentration. So again, that might look a lot like depression, but it might be as easy. I know there was a time where I was really sluggish and felt kind of depressed, and I went into the doctor and got blood work done, and my vitamin D was really low. I started taking vitamin D, and I was surprised how much that really helped. It's not a medication, it's just a vitamin, but those are things we want to also look at. So some redirection tools for seniors experiencing mental health challenges. So these are just some ideas or strategies that might help the individual, even just some tools to either de-escalate or redirect them. So we're going to take a look. These type things aim to restore control. It reduces that sensory overload. It can tap into those positive emotional memories, bring that back to a time where, happier times, all of which are key, with working with older adults in distress. So I'm just these are some ideas, but if you would like a copy of these ideas, you can just reach out to me, Heather at NAMIErie.org. I'd be happy to send you like a PDF or even just send you a copy of the PowerPoint itself. But some things, nostalgia anchoring, play music from their youth. Music memory is super powerful and quickly reduce agitation. With my grandparents, when they were, in their late stages, we would always listen to like all this music from when they were younger, and they would remember the words. They might not remember what they had for breakfast, but they would remember the words to a lot of these songs. Tactile memory box, you could offer a small box with familiar objects like fabric swatches, keys, or coins to trigger calming. Tactile memories. Handwritten letter prompts, maybe they could write a letter to a loved one, or maybe they could even write a letter to their younger self. Aromatherapy with personal history. So maybe use scents that will be calming, or maybe a cologne that might be familiar to them. Cinnamon, something that makes it smell like you're walking into a house with like fresh baked pie. I know for myself, I burn candles a lot. I try to always have my house smell calming, and it really does help. Photo guessing games, show old or stock photos and ask general, open-ended questions to encourage reminiscence without pressure. Boss for a minute. Everybody wants to be a boss for a minute. You're usually the one in charge, but if you say, hey, you can give me a task now, or you can tell me what to do, it gives them that sense of control and dignity. Doodle therapy, maybe see if they could draw like what is the most relaxing place you can think of. I've done this in therapy, and I always draw this weeping willow, because when I was younger, I used to lay under the weeping willow and get a blanket and color, and that just it brings me back to that place sometimes when I think about it. All that creative expression helps redirect anxiety. So while they're doing that, they're not going to be anxious. Repetition rituals, maybe creating a calming mantra to repeat together. Things like, okay, safe and calm, or maybe I'm going to breathe in calm and I'm going to exhale stress, or just something that helps them to feel better, because that rhythmic repetition can soothe the nervous system. gentle role play redirection, enter their reality. Instead of correcting confusion, like I said, if they see ants on the floor and there aren't ants there, instead of being like, there aren't there ants down there, you might be like, man, ants are a real bummer. They ruin picnics. What are they doing in here? And just sort of jump into their reality for a second. Ambient nature simulation, soundscapes like ocean waves, maybe birds, maybe just having the window open to hear those sounds. The tell me about this object cue, you could hand them a simple item and just have them talk about it. It could be anything random. It could be something even imaginary, but it'll invite a little storytelling. The what's missing game, maybe use a small tray of common objects, take a look and then remove one and guess what's missing. And this probably wouldn't be helpful in somebody who has dementia, but somebody who still does have their memory and they're able to play this game, it might be kind of helpful and maybe even helping them to keep their memory a little longer and have these things, bring these up. Color breathing with scarves or light. You can use sheer fabrics or LED lights and calming colors and just guide them through breathing in the blue, exhaling the tension. This visual pairing helps groundwork. So you're pairing a color with an action. A comfort smock or shawl, often a soft wrap shawl or weighted lap pad. Even the act of just draping it can feel comforting, signaling safety without requiring conversation. Sometimes you can just say, here's your comfort blanket. Maybe even them having something that they carry around with them, kind of like toddlers do, and they carry around their blankie or their favorite object. Maybe there is something that could be comfortable for them. Simple sorting tasks offer buttons, cards, or blocks to help sort. Sorting, obviously, that helps their hand-eye coordination, their muscle memory. And then name that sound. Provide soft sound effects. You can name that sound. The mirror mimic game, just sit right in front of a mirror or ask them to mirror you. So maybe if you're doing almost like, if you're doing slow movements or you're doing even a little slow like dance type move, they can just mimic you and follow you. Meaningful recitation, maybe they have a favorite prayer, maybe a favorite poem, or maybe they just want to sing like a song and they know those lyrics. Anything familiar like that really grounds them and helps to empower them. Warm water hand soak, let them soak their hands in a bowl of warm water, have that aromatherapy as well, maybe some lavender or lemon, but that warmth, it's just like when you take a bath and, the scent, if you have candles burning, it's going to calm them. The help me learn role reversal. I love this one. Ask them to teach you something they know well. Like maybe there's something, and it can be easy. Fold a napkin, maybe share a family recipe or a favorite song, because it makes them feel, again, a little empowered because they know something and they're sharing their knowledge with you, and it can give them a sense of dignity as well as calm. All right, so hopefully some of those were helpful. And what we're going to talk about now, we're going to end with avoiding compassion fatigue for caregivers. This can be very, very common, whether you're in any helping field, whether you take care of people, the unsheltered, or whether it's seniors, or whether it's, people with mental health challenges. That can weigh a lot on us, on the caretaker. So we're going to look at how we might be able to avoid that. Compassion fatigue is the emotional and physical exhaustion that can occur from consistently caring for others in distress, which often leads to a decreased ability to empathize or feel compassion over time. This is kind of like that airplane example where maybe if you're sitting next to a child and the oxygen mask drops down, you're going to want to make sure you put it on yourself first, because you're not going to be able to take care of the child if you're not getting the air that you need. So we want to make sure that we're caring for ourselves, because it's going to be very difficult that when we're in a bad place and when we're struggling, and maybe we're struggling with depression or things like that, it's very hard to help other people or even to feel that empathy. And normally caretakers are very empathetic people, but when you get to that burnout or fatigue stage, sometimes it's hard to even connect with that. So for caregivers as seniors, compassion fatigue may develop when they are regularly exposed to chronic illness or declined in their loved one or client, I'm sure that, you get very close with these people. It might even be a family member, but even if it's not a family member, just seeing somebody sick and seeing them decline, or even losing somebody. I used to do some work for NAMI with one of the memory units in town, and I remember just it was so hard when I'd come in and they would tell me, somebody passed away. And even though it's not like a family member, you do kind of get you form a relationship with them. High emotional demands with little time for self-care, plus just that repetitive caregiving task without adequate support or relief. If you're just kind of doing the job for 3 or 4 people, that's going to definitely lead to some kind of compassion fatigue. It can feel like burnout, but it's most closely tied to emotional depletion from caring too much for too long. Caring too much for too long. It sounds like, how can you care too much? But you really can, because it can bring you to a point where you're sort of absorbing and feeling all their emotions, or kind of feeling their pain. You're taking that on because that's your daily, you're with them every single day. So, if you start noticing symptoms like this, it might be time for you to reach out and talk to somebody. You might feel overwhelmed or helpless. Maybe you're having irritability or mood swings, and maybe you're not an irritable person. Maybe you're just like snapping on people and you're like, what's going on? I'm not normally like this. Maybe you're having trouble sleeping or even concentrating. You're withdrawing from others. Maybe you're a real social person and all of a sudden you just don't have the emotional energy to be around anybody. That could be leading to compassion fatigue. And even physical fatigue or health issues. If you notice every day you have like really bad shoulder pain, and maybe you go to the doctor and they take an x-ray and say everything's fine, some of that could just be stress, tightening up those muscles, and that can affect us physically and mentally. So caregivers still, we know that if you're in this profession, or even if you're just a caregiver of like a family member, you still do deeply care. But if you start to feel numb, resentful, emotionally detached, those could be some signs that compassion fatigue is taking a toll. But recognizing it early and seeking support, respite, or mental health education is key to staying healthy and effective as a caregiver. So the last slide, I just want to go over some ideas for you just to be able to help yourself do that self-care, to be able to take some time. First, set realistic boundaries. I always tell people no is a complete sentence. You can say no once in a while. I've had times in my life where I was such a yes person that I got myself to the point where I'm like, I'm never going to be able to do all this. Somebody would ask me, hey, can you make a meal for this person? Hey, do you want to lead up the moms group? Hey, and every answer was yes. Well, there is a point where you just can't handle all of those things, and you have to learn to set those boundaries, like clearly define what you can and cannot do each day. Once I started creating those boundaries and only saying yes to the things I knew I could do, not the things that I didn't have time for or maybe I really didn't enjoy doing, it really helped me. Prioritize self-care. Make sure you're thinking of yourself getting that regular sleep, at least 8 hours. Maybe eating a little bit more nutritious meals. Sometimes when we're eating fast food and a lot of sugar all the time, that can really weigh us down and make us just really tired. Get some exercise. Maybe just go out for a little walk. It doesn't have to be a whole aerobic program or anything, but just a little walk is even fine. And take breaks throughout the day, even if it's just a short one. Sometimes you just need to press that reset button, and it might mean just walking outside, sitting on the porch, getting a little sunlight on your face, and doing some deep breathing. Build a support network. Stay connected with friends, family, even support groups. We have support groups here at NAMI. You want to make sure you're not isolating yourself, because when you isolate yourself, nobody even knows that you're struggling. When you're staying away from people, and what might happen is you could really start to spiral into a dark place. So it's always good to have kind of those accountability people, good friends that might notice when you seem to be struggling and might, hey, you haven't seemed like yourself lately. Is anything going on? Is there anything I could do to help you? Seeking professional support. Consider counseling, therapy, or speaking with a mental health professional. There's also caregiver support groups that can provide empathy and advice. I can't say enough about therapy, but Right now I'm doing trauma therapy and I'm doing EMDR, and it's helping me tremendously. But I will say that there's been times in the past where I've had a therapist that was like, this really isn't helping at all. And sometimes it's not that the therapist is a bad therapist, but they might just not be your therapist. The therapist I have now has a lot in common with me. She's been through a lot of similar things. So don't be afraid if you're not happy, like with one therapist. Try another. Keep trying one. You can, get one until you feel completely safe and you feel like they're helping you. So yes, definitely try to seek help if possible. Practice mindfulness or relaxation techniques, that deep breathing, guided imagery, meditation, yoga. You can even go on YouTube and you can find these meditation videos or videos to help you sleep. And it doesn't have to be long. Even 5 minutes to 10 minutes a day can reduce emotional overload. And then we want to reflect on the positive, maybe even do a gratitude journal instead of when you're overwhelmed with just a lot of maybe sadness or, just taking care of them is taking its toll. Maybe to step back and be like, you know what, but I do have so many good things in my life. And instead of taking, the focus off of all those stressful things and maybe just thinking a bit about some of those good things. I mean, it's not like a magic pill, but it's something that, can change your perspective for the day. And then celebrate small victories in your caregiving journey. Give yourself a pat on the back once in a while. Reward yourself once in a while. Ask for help. Utilize respite care, adult day programs, or home health aides, and accept offers of help from others. Delegate tasks when possible. We are not always the type of people. Caregivers, a lot of times, no, I can handle it. No, I'm okay. No, I don't need any help. But guess what? If they helped you, chances are they love helping. They want to be a part of helping you out. I know if I have a friend that's struggling, it makes me feel great to be able to help them. And I think sometimes, we go through periods of maybe when I'm down, I have people that can support me, that can help me. And then when they're down, I can return the favor. All right. And then last but not least is monitor yourself for warning signs. Watch. If you start seeing you're feeling emotionally numb, you're starting to feel irritable, maybe you're sleeping all the time and having a problem getting out of bed, or maybe you're up all night and struggling with insomnia. If you're just feeling kind of checked out, that numbness, checked out feeling, but early awareness helps you take action before full burnout sets in. So I hope some of these tips might be helpful for you as a caregiver. If you have additional questions or you want to share an experience, please feel free to reach out. My email is heather@namierie.org, or you can look on our website. We have support groups, we have events, we have a lot to support you. So please check out our website and reach out if you need help. Thank you.
Hi everyone, hope you enjoyed that presentation. That's just a little glimpse on what we do. We could tailor any presentation that you would like for your organization. Happy Erie Gives Day again. You can see we added more chairs now. We have more of our staff here joining us for our next segment. I'll let Abby take it away.
Yeah, so this is kind of like the dunk tank minus the dunk tank. So every donation we get during this hour is going to be a spin of the wheel, and they're all a bunch of different dares. So we're going to just take turns spinning the wheel and doing what the wheel tells us to do. Yeah. But for now, we're going to cut to a commercial, and then we'll be back at 7.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together. Struggling with mental health? You're not alone. NAMI Erie is here for you. We provide free mental health education, support, and resources. From programming to community events, we're building a stronger, healthier Erie. Mental health is for all.
Shining true here for you. Your mental health is on the way. At NAMI
All right, welcome back. We're starting with our next segment where, like Abby said, if you're just tuning in, it's going to be kind of like the dunk tank, every donation we get, so make sure you're donating. Abby, do you want to tell us where we're at with our donations right now?
We're at 61% of our $15,000 goal, which is $9,200 over 79 gifts.
Awesome. So this is the hour for you to donate. All of us up here will introduce ourselves real quick for those who aren't too familiar or you're just tuning in on who we are. And if you want to see us do one of these fun dares, you donate and then we'll do one. We'll start off with Abby.
Am I introducing myself?
Yeah.
Okay. You've been staring at me all day, but I'm Abby Schick. I'm our events and fundraising coordinator.
Same here, Janana. I'm our marketing and communications coordinator.
I'm Heather. I'm our community outreach coordinator.
I'm Sharon. I'm a program specialist.
And I'm Wendy Jacobs. I'm the executive director.
So as you can see, we're a really small team, but we make it work and we're out in the community, we're everywhere. Excuse me. We've gotten individuals who ask us, how many staff members do you guys have? Because you're literally everywhere. And we try our best to say yes to everything that we get, but it does get hard at times. So your support truly means a lot to us. Do you want to tell them what their donations go towards? Because you have that spiel perfectly down.
Yeah, so it helps fund all of our free community events. So one of them is our mental health movie night, which we do. We just had our 3rd annual this year. We pick a movie, a children's movie that has like a mental health theme. So we have done Inside Out 1, Luca, and then Inside Out 2 this year. We hand out a packet for the kids to do before the movie starts, and then the parents can also continue the conversation at home with that packet. We also have a bunch of vendors there. They're all child-centered, focus on some mental health component. And then each table has a raffle. So that's one of our events. Another one is our Guns and Hoses game, which is to bring awareness to first responder mental health. We've done some trainings with the Erie Police Department and the Fire Department, so it's kind of like a celebration and awareness game. They play in a softball game against one another. We also have vendors at that. Those are more adult-centered vendors, so like the VA was there, Mental Health Association, things like that. And there's raffles at that as well. All of these are free for people to attend. And then we have our big fundraiser in September, NAMI Walks. That's not a part of the community events per se, but I'd like to throw it out there.
And we did get our first donation of $50 from Megan, so thank you, Megan. Which star?
We're gonna start with Wendy.
Start down there. Ooh, no there. All right, Wendy, you're first. It is a big wheel, so we're just gonna have to be careful with our gadgets. See what you get.
Say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious 3 times fast. I can't even say it one time at normal speed.
Come on, you got
Okay,
this.
there we go. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Hey.
Supercalifragilistic.
Hey, better than I did. I tried to do it earlier today, and I
I'm
was like,
sorry, Megan.
Well, good job, Wendy.
Thanks.
All right.
You're close. The first one.
All right, Megan, thank you for donating. So yeah, Wendy, Heather, how was the dunk tank for you guys today? I know I was up here watching it from the screen. How was it?
Heather, you spent the majority of it in there. It was very refreshing. It was a little awkward because the fall wasn't really graceful. You just kind of like, I don't know, you almost did a back, it's weird.
Oh, geez.
But other than that, it was nice because it was really super hot out and it cooled us off.
I did hear it was really hot. So yeah, Abby was telling me, she was like, it's unbearable.
It
So at
was
least you guys
so
went
bad.
for a swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, we posted on our story you swimming in it before anyone even got done. So.
I was pretty excited about it, so I just went for a little swim.
Hey, you were ready.
Went all in.
To cool off. I love it. We did also get a someone telling us that Sharon was a little excited to dunk you, Heather. So
She was
Sharon,
5 times.
I
not just
know.
once.
Were you excited?
No, I told her I loved her and I was sorry before I did it.
Oh,
You know I did.
there's some anger there.
Boom.
As you guys can see, we're
Abby made me
a
do
close group. We joke around a lot in the office. We keep it fun. We did. But yeah. Any other information? Just Megan so far.
Thanks, Megan.
We are at 62% of our goal. 15,000 is our goal. So that's 9,250 that we've raised so far. Thank you to everyone that has donated so far. We truly appreciate it. It's for a good cause. You essentially are saving a life. You're helping someone with their mental health, whether it be a kid, whether it be an elderly individual, a young adult, a teenager, no matter who it is, you are making an impact. No matter the size of the donation either, everything is appreciated. So thank you so much. And also, thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. I mean, it's a long day for us. We're hoping that everyone watching has been having fun watching us. Some of our staff getting dunked and the games and just all the informational stuff we put out there. Let's talk about some favorite memories while we're waiting on more donations. Does anyone have a favorite memory this past year? From anything, like an event? I know Abby has a lot of events she plans, so.
Are you asking me for a favorite memory?
Hey, you're part of this conversation.
When the firemen finally won Guns N' Roses.
That was gonna be mine.
21.
I was so excited. That was gonna be mine.
That was a great
If you
game. That
guys
was a
didn't
really great
join
game.
us, Guns N' Roses just recently, it was on August 3rd, right? Yeah, August 3rd. The police have won the past 2 years, and this year the firefighters won, but it was a close game. It was very intense and fun to watch.
Very high scoring too.
Yeah. The
What a-
score was, the firefighters were
39-38.
38, yep. Yeah, so it was a good game. If you didn't get a chance to join us this year, definitely come on out next year. It's a fun time. We have free raffles. It's fun. And it's down at the Erie Seawolves Stadium, UPMC Park. So, yeah. Anyone have any other favorite memories?
I think you asked this when you guys went around and did office tours and you asked us, and for me it's really the partnerships that we experience and how they continue to grow. We talked about Joey Amen Foundation, how the Delta Chi fraternity brothers came in with the loss of their friend, Joey Amen, by suicide, and it was a tragedy, and they took upon themselves to do something positive and have a fundraiser, and they gave the funds to us. And that started an unexpected partnership because the family started the Joey Amen Foundation, which they are also a part of NAMI Erie Gives as well. They're also an agency seeking donations. Their mission is to actually raise funds for other nonprofits who provide services for suicide prevention. So it's really, really profound to me to see people put tragedies and personal hardships into something that's going to impact so many other people, and to bring us to be a part of it. That's so exciting. The other one is, of course, the Deborah Mattson Memorial Walk. That is another walk to support suicide prevention that we're a part of and we're happy to be a part of. And it has launched a connection with the Mattson family that has been amazing. They're on our podcast. They've gotten us into Girard. They've got us into Harbor Creek
Yep.
to do teen mental health first aid trainings. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to make those inroads as quickly as we have.
Ed's even taken part in the training, which was
Yes,
awesome.
yes. Ed Mattson took mental health first aid training, so they're
That's
truly
cute.
practice what they preach, very passionate, and again, I just think that impact is just so tremendous.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for all the donations. to the Joey Amon Foundation, to Deborah Matson, all of your support along the way. We truly do appreciate it, and it makes a difference for us, so thank you. How about you two?
So my memories are just throughout the year with different individuals in the programs I do, to watch them grow and on their journey of whether just mental health or substance misuse and mental health, and to just watch them thrive, and a year later see how well they're doing. And that's a lot.
We definitely do a good job. I know, Sharon, I've been with you multiple times. I think I mentioned it today, where people have come up who maybe were in recovery and went through your programs, and you truly do make a difference. We all do in this office, and I know that everyone's grateful. So I'm sure you have much more memories that you could probably share, but you know, privacy, not able to. No, you're good.
It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
Me? I would say one of the greatest ones was last year at the NAMI Walks, just because we had never done it before, and we had like no idea. We had no idea if there was going to be a huge turnout, if there was, you know, if people would hear about it. And the amount of people who came out, and the families, and some of them had like shirts, maybe, you know, in memory of a family member that they lost. It was just so powerful because everybody was there, and it just made, I think it made everybody feel like they're not alone in this.
Yep.
It's just, we're all together. It was a great walk. It was a great day, and yeah, it was, and I'm excited for this year's too.
Yeah,
It's gonna be really fun.
This year is even bigger and better.
Yes.
So we're excited for that. That's Abby's realm, so I'll turn it over to Abby to talk about NAMI Walks coming up.
Well, September 14th, it's at Penn State Barron in the Junker Center parking lot, near the soccer and lacrosse stadium. There's a kid zone this year, so there's going to be a bounce house. We're going to have face painting, glitter tattoos again. We have a balloon artist this year. We have a doggy corner, so your dogs can get a free NAMI Walks bandana and some treats. We have a DJ, a photo booth, and then it's free to come. The only thing you would have to pay for the day of is if you wanted food from the food trucks, which definitely do support local businesses. One of them is Food for Thought with the Charter School of Excellence, and that's student run, isn't it? The students run that food truck, and then a Waffle Miracle, which is, I feel like, an Erie staple. They'll be there. And yeah, Will and Gabby, the UPMC mascots, will be there, and Otto from the Otters will be there. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of raffles, some really cool ones this year. One of the ones we're raffling off is an overnight stay at Peak and Peak, and then 4 ski lift passes. So that's huge. Thank you to Scott Enterprise. Yeah, registration will open at 8 a.m. and then the opening ceremony will be at 9:30, and then the walk itself will start at 10.
Yeah. So make sure you come join us. It's going to be a fun day.
Absolutely.
And again, for those just tuning in, we are doing this segment where for every donation, our staff member will spin the wheel of DARE. So we have that here. Some fun dares on here. So if you want to see that, definitely make sure to donate. Any amount of donation means a lot to us. Sorry, Heather, I'm probably blocking you right now. So we're keeping track to see who donates, and then we'll spin. Wendy already went first, thanks to Megan. So yeah, if you want to see that, definitely make sure to donate. There's still time. And as Abby had said earlier in our live, even though we are only live until 8 p.m., you can still donate even after that up until 11:59 p.m. So if you didn't catch to be able to donate while we were live, that's completely fine. You can still support us. Or if you're not able to donate, that's okay. Make sure you share our content. We definitely want to defeat that stigma and raise awareness on mental health so everyone feels comfortable to ask for help and talk about it. That's what we're here for. One thing we're working on is a resource page. We're trying to, because we know it can be stressful if you're going through a tough time or are in a crisis. Even though Erie is filled with amazing resources, it can be tough to know where to go, who to talk to, and find out what you need. So we're here as a resource as well, so you can give us a call. Our phone number is 456-1773. You can email us at info@namierie.org. You can also go to our website, namierie.org. You can find our interest form on there and fill that out. You can find more information, but we're always here to help. If you have any questions, definitely reach out. That's what we're here for. We can at least, once you tell us what's going on, guide you on who to contact. Since we're non-clinical, we can provide education and support groups, classes like peer-to-peer, family-to-family, but we can't provide medication or provide therapy. So therefore, we could, if that's something that you're looking for, we can give you those resources. So definitely make sure to reach out to us. And everything that we offer is completely for free. It's anonymous. We don't require any insurance. We only require a name or an initial or something, and then we just like a phone number or an email somehow for us to get in contact with you if you are attending our classes or groups. That way we can let you know there's been a change, if it's canceled for some reason, or whether we've had a cancellation before due to weather, just so we can let you know the changes with the program. So it's completely free, accessible to the community. We definitely don't want a cost to be a barrier. So, yeah. I went off on a tangent. Yes, there is also a virtual component. If you aren't able to make it in the office, just because a lot of our classes and our support groups are in person, there is a virtual component as well. That can be found on our website too. So you can do it from home, wherever you are, and tune into our class or our support groups as well. Anything else you guys want to add? I know I went off on a tangent
No,
there.
I think you said it all.
Thanks.
Yes, you are awesome.
So yeah,
I'm just
make
gonna let
sure. You're like, I'm done talking.
Pop off.
Yeah, so make sure you donate. We're at 62% of our goal. We're really hopeful we can reach that goal this year. We're at 9,250 and 15,000 is our goal. So share the live, share our information, and if you're interested in thinking about still donating, consider NAMI to be one of your donations. We would greatly appreciate it. And if you donate up until 8 p.m., you'll see us do some fun dares that are on this wheel. So definitely, I highly suggest if you get a chance to donate during this hour. We're all in it. Wendy went first, so next is Sharon, and then the rest of us. So if you want to see Sharon do a dare, I think Abby's next. We'll skip the three of us.
No.
I already told
Sharon,
Heather
you got to skip the dunk tank. It's your turn.
That is true.
I had to dunk Heather 5 times.
Exactly. That's why you have to go.
Wendy,
down.
how was the dunk tank for you?
Scary, because I didn't think I would be able to get out of the dunk tank once dunked, but I managed.
Hey, you
Slow,
did great.
sure. I made it, but it really was quite refreshing. Once you got past the initial shock, didn't really expect to feel like you're in a wash machine for a few seconds.
It did. That's what it felt like.
Plunged you down. Your
Wash
legs go
machine.
everywhere.
Oh,
There's just
wow.
absolutely not going graceful. You can only imagine what we looked like in that clear window.
It didn't look bad from the screen. Just a heads up, you could see kind of like a side angle. You couldn't see in that.
Can see the weird faces we made.
So you guys are good.
I got
You're
water
good.
up my nose.
Yeah. No, you guys are good. I mean, now that you mention it, I know when I go to like a pool or the beach or anything, it's like it takes you time to get into the water because it's so cold. I can't imagine how much of a shock that is for you.
Yeah,
to
you
just
don't get much time.
fall
the
in.
first time, I'm sure.
It's not like we expected it to be.
Yeah.
Right.
But then it was fun.
It was fun.
Hey,
Once
that's
we
all
just
that matters.
embraced it and we realized, this is for a great cause.
Right.
Well, Heather,
That's
after
what
how many
matters.
times did you go in? I think it was like second nature, right?
Yeah, I was getting
Yeah,
pretty good at
Heather, you were a trooper. You were in there
Yeah, you
most
were.
of the time. I don't know how you did it.
I even got a little sun today.
Your
Yeah,
face
look
is
at
red. Yeah, your
you.
face was getting red out there.
It's like you were at the beach.
It kind of was. Beach day.
Yeah.
It was pretty similar.
Beach day during the work day.
I
That was
loved
great.
Right.
Abby's like
The
no.
beach.
Did we take commercial breaks on this one?
Not yet, but we could. We'll play a quick commercial on why you should donate and just about Erie Gives Day and what it means to us, and then we'll be right back.
Right now, someone in our community is struggling. A child learning to manage big emotions. A teen helping a friend through a dark time. A loved one searching for answers. A senior feeling alone. At NAMI Erie, we offer free mental health education and support for every stage of life. This Erie Gives Day, we hope you'll consider donating to NAMI. Join us for our 12-hour live stream filled with education, giveaways, and even a dunk tank. Let's stomp out stigma together.
All
It could be
right,
wrong.
We're back. And we did get a donation in the meantime.
Sharon Koronowski.
Ooh, Sharon for Sharon.
Sharon,
It's meant to be you.
All right. Go ahead, Sharon. What do you get?
Do a dramatic reading of a random food label.
And guess what? What did we agree on? It goes to heaven, remember? We agreed on that.
Oh, come on. You gotta do it.
Didn't I say that
That's
before we
an easy
started?
one.
When
You
you're done with
don't
that,
even
I'll
have
need
hardly any direction.
Okay, where is the?
Just start right there. Just
Yeah,
read that.
just do
That's
that.
perfect.
Deliciously popped,
You gotta
perfectly
do a
salted.
dramatic. Come on. Drama.
Deliciously popped.
There we go.
Perfectly salted. We start with 3 simple, high-quality ingredients.
Wow.
Our specialized popping technique delivers cup after cup of delightfully popped popcorn.
All right.
What? A cup of what, Sharon?
Delightfully popped popcorn.
Good job, Sharon. That seems more sultry.
That's a little sultry.
Good job, Sharon.
You seem happy opening it. So.
Yeah. You made happy.
Wow. I'm impressed.
So, hey, if you're Skinny Pop, hire Sharon.
Yeah.
Well, good job, Sharon.
Thank you. That was good. I'm glad I didn't pass it.
Yeah, see, it was fun.
It was.
Okay, we have another one. Nina Narducci.
All right.
Come on, Heather. Your
Thanks,
turn.
Nina. Oh gosh. Oh no. Rose of choice. They get to decide. Be nice.
We
Be
have more.
nice.
Even though we're playing,
Okay.
we get to choose. We're kind of the hosts, you know?
Okay.
And we have a list of 60.
Oh wow. Oh. Can I just pick a random number so that you don't pick the hardest one? Oh no.
She can do that!
This is gonna be great.
This
Thank
is
you
gonna
so
be
much,
really good.
Nina.
Should we do that one? Yeah, duh. She 100%. She did it earlier. All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you did earlier?
No, just read it.
Oh,
When we
yeah.
laughed? Nope, hold on.
Just read
I
it.
did a lot of weird things earlier.
It was the
Wait, there's like
Narrow
multiple
it
that
down.
she could choose.
Oh, yeah. All right, are you ready for
I'm
it?
ready for it.
Pretend
Yes.
that you are an animal of the host's choice and act it out.
To pick the animal?
So what animal should we do?
It's gonna be hard. Oh no.
All right,
I'm
are you ready?
scared. No.
If you want to go out front.
I guess I like actually perform here. All right.
Well, thank you, Nina. We really need that dramatic effect.
I'm ready.
All right, we need you to come this way. There you go,
And
perfect.
face the camera.
Face the camera.
Okay.
Huzzah.
Huzzah.
All right, the animal you're gonna act out is a tiger.
Did it earlier.
And it didn't sound like a tiger.
It didn't sound like
Okay. Oh.
Oh my God. Good job, Heather. That deserves a round of applause. You're a trooper. Good job.
was fun.
I wanted to see a kangaroo, you did.
I did do a kangaroo.
She was doing funny stuff earlier, and one of them was a kangaroo and a tiger.
I think
so.
you should do the kangaroo anyway.
Sometimes
Yeah, why
people
don't
just
you do
don't
the
ask
kangaroo,
me to
Heather?
do funny things. Sometimes my mind just, you know.
You're like,
Phone's
hey.
blowing up on that one.
You wanna go show the kangaroo?
It's your kids watching going, Mom.
I know, Mom,
Stop
please
it.
don't embarrass us. Our friends could be watching us.
Okay, another one. Betty and Jim Hellman.
Ooh, my
Aw.
parents. Thanks, Mom.
You should have
and
done that
Dad.
one for Betty and Jill. Do you want to?
No, it's okay. I'm good.
Alright, what's this one? Oh man, you get to choose it.
Oh, now's your chance.
I know.
Abby.
I know.
She's gonna get payback for earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Oh God.
Mm.
She's laughing and that's scaring me. Can't see Heather.
This is hard. There's so many good ones on this paper. I can't even make you do this one because you don't know any movie to ever exist.
True. That is true. Glad you know that because
these are so funny. Make a funny face and hold it for 15 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15 seconds is a long time to do that.
One of
Glad
these
you
is
didn't
5
bite your tongue,
minutes.
Janana. I was getting nervous. So I start
I was
laughing.
worried it was going to freeze that. You know how, didn't your
Imagine I
parents
get
always
stuck.
say,
Oh, yeah.
make those faces and it's going to
Or if
freeze
you go
that
cross,
way.
if you would do the cross-eyed look,
Oh,
if you do that, your
yeah.
eyes are gonna stay like that.
Hey, anything for a good cause, I guess.
That is true.
Right, if you had any more, it's your turn, Abby.
Marilyn.
Okay. Oh, this is heavy.
You don't have to hold it.
Well, I'm going to.
Okay. Watch it. You don't spill.
How about we?
There you go. Perfect.
The lid won't come off either.
That's true.
Oh, thank God.
Man, it was almost to host's choice.
What is
Use a sock puppet to say thank you
fat for the sock.
to the donors for the rest of the segment.
The rest of the segments.
So every donor from now on, Abby will thank you with a sock puppet.
Thank you.
We have to post that. We have to post that. Okay, that's gonna go on. Make sure you share this.
Oh, we literally just got one.
Oh,
Who are you?
do it in a funny voice.
You gotta change
It doesn't say
the
funny
voice.
voice. It just says with the song.
Do it above the computer.
Funny voice is obvious.
Right,
Yeah,
you
it's
have
just
to.
a must.
Thank you, David Natalie.
Thank you, Dave.
I can do anything on my computer with a sock on my foot or my hand. It's your turn though. We just got another donation.
Yes.
All right.
Come on, Wendy.
Who donated?
Dave and
Dave
Natalie.
and Natalie Kubayak.
Kubayak. Thank you, Dave and Natalie. That was kind of a weak spin. Oh, it's the same one I got last time.
Okay,
Spin a little
spin
harder.
again.
You got this. Have a quick staring contest with somebody. Can I do the weather report?
Nope.
She really
No.
wants to do the weather report.
I do.
You have to choose who you're gonna do a staring contest with.
Heather. Glasses on or glasses
This is
off?
5 minutes. Glasses off.
5 minutes.
I tried to talk them into
only
Is it five? No,
It just says it quick.
Yeah.
Quick.
Oh,
No, this
quick.
one's
Oh,
a
what
quick.
was
You
the one
just
that
do
was 5 minutes?
That's
We'll do
something
it.
else. Yeah,
A minute.
not that.
Okay.
1
perfect.
minute.
Okay. Awkward. We keeping our glasses on? Okay, here we go, Heather.
You can't laugh either. If she's gonna purr at you, you're gonna laugh. You blinked!
She purred.
You blinked!
You made her purr. That's cheating. All right, redo.
Oh. Wait, we did so good.
Oh.
Okay.
Refresh.
I thought.
Oh, we got another one.
Sharon again.
Sharon.
I think it's anonymous.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, anonymous. Thanks,
Yep.
anonymous.
Well, don't you have to shave? Thank
Aw.
Get down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on now. Everybody deserves a sock puppet. Thank you.
I have a worse memory. Thanks, anonymous.
What's your sock puppet's name?
Oh, you got that. Allie
Okay,
already
give me
did
the
it.
sock. I can say it once. You ready?
Don't worry, we have another sock.
Oh,
These
okay.
are nice socks. Waffle socks. I like them.
Yeah, there you go.
Or do you want to
Lego. I said Lego my ego. Should you take it
Thank
like
you,
this?
Anonymous. Can I take it off?
You have to wear the whole time.
Yeah, you have to.
It says for the rest of the segment, which goes till 8 p.m.
You know, it's 30 minutes left. Wear that
Let's see where we're
Get comfy.
There's a third sock. Remember that.
There is not a third sock, so if someone else rolls it, they get my sock.
Nobody roll it.
Yeah.
Maybe you need a breaking weather report, Brady.
If you want to volunteer,
Yeah,
you can do it.
She would really
We
love
should
to do
do it.
the
You wanna do
weather
it?
report.
Weather report.
Do you want to do a weather report?
Maybe.
All right, but you have to stand up front and do
No.
like a real weather person.
No.
She literally purred at the camera.
I did purr.
Up to you. Do you want this long one or the short one?
Yes.
It's up to you.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Which one? Maybe.
All right, you got this.
We should have never taught her that.
We should have never taught her that. It was dangerous.
Okay. Here's the breaking weather report. It's 90 degrees and our armpits are crying. Good afternoon, folks. If you were hoping for sweater weather, it's 90 degrees outside, or as your dashboard thermometer likes to call it, Satan's kiss. The sun is out, the pavement is hot enough to fry an egg, and if you step outside, you'll melt faster than cheese on a nacho.
Oh, I love that.
Clothing advisory. Please dress lightly. We're talking tank tops, flip-flops, and the kind of shorts that make your grandma shake her head in disappointment. UV index. SPF 100 is the new SPF 30. Apply sunscreen like you're frosting cake. Thick, even, and with mild panic. Wind forecast. There's a breeze. It's hot though. Like a hairdryer to the face. Basically useless, but thanks for trying, wind. Humidity. Moist. Hate that word. So moist. Like walking through someone else's breath.
Ew.
Hair has frizzed, makeup has given up, even the air is sweating. Heat safety tip. Drink water like it's your job. If your pee looks like lemonade, you're doing great. If it looks like orange juice, please see a doctor and stop trying to be a sun warrior. In summary, it's 90 degrees. It's hot, it's sticky, it's the kind of weather where even your thoughts start to sweat. So stay cool out there and remember, pants are optional indoors.
That was awesome. Good job, Wendy.
Craig Flint better watch
Yeah,
out.
if you're watching, you might want to hire Wendy for a side job out of the
Yeah.
weather.
All right, we got another anonymous.
Oh, is it me again? All right. Hey, sock puppets. Come on. Come on,
Oh,
sock
that's
puppets.
right.
Thank you, Anonymous.
At the same time.
Oh, ready, Abby?
Thank you, anonymous.
I'm not gonna let you guys forget about the sock puppet.
Good job,
wish
Wendy.
you would.
All right. X. Go back. Oh, it's another staring contest. We're gonna do something different. Do a dramatic another food label.
You might do a better job, I don't know.
I need a different food label though. What do I have?
Let's
Like a little
move her.
thing.
Let's move the
Turn it
real
to
out of
these
her.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This only has like 3 ingredients.
Read the whole thing.
Did they hear what her dare is?
She has to do a dramatic reading of a food label.
These are Fritos. Fritos. If you've ever had Fritos before, you've eaten corn. You've had some vegetable oil, but not just any vegetable oil. It could be corn and or canola oil. One of those. You're not going to know which one. And finally, some salt. Thank you.
Oh my god.
What is your There were only so many. I was letting out all my frustration on my bag of Fritos.
That was a good one. Self-care, Heather, self-care.
Yes, thank you.
To live or to the demo page? I'm just gonna. Do you have the other one? Oh, let's see. Another one. Christine Linky and Douglas McCallie.
Nice. Thank you.
Oh. So, I'm busy.
Thank you.
Thanks for Christine and Douglas.
Okay, can you finish that while I spin? I have the link copied already for Erie Gives. All right, let's see.
Come on, Janana.
Say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious 3 times fast.
Faster.
Yeah. See how you do.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Superfragilisticexpialidocious.
I can tell you guys are not theater kids.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. There.
That was 2. They aren't theater.
Was it?
Yes.
She said
I can
3
tell you guys
times,
are
but
not
what
theater
kind
kids.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Don't you remember the song?
I know, that's what I was thinking. I'll put it in the musical
I
part.
don't know how to do that.
We'll have to show you.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh.
I just need to show you
That was a
Janana.
little better than Wendy's.
Just a little. Yeah. I've never, I don't memorize the song though.
You cannot relate.
Abby knows the word to every song.
Yes,
I don't
she
care
does.
what
Anything.
genre. It doesn't matter. You ask
Especially
Abby.
if it's a theater song.
Yes,
Any-
that's true.
We played a game where we had, we would play a song or any type of song. She literally knew every
Everything.
word
Yeah.
to every song. We even tried Disney.
We couldn't stump her. There was
No.
no stumping her.
I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I know all the words. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Hey, that's what would you like to
matters.
sing that for us, Abby?
No, no, it would not. Let's see.
Hi, Craig. We still are watching. It's just not constantly. We're looking at the Erie Gives Day donation. So I apologize. We did not forget about you. Thank you, though, for
We didn't
watching
forget
and
about
supporting.
you. Yep. Thanks.
We got another anonymous.
Oh, all right, anonymous.
Put your sock on.
Come on.
Sock on.
Come on,
Yes,
Sharon.
anonymous.
Oh, it is my turn, huh?
It is
It
your turn.
is indeed. Oh, you got it from there. I was
like
gonna move it. I was like,
Moving it further,
further away from you.
Pretend to give a fake wild weather report.
Oh, no.
I got you. If you want it, I got you.
I'll read the short one.
No way, I'm not giving up mine.
I'll just chat GPT.
Here, I got a chat GPT one. I didn't look at it, but I put it up just in case. I don't know what
The whole thing?
Yes.
Just read part of it.
hell. Just read part.
I have a short one. You want it?
No.
Okay.
Good morning, Erie. Today's forecast is brought to you by that one sock you lost in the dryer. Mysterious, slightly unsettling, but still oddly comforting. We've got partly cloudy skies, which means the sun and clouds are in an ongoing custody battle for your attention. Expect a light breeze about 10 miles an hour, just enough to mess up your hair after you finally got it looking right. Temperatures will be in the mid-70s, so it's the perfect day to leave your jacket at home and regret it after sunset. Today we'll see clear skies, which is great if you like stargazing, but terrible if you don't want your neighbors to see you taking the trash out in the pajama pants. And tomorrow, well, let's just say the weather will be like your favorite sitcom, warm, familiar, and with the occasional plot twist.
Good job.
All right. We needed assistance on those. You can't pop those in. You can't ad hoc that.
I would have just played It's Raining Men.
I was thinking of that too.
Well, Janana was talking about raining marshmallows if she got it, so.
I was going to talk about marshmallows.
Were you? Yeah.
Craig.
You can do that for us.
Here, run. This is Janana. Next to me.
Hello.
Next to Janana is Heather.
Hi,
Heather's the
Craig.
one that was in the dunk tank. Next to Heather is Sharon, and then
Hi,
next
Craig.
to Sharon is Wendy, who was also in the dunk tank. There's 4 people in here. If you go ahead and donate to our Erie Gives page, we're spinning the wheel and doing dares. So get your donations in within the next 19 minutes.
Wendy's next.
Right, and it's even more fun because Abby, Sharon, what do you guys have to do for every donation so far?
We do have to thank you
we get them?
with our sock
No, what do you have to do?
They will be thanking you with their Eggo Lego sock puppets, so.
It does look like an egg with ketchup.
It's Eggos.
Yeah.
Waffles.
Don't put ketchup on your waffles, though.
No, but it looks like an egg with ketchup is what I was
Oh, I
saying.
got
It's
it.
yellow, got the cheese,
Yeah.
it has the ketchup.
I put ketchup on my eggs.
Um,
I always put ketchup on my eggs. It's mandatory. It's not
So
so
if you want to be
Lots of
thanked
people
in a
do.
fun
Hot
voice
sauce, I use hot sauce.
and a puppet,
That doesn't
and
surprise
on
me.
top of
Doesn't.
that, have one of our staff members, next one is Wendy, and we're going down the line, do a dare. This is the time to donate. We have 18 minutes left. And don't be discouraged if you can't donate yet. The donations will be accepted on Erie Gives website all the way up until 11:59 p.m. So, but if you want a little fun in the donation, this is the time to do it.
Wendy really wants to give another weather report.
I'm fine.
You sounded so sad about it. Do you want me to be like, oh my god, I spun it for you. It says weather report.
If time allows. Okay, another anonymous. Oh, Teresa. Teresa Fullerton Abbey. Thank you. Thanks, Teresa.
Thanks, Teresa.
Spin.
All right, Wendy. Let's see, Teresa, what does Wendy get?
Oh, and thank you, Laura. Laura said great job today.
Aw, thanks,
Who said
Laura.
that? Thanks, Laura. Great job to her, too.
Yeah.
Balance a book on your head for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Oh.
Where's the book?
So, for 5 minutes, Wendy will be balancing. Don't worry, you can still donate while Wendy
Darn it. I'm not getting the ones
That's
I
a
want.
good
I'm totally prepared for an animal noise.
Heather, Craig wants to know how the water in the dunk tank was.
The water in the dunk tank felt so good. It was so hot outside, and I get really warm, so I kind of sort of begged to go in the dunk tank. I'm like,
Couldn't get her out of there.
Yeah, you kind of couldn't. It was great. Oh, I've always wanted
You
to
lost
since
your
I was a
book.
little kid. This is like a bucket list thing. I've always wanted to go and
That
be
is
dunked in a dunk
so
tank. I
rad.
actually really had a dream about it when I was little. It is one of my things I wanted to do. So thank you for asking, Craig.
I am already on that.
Yeah, honestly, if anyone else has any questions, let us know. My mom said you did such a great job today. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, you did.
She did.
Thanks, Mom.
Today and every day.
Yes. Abby's a rock star.
Abby's tired.
How's that book going over there?
I feel like I have a very
I don't have much movements right now.
Hey, look at this.
Wrong timing. That was good, Janelle. I was like, look at that.
Now you have to tap dance with it on.
Yes.
That's the
That's
next one.
the
It
tap with
actually,
it
in fine print, says while tap dancing.
While tap dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did take tap lessons as a kid.
Oh.
My mom will tell you my entire dance troupe would go left while I went right.
That's good. You
Aw.
stood out.
Yeah.
You did your own thing.
Exactly.
Oh, being unique
They
is much
didn't enjoy
better.
it.
Yes,
My
different
parents
is
didn't
good.
enjoy that at the recital.
All right, another anonymous.
Okay.
All right.
Ready, Abby?
Well, you actually remembered. Good
Oh.
job.
Thanks, anonymous. I've been sitting here with a sock on my hand and I
Is
forgot.
someone timing this fun activity?
Yeah, you've got
Yes.
5 minutes left.
No, sir.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
What'd you get?
I have to balance a book in my head for
Oh.
5 minutes. So when she's
You
done,
can
I'll
spin
take
again.
over.
Yeah.
Again, yeah.
I need something new. Something fresh.
It wants me to put a book in my
Really
head.
scared to
Third
balance a
time. Third
book.
time. No,
Spin
third
again.
time, Sharon.
Come on.
Imagine it lands on balance a book again.
We want you to act something out again. We like that. Pretend you're a statue for 5 minutes without moving. What kind of statue?
The
You can't
only-
smile or blink.
Yeah. Well, okay, you can blink.
And it should be standing though, right?
Be the Statue of Liberty.
Statues
You
don't
kind of
always
look like the
stand.
Statue of
I could
Liberty.
be like just a...
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
The
we'll
only
accept
time
that.
you can move though is if someone gives a donation.
Yes.
Because we need you to thank them for
Oh,
their
okay,
donation.
so please donate.
Mommy, I won't be doing that. She told me I should go in the dunk tank next year.
She
Agreed.
totally
Agreed.
should.
I'm booked and
Thanks.
busy. I'm booked and busy.
Thanks.
Can you
are-
actually join us next year and get her to come in the dunk tank? That'd be
Yeah.
great.
And
I
then
haven't
you
listened to
can
her
have
whole
as
life. I'm
many.
not starting now.
She can have as many shots as she wants. in
Right.
there, too. We'll give you a few
No, she
free
has to
ones.
pay.
Unlimited, free, if you get her to do the dunk tank.
I don't think so.
Wendy's doing good over there.
I think I got it.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
job.
I forgot Sharon was a statue.
That made me laugh.
That
I'm
is
not
funny.
supposed to laugh. Hey, you
Hey,
you
give it another 5 minutes.
5 minutes starts over.
Yes, Mom.
And if you're just joining, any donation we get within the next 13 minutes, we spin the wheel and do a dare. So right now, Wendy's balancing a book on her head, and Sharon is being a really terrible statue. Sharon, no moving! And we have to say thank you to our donors with sock puppets. So donate, and you'll get to hear our sock puppet voice.
Thank you.
You would really not make a good
I
statue.
know.
But you're
Okay.
trying hard. Good
All right,
job.
Wendy, you're good.
Another anonymous.
All
Yeah,
right.
right.
Sharon has
Abby,
another
you
5
ready?
minutes.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, anonymous.
Oh, is it
You're up,
me?
Heather.
Okay. Ready?
Craig, the dunk tank, unfortunately, is done for the day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah!
Host choice.
She
This
landed
is
on host
evil. They're
choice.
gonna do something evil.
Let's see.
Ew.
Don't do that one. You said ew. Craig, tell him to be nice to me, please.
I like one of these.
Which one?
58 or 59.
She can definitely do that one, no
Yeah.
problem.
I'm glad you guys
know
have so
that's a
much
daily.
confidence in my skills.
So which one? I feel
I
like this
think
one's
58 would be
funnier. Yeah, let's do 58.
Yeah.
All right. Her face. Hold on, people.
I'd be
gotta
scared
Wouldn't
hear
you
me.
be scared
Very
if they
scared.
were just picking any random
Camera
camera?
down. Camera down.
Oh, no!
So this is our floor. That was totally planned. We wanted you guys to see how beautiful our office is and every aspect of it, so you don't look at us the whole time. Perfect. Wendy, our amazing executive director, is fixing the camera, so thank you, Wendy.
It wants to Wobble. Wants to wobble.
I guess that means I don't have to do my thing, right?
There.
Oh.
Is that good?
I think it's pointing up.
Oh.
Yeah, it's too far up. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna hold it. I'm just gonna hold it. It's only got 10 minutes left.
You
I'll hold
can
it.
have Heather do it. Let me get
Okay, Heather.
Okay.
You are going to do your best robot dance for 30 seconds.
Ooh, all right. Do I get music? Can I have like robot music?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can.
Is there robot music?
Hold on.
There has to be. I'm
think-
going
Is it
on
good?
YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Lady. Sorry.
Everyone online was getting seasick.
No, you're totally good. Okay. There we go.
Craig said be nice to Heather.
Thank you, Craig.
Ooh. That is entirely
your
fault.
So you're finding music for your What's the song? Who sings Domo Wadigato, Mr. Roboto?
Isn't that Kansas?
You know what she should do it to?
Wow, Abby.
Is it? Oh, maybe Kansas. How do you spell Domo Wadigato?
I think it's just Mr. Roboto. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think
I don't
it
think
is.
it's
I think it is.
Roboto.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
All right, that seems to go well with me.
I can't remember now.
Oh, it's right
Sticks.
there.
It was
Ah.
Uh-huh.
sticks. Okay, we
Abby.
ready now?
That's okay, you know most of them.
Okay. Where do I have to do the dance?
You can just do it right there if you want. Just put the tray back.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Oh, here we go. Hold on, we've got a commercial. Liberty Mutual. Liberty, liberty.
Liberty, liberty.
Is it going to only pay for what you need? Liberty, 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 liberty. Let me tell you why we asked.
Oh, one more commercial, and then we're gonna do it.
Another
Okay, here we go. You ready?
Here. 30 seconds. When the beat drops. Such a good song. Terrible statue.
I'm done.
I like that you're in like cheer pose.
I don't know, what does a robot do?
Not that.
Too much movement. Knocks me out. There's no doing. Come on, Tom. Okay, you ready?
Should be going.
So much instrumental.
The robot in the marching band.
From cheered in the marching band.
Okay, is that good?
Perfect.
Good job.
Yeah,
You
Heather.
did great,
All right.
Heather. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm glad Heather's getting the ones that.
The ones that you picked for me.
She's not getting
You
it.
guys somehow fixed it, so it always went on host choice. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we have 7 minutes left. Get in your donations, and we're gonna do dares, spinning the wheel. But we got another anonymous. Thanks, anonymous.
Are you done being a statue?
Yes.
Oh.
She called it herself. I was watching the clock. I actually went 1 minute over.
Yes! Host
Which
choice.
yes. Uh-huh.
I feel like I should help you.
Yeah, have Heather help you. You're too mean
No,
to
she
me.
said no.
Oh, that's true.
mean?
All right,
You
Abby's.
picked these.
That is very true.
I can't have you do anything having to do with movies or songs.
Nope, that's not why it's
You
not
know
on the wheel.
nothing about any movie or song that ever exists.
Correct. What do you do with your time? No movies, no songs.
I watch movies and songs. My
She
memory's
just
not
doesn't.
the best.
She doesn't log anything to long-term memory.
It's all short-term.
Do your best runway model walk and pose.
You can
Oh,
do
there you
this.
go.
Come on.
We
You
could
got
have her sing karaoke.
She doesn't know any songs.
True. Abby's heard me sing in the car.
I saw a video of you singing karaoke.
Yeah, I don't know lyrics too well.
Don't models walk with books on their heads?
Yes, true. And you did well at that earlier.
Let me up it a notch. Can you see me?
No.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
A little. Yep. Okay. Oh, ooh, look at that.
That's enough. We don't have too much space.
That was a very short runway.
That was perfect.
Craig said that was awesome, Heather.
Thanks, Craig. See, somebody cares.
We got 5 minutes left, guys.
Ooh, Abby's next.
Indeed. Did your mom say she's gonna permit you to do the denting?
You couldn't even get me to clean her room. That ain't happening.
Fair.
Maverick and Noel Zuba.
Thanks,
Maverick and Noel. Pretend you're Sachi.
Yeah, you could do that one.
Too
Come on.
easy. Pretend you're Sachi.
Oh, again.
Third time is a charm.
That's really easy for me.
Yeah, do it again.
I'm just good at everything. This is very contest.
Oh, you two, come on.
You two totally.
Yes.
Bring that
Win
wheel
the
over here.
steering contest. No laughing, girls.
3, 2, 1.
You know you want to really.
You blink. Did you blink?
No.
Nobody cannot.
You pointing at me, baby. Like,
I could have sworn.
That's
oh,
what
like it looked
did
like
it.
they was like this, or
Twitchy.
maybe.
Okay. I lose. That's okay. Dang it.
Coming to a close. 3 minutes.
Come on, guys.
Come
3
on.
more minutes.
We need to hear Wendy
Yeah.
do something, maybe.
Her weather forecast.
I don't know. Could be. Maybe not.
Abby, where are we at with our numbers right now? If you can give us an update on that.
we're at 63% of our goal. We have $9,400.
Awesome. Come on, guys. We can make it to 15,000 by 11:59. We have faith in everyone.
We can do it.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone who has donated so far. We truly appreciate it. It's for a good cause.
Nancy Sherman. Okay.
Is it gonna be the what? That was not rigged.
Jeez, I wonder which one you got. Wendy, which one did you
How
get?
about make an animal noise?
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
all right.
But
Okay.
here's the skinny. You gotta close your eyes. You have to close
Okay.
your eyes and guess.
Okay.
You guys close your eyes with us again.
Yeah. And this may or may not work. We're gonna see.
Okay.
Okay. I just got a very quick tutorial for my son.
What? Austin, good job.
This sounds like cheating. I'm not doing it right.
Ooh. That's pretty good. Some kind of a duck call.
Yeah.
Like the Duck Dynasty people.
Is it a duck?
Duck Dynasty.
What? You could open your eyes.
Is it a duck?
Is it close?
Is it a
It
goose?
is close. It's from the bird family.
Okay.
It sounds so familiar.
Seagull?
No. Give up.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Does anyone have guesses in the chat?
Yeah,
by
does
chance?
anybody have any guesses? Craig, what do you think that noise was?
It was crackling.
Just crackling.
That's Wendy's noise. It was kind of crackly.
I don't know.
Bird call.
Yes.
It's
Mallard duck?
anonymous.
It's a turkey.
Oh.
Turkey
That
cow.
That makes sense.
Did you bring that?
That's
Cheater. first.
Okay, next year we can't show Wendy any.
No.
Yeah, we'll be like, it's a surprise.
Do you really want me to ribbon or sport? I guess.
Like Heather did.
We got another donation from Anonymous.
All right.
Sharon, you're up next. Hopefully you don't get a statue.
Balance a book on your head.
No.
Come on,
now.
another
You're
one.
taking the
Please,
hard
you're
You're the last dare.
I always show you how you're the last dare. Make it good. Come on now. Oh, you already used the sock
Come on, one
puppet.
more.
Really quick, one more. You got this.
One more.
Maybe we have to end with the weather report.
Yeah,
I
let's
guess
end with the
we
weather
will.
report. There you
You
go.
want to read it?
No,
You have
go
to
ahead.
make it good and dramatic. No, Sharon, it's your dare.
Let me get that wheel.
So you
All right.
start here and then read that. Are you going to use your sultry voice again?
And give us drama. This is the last thing.
You're going to turn it around.
Yeah, oh, that's
Yeah, like
right. As I followed it.
intensity, like talk with your
Intensity.
whole chest.
Like,
Yeah.
so, like Young and the Restless.
Pretend you're like Craig Flint. Remember how he
Yeah.
did the weather?
Come on, you got this.
Like Young and the Restless days in our lives. Days of our lives.
Yeah.
Which
You're
one might be?
auditioning
Bold and beautiful.
for a movie. Come on.
Today is the greatest day of the year, Erie Gives Day. Expect sunshine so bright, it'll make you question your life choices and every SPF decision you've ever made. Sunglasses are mandatory unless you are enjoy blinking uncontrollably like a confused owl. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, the money trees are ripe and ready for the picking. So all you local nonprofits, head to Erie Community Foundation with your barrels and shears and get that money.
Good job, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
And for donating.
Yes.
Thank
and
you.
for sharing and commenting and whatever.
And there's still time if your loved ones or friends or anyone that you know still wants to donate. We hope you consider NAMI. There's still time until 11:59 p.m. Go to eriegives.org and type in NAMI. We'll be the first ones on there. We appreciate your support. And yeah.
Thank you,
And
everyone.
see you next year.
Thank you.
Bye.